Throw me aside at the end of the game. Turn your back cause I call your name. Another love gone bad again. Bad again, bad again. Slam the door as you curse my name. Toss my clothes on the open flame. Another love gone bad again. Bad again, bad again. Well, I'm glad that it's over, cause it can't hurt anymore. Hurt anymore. And I won't look past my shoulder, cause it can't hurt anymore. Hurt anymore. And it's already done. Now you're on your own, hope you feel the pain of your thoughts inside, driving you insane. Now another love gone bad again. Bad again, you're bad again. That you're on your own, hope you feel the pain of your thoughts inside, driving you insane. Now another love gone bad again. Bad again, you're bad again. Well, I'm glad that it's over, cause it can't hurt anymore. Hurt anymore. And I won't look past my shoulder, cause it can't hurt anymore. Hurt anymore. And it's already well, done. I'm glad that it's over, cause it can't hurt anymore. Hurt anymore. And I will look past my shoulder, cause it can't hurt anymore. Hurt anymore. Then it's already done. It's already done. You can't scare me, you can't scare me, cause it's already done. You can't hurt me, you can't harm me, cause it's already done. Already done. Well, I'm glad that it's over, cause it can't hurt anymore. Hurt anymore. And I won't look past my shoulder, cause it can't hurt anymore. Hurt anymore. Then it's already done.
When you're gone, time goes so slow. I don't even know you at all. Take me back to where it matters. That's all that matters. Play it over and over and over and over again. We're getting closer and closer and closer to the end. The souls of the nights we stole. If there's any hope left at all, we go back to where it matters. That's all that matters. Play it over and over and over and over again. We're getting closer and closer and closer to the end.
absolutely smurfing right now with these hooks. He knows them up right now, but they can arrest over the wall.
The counter engage for the Chiefs is way too good. There is nothing to be done for Gravitas here.
Here's your here, and that is the ultimate connected themselves into a false hold. Final 3 minutes off the goal.
Only player to lock in this lane. There is just no damage for the Chiefs. Braden gets the first pentakill of the LCO.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm getting emotional. It's the final week of Split 1 here at the LCO. And look, we've still got the playoffs to get through before we get to the finals on the weekend. And we had a damn good couple of games last week. You know, we had to say goodbye to Order. We did see a spectacular match as well in that upper bracket between Pentanet and Peace. So look, let's have a quick look back at what went on last week before we get into today's festivities. I think
Never mind, I've lied, everybody. It's a complete ace by Pentanet. Valent's doing it himself, has the Chrono Storm available on top of him. He's going to survive for now. And the knockup is great. Prated, done. Surely this is Peace's chance now. Violet, a double kill, continues to auto-attack uncontested. And in the end, gets a triple. Will chase BioPanther down as well, looking for that quad, but it does not matter who it goes to. But might have kept him alive here. Does have the Zonyas as well, but needs backup and needs it desperately. Have they overcommitted for this kill onto Prated? He's still alive, still kicking, still firing. Violet now in the thick of things, and all of a sudden, Prated survives for so long. Peace do manage to... And the attention turns to a shockwave. Prated is locked up. Not quite enough damage from Lisa. And Prated will survive on the skin of his teeth or never. He dives in, so too does Decoy, and Abby charmed up, can't go anywhere. Aladoric, grand entrance, will not manage to do a whole lot. That is surely going to be it. Violet and Halo desperately trying to fight under the Nexus Towers, but BioPanther will not be denied and shove it in.
There you have it. It was a spectacular week last week, and I dare say we're going to get the exact same amount of entertainment this week, final week of Split 1. And look, to bring you guys at home all the action, I've got to bring the boys back in. How are we feeling today? We do have Skimmy and the Rust Dog here to bring you all the matches. So, Rusty, how you feeling? You're looking pretty spunky today there with your little black shirt.
Looking better than my hair currently is back. We're about to adjust that one as we speak. So, that's good. I mean, you said it was an exciting last week. That's interestingly true, given that we had 2 3-0s in there as well. So I'm definitely hoping that the excitement levels stay high, regardless of the games played.
Yeah, what about you, Skimmy? You enjoyed last week as well?
Yeah, look, I was getting goosebumps just watching that, right? That was such a banger series. I think it was fitting for it to end with a Praetor for Philios, a champion he made his name on in Season 10 last year, right? And then he was able to make that flash forward play with the ideal weapon setup and end the game on that. So, look, run it back with more series like that, quite honestly. You know, we had the Frio curse, as you already said. Give us more best of fives. Give us the full 5-game experience. That's what me and Rusty are after.
That's what we're all after. There was so much fun last week, and let's have a look at the bracket to recap where we're at, where we're going, and you know where we're going today as well. So yes, you did mention a couple of 0-3s to kick things off in the playoffs. Direwolves knocked down into the lower bracket by a piece. We get to see them play against Chiefs today, who knocked Order out with that 3-0 victory as well. And then of course that Pentanet and Peace matchup in the upper bracket was so damn close all the way to the end. Pentanet really putting their foot down and getting back into the lead right afterwards. But look, going into today's matchup of Direwolves and Chiefs, Rusty, what are you expecting from these teams? You know, who's looking good, who's looking bad? Give me all the goss.
I mean, that's maybe the hardest question that we'll ask through this playoffs run right now, because Direwolves in the first round, you know, 0-3 against Peace, that was not the same Direwolves that we've seen, who, remember, finished above them in the standings and won a tiebreaker against Peace, so actually had the head-to-head. So looking at today, you know, Chiefs, last week they were on a tear, but there's been a whole week off. Direwolves, they got smashed, but there's been a whole week off. And if there's one thing we've learned in League of Legends playoff history, it is that an entire week off changes everything.
Certainly does. And look, an entire week off means we could be playing on the new patch, which we aren't this week. You know, still on 11.6, I believe. And we are going to look at the key picks for the jungle today as well. So see what junglers we've been seeing all damn through the tournament. And again, it's just going to be Lilia, Udyr, Hecarim, and Olaf. So, Rusty, Skimmy, one of you want to give me the thoughts here?
You're up, Skibby.
Yeah, look, I mean, these have been the staple champions for a fair bit of time right now. You know, we were talking about speed. Speed is the name of the game right now. You've got champions that would usually go for the likes of Trinity Forces or more aggressive options. They're just building Chem Tank. They're becoming an unstoppable force, right? You're talking about Chem Tank into Dead Man's Plate, into a Force of Nature. They run at you. You can't chase them down. You can't stop them. They one-shot you. So speed is the name of the game. A lot more AD than AP junglers is what you're seeing on your screen right now, but they have the agency to be early game tempo. And I suppose the only real difference we've seen coming into a lot of these patches as time's gone by is overseas. You're starting to see more tanks like Volibear come into the fold of things as well when Udyr and Hecarim are denied. So I think we might see some more weird and wacky picks out here tonight.
Yeah, the three things that I was going to say that stand out to me is one, Nidalee's not on the list, but Nidalee does still exist, so don't be surprised if we see that chucked in there. You mentioned the Volibear, who I personally think is like a budget Hecarim, but Hecarim's been so actively banned, so we will be seeing much more Volley. And probably just tanks on the side of Chiefs, but we can get into that as we break down the team itself, but they've mixed it up.
Look, I think something else I would say is missing, which we've seen as a very crucial pick in the jungle. It's had a lot of success as well, is the Skarner. Every time that seems to be picked, it almost translates into a game one. But I guess we'll see if that is going to be picked. We did see a little bit from Chiefs using that last week, so let's see if Swathe goes that direction. Anyway, moving forward, we want to hear from you guys at home. You've sent nothing in over the last week. You know, I know you're probably busy with Easter over the weekend, so happy Easter, you know, belatedly for all you at home. But you didn't do your job. You didn't send your memes in or all the trash talk. I saw heaps of trash talk over the weekend. I was talking to Dragku. He said, "Man, your muscles look small," and I was like, "Man, what? You had to do me like that?" Oh, no, he actually told me I had really big shoulders. But look, I'm just spinning the yarn. But if you guys did have trash talk, send it in at LCO, and we will put it on stream in between all the games today. Now, that brings us one step closer to the match. No, screw that. All right, Rusty, what kind of trash talk do you want to see thrown up on screen? Go on, hit me with your best shot.
Oh, are we talking about like from fans to the players, fans to us? You know, what type of trash talk? Give me some categories here so I can think on it. It's so broad.
Yeah, fans to us would be pretty good. I actually saw a lot of trash talk towards me in particular after the show match last week, which I'm happy to move forward from as well. You know, Rammus changes coming in. I knew that, so I just wanted to test him out, send him off.
But you got the pentakill afterwards, Mac, so it's all worth. It's constructive criticism, surely.
Of course. I forgot I did that.
You know what?
Need to play more Kane.
I would say if they want to trash talk us, bring it on, because I think we've got a thick enough skin to deal with it. I wouldn't mind seeing someone actually Photoshop a caterpillar on Mac just quietly. A couple of ideas like that, maybe.
There you go. You know, he's handing out the content to you guys. You just need to make it happen at LCO. Send them over. Now, quick question before we get into the first matchup or only matchup of the day. What's your most hated skin, Rusty?
It's probably Pugmore. I have a personal vendetta against pugs, and I'm not going to go into great detail on that because this is a League of Legends broadcast. But Pugmore is my definitively most hated skin out of everything in the game.
Okay, and what about you, Skimdog?
Probably DJ Sona. Whenever I see that, I think, why am I first of all playing this champion, especially now that Seraphine's out, and it also just makes me miss going out clubbing too. So, you know, maybe a bit of a boomer. I just want some rave music. I want to have that Dodo Sin, that hype Game 5 draft music. I'm trying to bob my head, get into the play-by-play action, and you see that champion get picked in solo queue, and you're thinking, that's a fast go next.
I don't know if I really have one off the top of my head. I just know that there's a lot of skins out there that are just super similar to the base skins, and because of that, I think they're, you know, a bit lackluster. You need to go for the spectacles, the ones that look good, the ones that, you know, have a purpose. Anyway, that's enough from us. Let's hear from the pros of their most hated skins.
Okay, the worst skin is the cow Alistar, or like the milk. There's like a milk Alistar, or like a cow Alistar. And every person I verse that like has that skin, they just sit there and they spam the bell thing, dink, 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 dink. And I hate that skin, man. I can't handle it. No.
Darkstar Orianna. Like it's a cool skin, and it has cool sound effects and visual effects, but I hate playing it against it because for some reason that skin, I have a very hard time tracking her ball.
It's got to either be one of the 6 Mundu skins that are really bad or Butcher Urgot.
Headhunter Nidalee has to be the worst skin, because if you ever verse it, it is borderline impossible to see the spear sometimes. items. Like that spear is invisible, and that's why it's banned in competitive play. So I'll know I have to verse it in like a tournament game. But in solo queue, if you're a Headhunter Lily skin abuser, you deserve to be banned for sure.
It's Mecha Jax. Even though it's the most recent, one of the most recent Jax skins, that skin has such a clumpy auto animation. I'm not even sure how it made it through, but that skin is just terrible.
The Funplax Lee Sin skin. Yeah, that one is really bad.
The worst skin in the game. It's so bad that it's good though, so I feel like it's a bit of a weird answer, but Commando Garen. He's awfully drawn, the skin is like low budget as hell, but he's got those sunnies, man, and he's rocking them. And he's crazy with the sunnies for sure, yeah.
So I think it's called Valentine's Quinn. Like everyone, like I've seen so many people use the skin, but I swear it's the ugliest skin in the game. Like it looks so bad. Maybe I'm just like blind, but I swear it's just so ugly.
So many like Huntress Civil or something, like Medieval Twitch, like just some old 300 RP skin that no one wants, probably.
Probably like Assassin Massey or something. It's just purple. Probably Freljord Ash. I think that skin makes no sense, personally. And it's just a white version of Ash.
Spirit Bossomari.
Probably Shamrock Malphite. That needs to be updated soon. Yeah.
I've been thinking about this one lately, and I definitely think Spirit Guide Udyr at the time was really hype, but now, compared to base skin Udyr, it's just so low tier.
That Cho'Gath one, where like, it's just old Cho'Gath, but the colors are changed, it's just so ugly. I don't know what to say.
Look, I almost have to fully agree with Pabu there on the Udyr skins. I was looking for one in the store the other day, and I'm looking through them all, like I'm looking on YouTube, going, which one's the best one? And then I ended up just going, you know, the default one's pretty decent, honestly. The other ones didn't really do it for me, so, you know, have to agree with him there. Anything else in the video that stood out to you guys?
I think Mukau Alistar hate was pretty unjustified. I mean, he doesn't even play in the same lane as it, so I'm sure Only can move on and acknowledge that it's a good skin and just ignore the cowbell.
Yeah, the cowbell's good. I actually really like the fact that we had to end with a Mel. Talking about Nightmare Cho'Gath, I think there's still a nightmare. If he pulls that blind up and we see old mate Tim Carbon on the window, that's a nightmare in its own right. So I'm connecting the dots. I'm reading between the lines here, Mac.
I love that. I completely forgot that happened, and I want to go back and watch it now. But look, let's get into the grits. Let's talk about the teams. First off, Direwolves. They are coming from the upper bracket today. And Rusty, take us through, why are they good? And I think, Skimmy, you've got something to do with the experience here as well. But Rusty, you go first.
Sure. I mean, one of the reasons why they are good is because they just have so many good players put together. But we don't want to run with that narrative forever, because we've only just recently started to see them improve. And a lot of the key facets for that improvement was around their top laner and their jungler coming into their own in the split. They did feel like pretty slow starts overall, but Claire and Only finding their footing, actually playing some top lane champions to a high level of success up there has been a really large amount of the catalyst for Direwolves' success, because you have to remember they were already playing so well around Shock being a primary carry. So it's giving him the reinforcements there. And you know, the experience that does come from Only and Claire will eventually get them to that point, and clearly has this season.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about experience. The stat we were looking at before, right, Mac, was you compare both of these teams as a whole, all 5 members. There's close to 1,200 games played here by the Direwolves. You compare that to the Chiefs, only about 330 between all 5 of them. So you're nearly looking at 4 times more games across all the years and the tournaments they've played and the events they've been to. So there's a bit of a discrepancy, and it's why we've really run with this narrative of this is a team that have the experience. They've got that best of 5 under their belt. And, you know, whilst it didn't really go to plan, a clean sweep, a dominating clean sweep from Peace, mind you. You know, when you compare these two teams head-to-head, it has been Direwolves that have had Chiefs' number so far.
It's been interesting so far as well. And, you know, in terms of those games as well, Kisei is the least, or has the least amount of games as well. I think he's got 16 so far, as opposed to Shock's 214. So that's almost a 200 game difference just between those two, which is completely ridiculous. Same in the top lane as well. Lived, I guess, has only played 73. And, you know, a little thing that could go well for Claire today is if we do go to 5 maps, he's actually going to be playing his 300th game, which is absolutely insane. Man's been around for a while now, so that'll be a nice little, you know, box to check in your
6
career.
years.
Anyway, moving forward, let's quickly talk about the Chiefs as well. So the Chiefs, they are looking good. You know, when they did play Order last week, they played probably the best we've seen them play in a while, and that's what we want from the Chiefs, Rusty.
Yeah, absolutely. The Chiefs, you know, last week when we saw them, you have to look at what were some of the reasons as to why they were able to be as successful as they were. And they kind of reinvented their gameplay just a little bit more. You know, we've seen shades of it through the later weeks of the regular season. But Kisei does seem to be the carry of Chiefs. And now the team is playing around exactly that fact, right? We've started to see tanks in top lane, tanks in the jungle role from Swaith, who's notoriously a carry player, and a lot of roaming and movement from Dragku to assist in mid lane, while Mboma plays these self-sufficient carry or support champions like Seraphine that you're seeing in the bottom lane. And the game is get Kisei fed, and he's got the mechanics to do the rest of the work in team fights himself. And, you know, the people that are helping him get fed are the experienced members on the team.
Yeah, and we've seen it happen already before, right? The mismatch, you could almost call it, in the bot lane between Mboma and Drake. We saw them go for the traditional 2v2, looking to try and find those fights, but Drake mentioned, look, I want to be aggressive, I want to be doing as much as I can, whereas Mboma's quite content just to farm away, and we saw that quite prevalently in the Order series. You know, you talk about Seraphine into double Ezreal games, can leave him on an island, can play 1v2, allows Drake to roam on this favored rail pick, shows his face mid, links up with Swaith, forms the Bermuda Triangle of like, you're just going to disappear on this part of the map, and assassinated anybody that was in their way. So I think there are definite similarities between the teams, but those biceps, I think they have to be the MVP of it all.
I'm just waiting for one of these supports as well to pick that Alistair skin we were talking about as well, and just start spamming the cowbell just because of the video, you know. And it's just going to be such a banger of a game as well. I really hope we get to see maybe some Heimerdinger in there as well, which would allow Dragku to go for those roams, go for the heavy presence, you know, just annoying mid as well, which is what we saw, well, we haven't seen for, I think, since week 1. That Heimer just keeps on getting banned away, and we keep seeing Mboma as well just not be allowed to go towards that champ.
We've seen it twice, I think, Skimmy, in maybe the second week 1 game, but definitely in the first week for sure. I do think that Mboma's found some other, I would say better versions of it for what it's worth. Seraphine simply existing is generally just the better version of it. And Ezreal, which is a champion that only really Mboma plays to great success right now. Gunkrab, sorry, can play it. I was going to say Cupcake. Gunkrab can play it. And maybe a contested pick in this series, and that's a very specific thing to only this series. So it's very much an Mboma, play your self-sufficient things. I think Ezreal's the best for him.
Yeah, I think you're looking at this matchup. I feel like it's going to be a big emphasis on mid-jungle to try and find strength. Mid in particular, you've got the experience in Shock, you've got that rookie hunger in Kisei, but both have shown that they hold the biggest degree of the team's overall damage. You then look at 2 very aggressive roaming supports in Cupcake and Dragku. Both seem to have gone completely different directions every single game. If you look at the match history here, 6 of the last 8 for Cupcake have just been Alistair. You look at the same then for Dragku and the Chiefs, and 4 of his last 8 have all been the Rel. We see this be that classic bot lane handshake where you know, they'll do their thing together, they can counter or skill check one another, but both will be looking to be as aggressive as possible. And I'm really keen to see how that dynamic comes to the forefront as to who can roam better, who has better timing on vision and control and map state as a whole.
Well, let's see if that macro comes to fruition. Speaking of macros, Nat, you use macros when you play, right? To do a bunch of different things with your buttons. I don't, because, you know, you see what happens when I don't, you know, I just feed. So, you know, maybe you've got the good ideas here. Anyway, look, Nat's here from the side lanes. How you doing today?
I'm doing well. I thought that was so cute, Draku's muscle flex in the replay. I know we saw it like last week, but I think re-seeing it, it was just so good to see how ecstatic Chiefs were in their win. So it was very cute, and I'm very excited to see what they have to bring today to the tables.
A whole lot of energy shown in those player cams. Hopefully we get a bit more of that. And who do you have down on the side lanes for the pre-match interview?
I'm going to be talking to Swaith and Only. Thank you both so much for joining me. Only, I want to start with you, and I want to ask, you know, how has the team been bouncing back from a 3-0 loss last week and now coming into lower bracket?
Yeah, so it is tough to bounce back from a 0-3. You sort of have to, I mean, like when you win, it's very easy to just like ride that wave of confidence, and like positivity is just so high. Everyone's like really happy. When you lose, it's sort of the complete flip side. You have to like dig really deep to sort of figure out like why you believe you can win and stuff like that. So that's pretty much what this week was about. It was just sort of digging really deep, having the hard conversations, and sort of starting again, pretty much what we did like earlier in the split when we were struggling, you know, which might not be something you want to do when you're in playoffs, but you know, the conversations had to be had, and you know, we still believe we can win. We wouldn't like be here if we didn't believe we could win. So yeah, really hopeful for today. So
I'm excited to hear that you guys have been, you know, having a conversation. You're coming in, you know, still with high spirits. You do, you said just then that, sorry, I just lost my mind. But you guys talked about how your start to regular season was really rough. You had crazy momentum. You came in second place. Where do you think it went? Because it did not seem like the dire wolves that we were used to at the end of regular seasons coming into last week's matchup.
yeah, well, like I'm not gonna front, like I won't lie. We got humbled by Peace last week. When one team plays really good and the other team plays bad, it ends up being a very non-competitive like best of 5, and that's what it was. You know, we got stomped. So I don't know. You know, we like, I'm not sure where it went wrong. I think just the wrong direwolves came out that day, and you know, Peace played well, so we got stomped. That's pretty much how it is with I think all the top 4 teams except for PGG, who consistently seem to win. But you know, with all the top 4 teams, if one of them's not hot, then the other team would just like sort of run over them, and like that's what happened with us. So yeah, we're starting again. Chiefs are probably riding a high, and it's our job to stop that now. So
I'm looking forward to see what direwolves have turned up today. Then, Swathe, only already said it, but it's the complete other spectrum for you guys. You guys are coming off the back of winning 3-0 out of the best of 5 last week. So where's that team confidence at? Where's your headspace coming into today's matchup?
Yeah, so obviously, yeah, it's kind of the reverse of that. Everyone's like feeling pretty happy coming off the last series. It's not quite the same. Like the series wasn't quite as competitive as like say versus Peace, so we're not like letting it go to our heads necessarily. But I think practice has been really good, and they're like all the boys are like confident in being able to put on a good performance today.
You had an insane personal performance last week. I'm pretty sure you only died once out of the 3 games. How do you feel having a performance like that last week, coming into a matchup where you guys haven't won a game against direwolves yet?
Yeah, like we haven't beaten any of the top teams in regular season, and I think that's just symptomatic of like regular season Chiefs not being able to show up on stage. But playoff Chiefs are a completely different beast. I would say they're much more in line with how we've practiced, and like our potential, I would say. So we're not really like worried about versing any of the other top 4 teams, and I think that we can like take it to all of them.
What's going to be your main focus? What's going to be your main focus today, Swathe, to ensure you guys can take down one of the top 4 teams?
Like personally, I would say keeping Cupcake on lockdown, because I think he's kind of the wild card for direwolves. Him and his roams mid lane. So as long as like he's subdued, I think that like yeah, it's gonna be like a lot easier.
Only, what about you? What's going to be your main focus? And are you hurt that Swathe didn't say that you were going to be their main target?
Nah, I don't know, ban Skarner or something. I don't know. I'm like, I don't know. Yeah, not too focused on them, more focused on just us playing well, but Skarner OP, I guess we'll see.
I'm looking forward to it. The last quick question I want to ask you both, only what do you think is going to be the predictions for this game? How many games do you think you're going to go to, and what's going to be the scoreline at the end of it?
I think it'll be a 3-1. I think Chiefs are very momentum based. I think if they lose, it's 3-0. If they win a game, we have a chance of coming back. If they lose game 1, it's kind of doomed. 3-1.
And Swathe, what about you? Where do you think it's going to end up?
Yeah, I would say a 3-0 or a 3-1 too. And I think whoever drops game 1 is going to lose.
Gosh, alright, well, we're all in game 1 then. Best comps.
This is it. You guys are riding the series all based on game 1. Look, I'll let you go, and I'll let you get ready for this game. Thank you both so much for joining me, and good luck.
Cheers.
Thanks,
GG.
You say
They have
GG?
it.
That was
Yeah,
really
he
early.
did.
I think that's a little bit of BM.
He's already like, we've got game 1 wrapped up, and we both agree whoever wins game 1 is winning the series.
Oof. Well, let's see if that's how it goes. Surely it won't. I reckon this is going to go more than 3. these two teams, you know, although last couple of times they have played, every time Chiefs has lost. So you need to be looking towards DW here. They've been playing very well recently, but, you know, they haven't played Chiefs when Chiefs are playing well. So that could be the tide turner. Now let's head towards the predictions. You know, which way have you guys lent for this matchup today? Anyone want to be putting the hand up first? You know, any takers?
Surely roll the same.
I'll say it was really difficult. I think Only was right. Chiefs are a very momentum-based, like, players. I don't know why I said gamers. But, you know, coming off of such a dominant performance against Order, I really wanted to, like, vote for them and predict them, but I think Dire Wolves are the team that can really focus on themselves and come a full 180 and just, you know, potentially have a 3-0 series in their favor.
Well, I've just gone for Chiefs, you know, underdog bias, drag coup bias, look, all that, you know, all bias caster right here. That's what I got told I was anyway, all of yesterday. So I'm going to own it. I'll be biased the whole day. You know, yeah, Chiefs, let's go. I got a Chiefs jersey, which I probably won't be able to put on, but it's from, you know, the old jacket they used to run? The, like the baseball jacket?
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually really like that one. Now, hopefully we get to see how close this one comes as well. Dire Wolves, they're looking good, and Only I still want to reach out to him and say, how long until we can get you on the desk with that voice of a bloody angel?
You wish, man. He's too busy playing League of Legends. You'd have to actually hope he gets eliminated, I'll say that. I'm not hoping that at all because we've tipped Dire Wolves. I want to up the ante, Mac. I really want us to do map scores for bonus points. I feel like the opportunity in best of fives is there and we haven't done it yet.
Yeah, it certainly could be. You know, if we do go to the 3-1, you could get the triple points, or maybe, I don't know, you predict for the 5 mappers, then you get the 5 points.
I'm
I don't know, which way do you think it's going?
You don't want to do it, Mac. I mean, this is your chance to get back in. Imagine if you got all of the map scores right.
He's back to 99-0 again, right? He's just back to the perfect ending.
I was on 100-0 the other day, and I don't know what happened to that. So I think production screwed up my scores. I'm still pretty even there. It's looking pretty good. But look, if you want to figure out if you're genetically superior or inferior to yourself on a daily basis, you can go to Esports Assessment Labs and test yourself. You know, you can go check your reaction time, you know, just, you know, karate chops, etc. I'm sure there's maybe some kind of test over there to check your cognitive ability as well. Mine seems to be going out the window with my old age. So I think it's good for me to jump on there, start to use it, make sure I track the slow, like, degeneracy of my brain.
I think it's also good to jump on, do the test, and then at Rusty with your score, and he'll tell you if you're better than him or not in some of the areas.
Trick question, no one is better than me at any areas.
Oh.
Well, I guess the only way to find out is to add him on Twitter with your results.
Or watch back a couple of weeks where I get roasted by Nat while I'm not on. Whatever
now
you prefer.
Now I'm doing it to your face so you can defend yourself.
Look, he wasn't able to fight for himself, and that's just not on Nat. You can't do that. It's just like, you know, when I say Elfish Guy is bad at League of Legends. He's not here to defend himself, to say, Mac, we all saw what you did in the show match. You don't have any platform to stand on. And look, that's exactly how to go. Anyway, we do have a couple of tweets that have been thrown up. So, you know, thank you very much for whoever the hell has made these. Let's have a quick look. Aiden Hiko, what is up here? Here is some trash talk at Mac, mate. What? Who let you on stream without a Hawaiian shirt? Well, funny story. Had one on. Skimmy didn't have one that was clean, so we couldn't go with the look today.
Yeah, look, I don't have as much personality as you, Mac. You're just too crazy in the clothing department. Maybe he's got a bit of a shopping spree, perhaps before finals. That's that's my go-to. Because look, I had a shirt, but it was probably a little bit too crazy. And I thought, look, you know, it's finals.
Too crazy.
Let's bring it back just a little bit to the professional angle. So look, yeah, I'll be devil's advocate. I made you take your clothes off, Mac.
Oh, what?
There you go, man. There's the banter for you.
It's just Skimmy's charm. He just does it to Mac.
Certainly does. Now, we do have one more tweet as well before we get into the game, after I was left speechless. I thought it was... Okay, anyway, look, I won't talk about me taking my clothes off. It's something. My least favourite skin is striped pyjamas, Mac. Did you just call these pyjamas? I can go change shirt. I'm going to go change shirt now. I'll do it after the game started, though.
It seems that Aiden's a big advocate for the Hawaiian look.
Okay.
Are you wearing striped pajamas?
Well, I'm not. It's a striped shirt, but they're not pajamas. But
He's a
just called them
pirate. That's
striped
pirate's
pajamas.
linen right there. Come on,
Yeah.
man.
But you said I look like a pirate as well. Now
You
you just
do.
think we all look like pirates.
Yes, I'm flanked by pirates. 100%. I reckon they're both pirate outfits. He's got linen. It's going to crinkle up. Natural pirate outfit. Jack Sparrow over here. You've got puffy outfits all over the place. Come on.
Well, look, the people have called for it, and the people will be rewarded. I am going to go change shirts while this game's on. But ladies and gentlemen, game one coming at you right now. Direwolves and Chiefs, let's kick things off.
Let's kick this thing off here, Rusty. It is a monumental moment for these two teams. So much success and history between them, right? 75 games total played over the years, dating all the way back to 2015. Two very storied organizations with multiple championship titles having been accrued during that period of time. But we jump into this one, and only one of these teams can survive. Only one of these teams can continue their journey towards the inaugural LCO Grand Finals.
No Mukau Alistar allowed in game number one here as well, Skimmy. And remember, if you didn't hear the interview between the players, the stakes are so high in game number one that the series is determined from just this, according to both players that were there at Only and Sway. Not, of course, the case, but it is an important game for momentum, and that's the key factor here. So Chiefs have kicked their draft off by banning Thresh. So again, 100% pick ban rate. Thresh, all bans, to be clear. And Alistar away from Cupcake. It is his most played 6 of his last 8. So looking forward to seeing what the next option will be for the Cuppers in bot lane. Being red side as well, so they could have a counter if they would like.
Yeah, no surprises there, right? You know, we went into this one highlighting that both those support players love to go for those two particular champions, so now going to try and dive a little bit deeper into their creative mix of what's available. As for the Chiefs, they're going to open up their account here with the Hecarim once more. No crazy Skarner picks or the likes of a Sejuani just yet. Let's just lock in place these guaranteed tempo junglers that have proven to be so successful over the course of the last 6 weeks.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. Hecarim being left up and available, though, I think the few times that we have seen the Hecarim enabled, it's been very successful, and it was one of those champions that I was starting to lean towards these should just be banned as the priority of the jungler's options. But against the Chiefs, Nocturne does seem to be one of those staple choices, and the Rel being gone as well does really limit the pool. And the fact that the Chiefs have gone for a Victor third here, instead of perhaps a support champion, opens up, and this is optional. Direwolves don't necessarily have to do it third, they could do it fourth. Support bans into a support pick.
Yeah, it's actually quite interesting, as you say, the reason they've locked this one in so early. We talk about mid-matchup being so crucial for these two teams, and if Shock is given an opportunity to get counter-pick, what does that actually mean in terms of his veteran status? You're looking at now the fact that supports can now be taken out even further, and we might be stretching it to a point where the tanks are gone, and we're now having to deal with enchanters instead.
I mean, we've still got the Galio that we've seen from Aladoric. Rakan exists, and we know that Draco could play it, but there's no Xayah that's going to be going with that for either team. Galio was paired with Jinx, so just chucking that one out there as a combo. Gragas is definitely something that we've seen from Draco. He was actually a hard carry in game number 1 against Order last week when we saw them. So I guess the main point here is there's definitely options, but if we're looking at the identity of Cupcake and Dragku, the ability to be a tanky champion that can roam out of lane is a pretty crucial facet of their gameplay. And, you know, that starts to lean me towards the direction of, like, maybe we actually consider the Cupcake Bard. You know, it isn't perfect with the Jinx, but it exists as an option.
What a time Kench has been removed, so definitely getting into that territory of, from what I can already see from the Chiefs, go forward. You're pushing for kills. You're not looking to play slow. You're not looking to welcome the opposition into that engage angle. You want to be the ones being aggressive, which is very much true to the narrative that's come around the Chiefs. It's what we saw them do in their last playoff match, and it proved to be very successful. So the time Kench can obviously deter a fair bit of that. Wukong now is going to be a respect ban towards Lived, and I suppose now is the next part of this question, right? We talk about Claire and his evolution. It started off with, you know, Karma in the top lane, then he started to go from the likes of a one-trick Anar, then he had his fun as the Camille. Big emphasis now, you can imagine, to make sure that Claire finds his most desirable matchup here.
Yeah, Wukong is one of those champions that has been seen a little bit internationally, not so much here locally. So it is a decent ban. If you're looking to play a carry in top lane, removes a potential kill threat champion. Sion being banned with that though, so they also considered banning, the weak side Titan champs in top. Ornn, something that Lived could default to if he just wants to play the tanks. So it does seem like there was just 2 specific picks that they wanted to take away. And if you've been watching, the LCK, for example, the Korean League, Sion has just been ridiculous. He's just unstoppable, and I think does deserve a ban, 4 or 5.
Yeah, for sure. Certainly does. We're talking about the Gnar, and there it is. Arguably Claire's most successful champion, rocking a 75% win rate across the 4 games he's played so far. We'll get to see what the response is here from Chiefs, who, mind you, have continued their bans towards the bottom lane, really trying to remove as much protection as possible. You talk about the Tahm Kench first of all, the Frostbite passive then from the Braum 2. And just make sure that they don't have any deterrence tools available to them. So it'll be interesting to see what that final 5th pick here will be for the Direwolves to aid them
Gragas
with a little bit of disengage.
I mean, you've already banned the Tahm Kench and the Braum. This works as a combo with the Hecarim. Kai'Sa can also follow up on your Galio Grand Entrance. But at the same time, Gragas was a champion that potentially had some merit there. Nevertheless, we look at Cupcake. Now, we mentioned this in the first pick of the draft phase, Skimmy, but supports being a focus in the ban phase. From 1, 2, and 3, it was not surprising to see them go till later in the draft as potential counters, and I want to say as expected.
Yeah, and I think this is good, right? Because you already talk about the fact that both these support players want to roam. Dracu can obviously cheat there with his ultimate to get to mid lane. And then Cupcake will have the amazing mobility, right? With the Magical Journey, the Tempered Fate as well to deter those potential dive threats that might be coming out. And that could be their turn switch that Chiefs were so desperately trying to remove in that ban phase.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, Galio can cheat and be much faster getting 2 lanes if he's able to leave at the same time as the Bard. Bard is obviously a faster champion in the river. Wants to be able to move fast, get those chimes, and just start sprinting around. We already spoke about the potential, it's not exactly the safest bot lane 2v2 from Gunkrab and Cupcake. Jinx usually wants to have a bit of support, that's why the Tahm Kench and a Braum were removed, not just for the Chiefs comp, but also to take that safety net away from Gunkrab. And Bard's just going to abandon you a lot of the time. The Bard ultimate can be influential and help win a team fight. It could do the opposite. So now you've chucked a wild card into the mix. And I think based off what Swaith said before the game, Skimmy, they haven't removed the wild card of Cupcake and draft. So now they're going to have to do it through play.
Certainly are going to do it through play, because if you talk about Cupcake, one of those champions that he's synonymous with has to be that Bard. It's a champion he's made his name on. He's only seen it played once. Much in part to the meta that has unfolded here, where engaged supports are definitely at the top of the tier list, but looking to showcase what he can do coming into game number 1. Will momentum be the key factor here? Well, both teams from that pre-game interview seem to feel like that was the case anyway. If we learn anything also, if we flip our attention out to the top side of the map, Lived when he played Ornn, he gave them so many scaling options to play around. He held his own in lane, but then when it came to the team fights, he's able to buff up his team that much more.
Yeah, Lived has been a pretty solid player for them. Swaith going back to a bit of those carries as well. Still a tank champion overall, however, is that Hecarim. My big concern, if you're Direwolves, you're looking at the Chiefs roster, what is scary for you? It's pretty hard to deal with a Victor as an Udyr. It's pretty hard to stick onto a Kai'Sa as an Udyr if you're by yourself. And Galio obviously has a really big form of zoning with an Ornn ultimate come team fights. So a lot of this to me is while their comp works really nicely in a front-to-back sense here on the Direwolves side, you've got the Jinx who stands behind the Azir, who stands behind the Gnar and then the Udyr. That all checks out. But how are they actually going to keep those carries alive with the long-range engage tools and massive distance that can be covered by Chiefs?
Plenty of distance to cover, and especially in the best of 5, just like this. Hopefully it does go to distance, but I'm sure one player, one coach in particular, that's hoping it doesn't go to distance is Coach Farmer from the Direwolves. How are you, bro?
Good, yeah, definitely want a 3-0 on our side. No doubts there.
No doubt about it. Hey, talk to me a little bit about last week, right? So you come into it, you've had the tiebreaker match against Peace, really strong showing there. You didn't get, as only put, humbled by them. What does a week break between now and then look like for you guys?
Yeah, look, I'd love to say that bouncing back after a series like that was as easy as a NeoSurf transaction, but really it did take some time, and it took a lot of analysis of our processes. So I think we've now we've made the realizations that we needed to, and we've implemented the processes to avoid a situation like that happening again. And I think we're really confident, really focused, and just drilled in. Yeah.
we saw obviously from the Chiefs series how momentum-based they were. They got that first one on the ball, translated into a game 2, and by game 3 like a bit of a blowout. Do you look at your team as a very much momentum-based team as well? We always talk about how much experience they have. We mentioned it on the panel before, how there's about nearly 4 times as many collective games between the Direwolves and the Chiefs. Do you look at this as a case of if we get game 1 under wraps, this is our series to take for sure?
Yeah, I mean, I think we are really good at putting our foot on their throats, but I also think that you know, last week really showed just how powerful momentum is, and when we lost the momentum in the first game of our series, it definitely put a stop to our progress. And then now we basically, like I said, put in the processes to ensure that if, for example, we were to lose this first game, we would be absolutely fine with just bouncing back. So I think if we win, we'll get big momentum, but if we lose, we'll just be moving on to the next game, and yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, I mentioned from one of the videos you posted, right, about the adaptations that need to take place on the day. Obviously, easier said than done, and prep can obviously facilitate that a little bit. But look at the draft that we saw here. Big emphasis on targeting both support players, removing their impact. You know, we're seeing the Galio on their end and the coveted Bard from Cupcake this time. Did you feel like that was going to be the angle this draft would go?
I think it's pretty funny that they must be scared. Look at all the sub fans. It's crazy. I think that we're very happy. We're very comfortable with having Cupcake drop late. He's always been a big proponent of countering their entire comp if he can, and he felt like the Bard pick was really good here. And you know, it's just a confidence thing, right? The players in this situation, the players just really wanted it, and it looks good on paper. So sure, let's go for it.
And go for it you will, no doubt. I'm excited to see what happens here. On a final note, the floor is yours. Is there anything you want to say to all the LCO fans watching out there?
Yeah, thanks so much to our fans for, you know, helping us along and supporting us. Again, we're going to get that trophy for you guys. So yeah, look out for it.
Look out for it for fans and for the sponsors as well. Thank you so much, Palmer, as always, for joining us, and talk soon. All right, Rusty. What have we missed so far? I saw First Blood go the way of Direwolves, but apart from that, a bit of action.
Yeah, I mean, First Blood goes towards the Direwolves bot side red buff entrance. It was a nice little pick from them overall. We've got another opportunity top for some damage.
Certainly do. Only popping his head in towards topside. Actually burns 2 flashes, so Liv will be down in that in lane phase. Might have to burn this TP as well because the lane is pushing against him. Actually going to decide to hang around here. There's one more biscuit left in the pocket as we welcome back the volume and the excitement that comes with game 1 here. But that's a little bit of early aggression put towards the top side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely is. If you're going to use your flash to threaten top lane, trade with Lived, then you're definitely looking to return back towards that top lane. And if you look at the minimap right now, there is a Bard who, on his first reset, is top.
We've seen this happen so many times before. So keen to roam the map. There he is. Pops the exhaust, locks him in place. The stun is there. The double stun is there. The Guardian will proc. But the only Guardian you need is a friend to help you survive. He's going to fall on down. A cross-map play here as Sway pops his head into mid lane. But a flash away from Shock ensures that he won't fall down either.
I mean, they cannot keep Cupcake down if the roams that he is making look like that, right? Nice little play, expected, you would say. But how are you going to actually avoid dying in that situation when they're ganking you from your own side of the map and your jungler's on your side of the map? So you feel a little bit safer than you would otherwise be. Unfortunately for the Chiefs, falling into the hands of the Direwolves and their nice little map movements, Gunkrab needs to be quite respectful right now as the wave is building back up.
Certainly is building up. Instantly pops that cleanse to make sure it doesn't get locked in place. Trade not looking to go against them right now. As Direwolves looking to try and put a bit of aggression out themselves. They lose vision, pop down the wards, but the distance gained is too far for Cosmic Binding to connect.
Yeah, they're not going to get the kill. They do still get the cleanse off a Gunkrab, so they can look for the flash taunt type plays. All of that is, of course, reliant on where your strong side of the map will be. Right now, Direwolves have complete control overall. You know, harkening back to that First Blood, both junglers were realistically looking for those level 4 clear style of moves, and the way that the waves were set up, bot lane was going to be in prime position to have an Udyr gank it. And so the fact that a Hecarim dies near that Raptor camp shows that perhaps mid-priority, which is something I didn't get to see too much of, was going heavily the way of Direwolves, which makes sense in this matchup. So overall, the early game draft has gone very well for the Wolfpack and has played out exactly as you would hope.
And that's what we were wondering, right, going into this one. We know how keen Chiefs are to get those objectives on lockdown. They've got the highest percentile of taking those early Heralds. They definitely play towards that side of the map more so than the Dragon. But you can see from the vision control already that the Direwolves are much more interested on the Dragon. Multiple control walls. They've got themselves the Scuttle Crab down there too. Making sure that Lived, who is running this Unsealed Spellbook, won't have that TP available. Much more lane focused if they were to play towards that side.
100%. And now looking at this second red buff of the game. Level advantage for only, but being 6-5 doesn't give any meaningful advantages. There's no ultimate that can be used, so they do respect. Numbers there. Kisei moving where Shock is not.
Oh, that is going to be the exhaust burnt very early on. Maybe just looking to try and cycle through another option as they get themselves geared up for that that next team fight. Back with the TP, that will be up and available very shortly, but looks quite adventurous for him to go for that kill and to clear there.
Yeah, also choosing the Ignite. Sorry, the exhaust over the Ignite. You know, a lot of people will hit that 6-minute mark. They'll choose to go Ignite for kill threat. And he goes exhaust for that opportunity, perhaps just to keep him in range when he hits Mini. But, I mean, it was successful regardless of the choice. And still, though, actually, we've got both junglers moving up here. This could be a very dangerous situation.
Certainly could be. Claire has flash, soon to hit Mega, getting very close towards it, needs to bop away from the knockup. Gets hit by 2, gonna fall on down before the fight can even take place. Only's here without a flash. He needs a dash, he needs a hope, he needs a dream. He may just live a fraction longer. They're buffering the turret aggro, just gonna fall on down. It's a shutdown and 2 kills for Swaith.
Cupcake, though, will be able to get one back. The unseen Bard may be the deadliest, but it was still a winning fight for Chiefs overall. Shutdown gold. Jinx ultimate going to go wide there as well. But Swaith 100% putting himself back into this game and accelerated with that shutdown bonus gold. Has a shutdown himself. Very well done there by the Chiefs, and it was just a case of timing. You know, looking back on that, it was just a little bit faster from Chiefs. They're engaged just a little bit longer, and it was still a mini nah for Claire. He wasn't able to hit the Mega. Nicely done, nicely executed.
He'll be angry at that one, right? If he watches that VOD back, hit the 50-50, bounce into the direction of the R2, gets knocked up, unable to even hit the Mega to maybe buffer his health bar just a little bit longer. No, Only sniffing out trouble. Going to step across that gravity trap. Not going to be locked in place just yet, but it's a Direwolves deploying as a 3-man unit, trying to steal away the blue buff. It hasn't been secured, but there's the stun, there's the shove back, and there's the target acquired.
I mean, Cupcake definitely didn't need to get that kill. I think that may have even been a red buff. It was a nice little Azir shuffle to try and secure the kill for himself. Swaith was looking at the Gromp, but there's just too many people still around. And of course, Claire forcing that priority, walking through the turret and top just in case. Direwolves immediately bounce back. A 2-0-1 Bard. He is the talking point right now because he's working with Only and they're getting it all done.
I mean, look how much he's already done in such a short amount of time, 10 minutes into this game. And he's nearly at 100% kill participation. He is the one short who's got that gold already, but he is definitely the factor of looking to keep Chiefs locked down and not have free run on the map, as they have done so successfully in the past. Quick note on both of these junglers continuing to play towards this top side. As Swaith actually double backs and says, you stole away our blue. Maybe I'll steal away your red. Waiting for smite range.
Neither have smite.
And, well...
He just hits Phoenix and takes it anyway. If Swaith had smite, that was obviously a free red buff, but that was just a little bit cloudy overall from both of them. One thing I want to talk about as well, Skimmy, because we haven't had a lot of chance to really look at it, is Guncrab down in bottom lane has found himself 25 CS ahead. And it feels like we've seen Cupcake everywhere. It doesn't feel like we've seen too much of Dragku. He has been active though. And it seems like as a result of that activity from the supports, once again, and I feel like to no one's surprise, Mboma is sacrificed to fall down a little bit. It's just that the Direwolves are winning elsewhere as well as having that CS lead in bottom. So they're doing exceptional work around the whole map.
It's a really good talking point, right? Because this is pretty much against the grain, almost flipping the script of what we're used to, where Mboma is the one left at a 1v2, and it is Dragku that's roaming, but it has been Cupcake that's been a little bit more omnipresent so far, and Guncrab secure and stable enough to say, well, I can still get ourselves a huge lead. We'll just win twice for it on the map. Speaking of first Dragon, soon to become the second, as they have 2 members smashing down the Ocean Drake.
Okay. Ocean Drake will fall, but the cost is now extremely high. Remember that Swaith has that Herald ready to be summoned right there, I believe. And that should be timed nicely with a plate having already been taken. It does mean that a few more plates are going to fall. It's not going to be done for the most efficient charge. Mid.
GSA could be in trouble. Flash still gets hit by the bear stun, but far too protected underneath that turret. Just trying to buy themselves time. Top lane is pushing, bot lane is aggressive. Cupcake dives through the portal, and Bowman sneaks it away. But it's Dragku that gets the killing blow, and these supports are so damn fed, Rusty.
I mean, yeah, they definitely are. Both AD carries are just passengers to what is the support lane, the way it should be, Skimmy. But don't let my influence as a support main change that opinion. Shut down, give it over to Dragku. And the active, moving, rotating supports are now going to be very fed coming into these early fights. It means they'll have their mythics sooner, which is obviously a very influential factor. But we have to talk about Swaith, who once again, successfully finds Claire in top lane. And this is, as far as the LCO games are concerned, 4 games in a row now where Claire has fallen behind in his laning phase and has suffered. Of course, it's at the hands of a jungler this time, but he's still struggling.
Certainly is, and it's interesting because I looked at some of his stats going into this one just from the regular season alone, and in his own role he had the highest damage per minute, the highest CS difference at 15, same for the XP difference at 15, but in recent games gone by it has felt a little bit confusing to see that solo kills are going across against him, and teams are definitely aware of that and able to bully the fact. The amount of pressure that Swaith's put towards top side rewards them with a sizable amount of gold from their Herald, and now a turret soon to fall.
Lots of pressure in this bottom lane, looking to try and take some plates down themselves. In a sense, this has equalized what has happened top lane with that Herald summoning. And if you look towards top lane for just a second, you'll see a Hecarim moving there on the minimap as well. And it's on for Claire.
Claire, once again, the focus. This is deja vu. It's happening on repeat. It is a nightmare, and it's Claire that's living in it. He's going to fall down again. And whilst the Diabol's push to take down the bot tier 1, it's going to be the Chiefs that claim the top tier 1.
I mean, yeah, the poor guy barely gets to play League of Legends. He's just being hard focused by the side of the Chiefs. For what it's worth, however, he should be more sitting under his turret while his team is on the bottom side of the map playing for the outer turret themselves. Definitely is being respectful, but against an Ornn and a Hecarim, especially once the chem tank is on, you have to actually, I want to say that there's a better place for him to stand, but ultimately there isn't. You just lose. It's just losing. And maybe the answer is don't be in lane. I don't know. That feels terrible to say.
It certainly does feel terrible to say. Is worth noting, though, as much as you early on into this cast brought up the fact that Guncrab was accelerated, he's basically taken that statement and run with a win. Now up by 40 CS. He's got more than anybody in this game. He's going to have himself a crack and slay on a whole bunch of damage. And it's actually his most successful champion, if you look at Guncrab.
For sure.
Played 3 games, 100% win rate, and a 45 KDA. The guy just doesn't die.
Yeah, I mean, he has been very good on his Jinx. And contrasting that to the other side here for Mboma, I don't think we've seen too much success from him on champions like the Kai'Sa. This is one of those comps where it could be successful, but he's already obviously fallen quite behind in farm. But you've got 3 tanks and a 4th person with crowd control to augment your passive, so you can do a lot of damage to members here. There are definitely tools. It's just that we're seeing, this feels like an earlier week's Chiefs, right? We've got Swaith being the carry, and then we've got Mboma just dealing with the L in bottom lane. Kisei playing a farming mid laner, not going for the hard carry option, will scale nicely as a mage still, but this is closer to the Zoe Kisei than it is the Yone or the Lucian.
Certainly is, and certainly is a champion that once it gets to that mid to late game, 2-item spike will be one that can pump out some very respectful damage and might be the turning point that both teams are looking for, the source of power that could determine the outcome of this very first game. Both teams now flirting with danger inside the enemy jungle, both showcasing what they can do because there's dragons soon to spawn up in 40 seconds.
Yeah, a lot of the posturing now is going to be for the Drake. Good vision established from the Direwolves, however, so Chiefs to be able to get in here and contest it, it is going to be a difficult task that may take some time. Claire is also bottom lane, so in terms of their lane assignments, they are fully set up to be here for the objective. Lived being on the close side of the map, however, not looking to use his teleport is a sign that he wants to throw the horn up. They are looking for a fight, Chiefs.
They certainly are. There's going to be Shock hitting a Shreema Shuffle, looking to try and dodge over. Flash goes out early. Double stacking the ultimates onto Guncrab. He's just going to fall on down. It's a shutdown. 5-2 in 0 now. He swipes Hecarim. He's strong. A second easy pick is some Boma that removes the Direwolves jungler. And what do Direwolves have left? Mega is there. Will he go for the 1v5 shove? Do they even have to follow up? They got the Empress Divide. They could push him under tower, but so early on, they're not willing to take that risk.
Yeah, and the Chiefs rightly so recognizing that fact. However, Skimmy are going to try and disengage through mid lane back towards the Drake. They've earned themselves a good team fight victory. They've earned themselves the ability to slow down Direwolves just taking an early soul, and it's an Infernal Soul at that. So this is a really crucial Dragon take for them. Really crucial timing in the game. Jinx Ultimate not going to be there to actually steal that one back. And a lot of this, to me, is just about respecting the engage range of the Chiefs. Ornn missing on the map. He's going to be there. If he is there, the engage range is in the thousands of units that you can cover. Swaith has the Ghost, has the Chem Tank, and with his charge, can cover a ridiculous amount of distance. All of these things taken into account, Guncrab gets caught. You know, he doesn't have a lot of support in his team to keep him alive. There's no one to stop a Hecarim from charging too successfully. Just dies, and then it doesn't matter how far ahead you are if you're Guncrab. You're irrelevant.
Yeah, especially when Cleanse is not available, and just how successful has this top jungle synergy between the Chiefs been so far? Every single time they've thrown out their ultimates, they've guaranteed themselves success. Kills upon kills. It's made Claire's life a living hell on top lane, and now translate it into the mid portions of the match where you're looking to find fights over objectives. It's finding success once again. So keep our eyes peeled as to how that translates going further on into this one. But as it stands, there is a Herald available, and it looks like Chiefs are trying to find themselves enough map pressure to assert control of it.
Yeah, they're on the hunt looking for kills, and they found Only. Will have to flash his way out to safety. And so they basically earn themselves full control of the Herald Pit. This is usually, so mid-game lane assignments. People probably know what that is by now. For anyone who isn't aware, the shorthand of it is that the AD carry and the support go mid lane. Now imagine your Guncrab. Your support is never there. If he is, he's nearby, but he's not actually on top of you. He's a bard. He's off with the fairies. I know I'm a bard main. You've now got a Hecarim charging at you from anywhere, literally anywhere, and you die. So scary.
All right, because the Tempered Fate actually locks Shock in place of all people, probably hoping that wasn't the case. Guncrab takes out in Bowman. Both AD carries looking to do whatever they can, but it's going to be the Direwolves that have the damage. Just a little bit more so far. Kitsei takes out Shock. Mid lane is flexing their power, and it's Guncrab that removes Swaith. He gets himself a shutdown, hits the zap, trying to cut this Ornn running, protecting, hoping that Cupcake can hit a stun, can hit anything to get him out of harm's way. The camera follows, the blast cone denies, and now it's Lived find themselves, well, stuck in the enemy jungle, going for a bit of a staggered death, it would seem.
Yeah, I mean, the inevitable fate will be that he falls down. It was just a matter of time. He's going to try maybe to take Guncrab with him, but it's not going to happen. The Super Mega Death Rocket is there. And just as we speak about Guncrab, the opposite of the curse happens, Skibby. It's a miracle. He actually goes off in the team fight, kites the Hecarim brilliantly, and is able to survive for so long. Cupcake was nearby, though, because it was Direwolves making the play. And that is the key difference, right? The Bard ultimate hits it and kicks it all off with an Azir shuffle. This time around, the Chiefs aren't the ones engaging, and look at the fight's result.
Interesting to note how different these two teams are looking to posture for these fights and what they can really represent as a whole. We talk about obviously what Jinx can do with her ultimate, not only in a team fight, but for denying objectives, even if it is those 50-50 handshakes that teams look to try and play against. But as far as he's concerned, he's now finding himself the warranted success from getting a very strong laning phase, and that's rewarded with these 3 kills. Now 2 items, rushing the LDR, armor penetration is required, and especially when you know that you've got Ornn and Ornn and Hecarim always charging at you.
Hecarim is akin to Swaith, I understand. I mean, he's deadly.
It happens.
It does happen. It happens all the time. And I mean, what's happening is we're watching it.
We're just watching it happen again, Rusty. Pretty much, you talk about it. It's like one of those curses in the mirror. You say the name 3 times, they'll come at you again. They'll hit the combo on repeat. He'll buff with a flash. He'll hit it away. He'll survive to tell the tale. But it's now multiple engaged flashes removed away from the side of the Direwolves.
Yeah, I mean, Ornn ultimate, Hecarim ultimate, as well as the Kai'Sa. Summoners are missing from the side of Chiefs. Direwolves can still consider looking for a fight. It'd feel bad simply because, I mean, your Azir is top lane, even though his teleport's available. Claire is mini. and just used his flash, they could have considered. But why would you take that risk when you're getting priority in bottom lane? You're pushing the mid lane out of turret already. In fact, it drops as we speak. Direwolves come out ahead in that trade. Even if Claire dies, I think Direwolves come out ahead in that trade.
Yeah. I mean, they pick up 2 turrets, as you say, and it's a big component as to why what was once a 2k gold lead has now ballooned to a 4k gold lead, and it's a lot of the time Chiefs hunting and searching for the fights, whereas Direwolves much more keen to not get caught out of position. Once again, Cupcake hits the Tempered Fate with a little bit of negative synergy, not hitting the moment or hitting the key member that they were after, but regardless, it's the next dragon, it's the 4th one of the game, and it's an Infernal Soul that we're playing for.
Yeah, we're not at soul point yet. It'll be Drake number 3 if Direwolves pick this one up. Swait is hunting, but he's not going to be there anywhere near in time and doesn't want to risk dying for it, though the smite was there. At the end of the day, the Magical Journey is going to make sure that there's no risk for Gunkrab in mid lane. And overall, it does feel like Direwolves have regained their composure in this game. They've regained pretty much control across the board here, and now they're playing on their terms. This is the Direwolves that can take down the Chiefs, right? This is the much more scary roster, really bringing it together from the 20-minute mark.
Very different from what we saw of last week, right? And you talk about it as to how long a week can really be in the context of preparation, VOD review, mental adjustments to say, look, you know, things didn't go our way. Both of these teams have 3-0s, one in favor and one against, but coming back here, it feels a lot more standard to what we're akin to of their regular season performances, and that was the case for Direwolves, who had the 2 meetings and 2 wins.
And what Only said in the interview, Skimmy, was basically my thoughts on the prediction. I even said the exact same logic when they played against Peace. It's that you could beat Direwolves in game 1. They'll find a way to bounce back. Mentally, they're still in the game. Chiefs are a younger squad. They're a little bit more momentum reliant as a team, and there is a genuine concern as a Chiefs fan. If they lose this first game, how do they come back? How do they recover coming into the second? Already the gameplay that we're seeing from them now has started to come to a head and has felt a little bit more limited. Their team fighting hasn't happened. They're playing just for picks on a single member, and it has always been Claire.
Yeah, looking for it once again. Looking to try and isolate out Shock, who forced the flash away. The grand entrance hits nobody, but out comes the all-knock. They go for a Magical Journey. A 4-man knockup is so clean. It's surely so easy right now for the Chiefs. But it's a 1-for-1, all things said and done. Maybe they can find more, but it seems to be that Direwolves have found their mark. Protected underneath their own turret, disengaging back into their own jungle, playing on their own vision, and able to run down key targets when Gunkrab gets excited.
At the end of the day, that was a fight that the Chiefs initiate, and they lose that as a 2-for-3 trade. Direwolves feeling pretty happy with the outcome of that one, all things considered. And we're still scaling up into this game. You know, Kise had a pretty good team fight. Shock did what he could and survived for as long as he can, but he was always going to fall. Good team fighting overall from the rest of the Direwolf squad to make sure that stayed strong. And now Gunkrab really is the point of hope for them come team fights. If Gunkrab dies, Chiefs could win. If Gunkrab survives, Direwolves should win.
He's just got so much money right now. You know, completed item. Always one completed item ahead of Mboma's Kaiser at this stage of the game. And it's incredible the amount of output you can provide that. Even when you are the focus, even when you have no summoners, as you can see right now, he is still able to lay down so much significant damage that it's meaningful enough for the rest of the team even to trade up positively. And as we've seen, this gold lead continues to build in their favor, now up to 5k. Big question mark, though, goes around the case of really what are these teams playing for? We've seen that there's a big deterrent against going towards this Baron. You can imagine that Direwolves quite content at this pace of the game with a lead, with a soul point to play for. 2 minutes on the clock, and then we're good to go.
For sure. I mean, right now, you've got the Drake Soul, definitely a point of contention that the Chiefs have to address. As far as it currently stands, you're looking at full Baron control belonging to Direwolves as well through their vision placed. So the map belongs to them. Right now, the Chiefs are so against the grain, it's really difficult to get anywhere. And the first bush they check has only stunning them in the face with a bear slap.
Definitely posturing a lot more aggressively now, looking to try and be the ones that are playing proactive as opposed to being reactively jumped upon. Out goes the onslaught, looking to try and lock on one place key target. Cupcake gone, out comes the Call of the Forge God once again, but the members are scurried away. And it is clear that it's the focal point once again. He's going to turn Mega. He's going to be protected. And that respawn time will be kind enough to ensure that Cupcake will be back here for the next Drake.
Yeah, they pop the Sterax on Claire. They don't get his flash or his ultimate. However, he is about to drop out of Mega Gnar, and this outer turret is definitely looking like it's going to drop. Sway threatening on a flank just in case something were to happen. 50 seconds now on the clock until the Infernal Drake spawns. Chiefs fight back to regain some control. Mid lane priority is theirs. A free reset has been earned, but look at the minimap, Skimmy. It's still garbage vision compared to the Direwolves. It's not safe to walk up to that dragon without mid lane priority.
Yeah, I mean, you quite rightly point out the whole bottom half of this map. It's just red. Everything Direwolves, they know exactly where you are, hence why they were playing, so aggressively in the jungle, hunting for those picks. But as we get ourselves geared up for that 5th Dragon of the game, a potential soul point here for Direwolves, worth noting that Ornn is level 14. Ornament upgrades are starting to come through, and Direwolves have picked up 2 stopwatches on their key carries.
Stopwatch is obviously a clear sign that they're looking to fight, particularly if a Jinx is picking this one up. This dragon is going to be the be-all end-all. Swayth is going to try and get in here. May just be too late, though. It's gone.
Sunny is gone, and looking to try and take that team fight as a result right now. Draku jumps in, unprotected, nothing to offer, and falls on down. Gunkrab is unstoppable. He's getting excited. He's looking to run them all down, but he's actually zoned away in the backline. Unprotected. Swayth can take him out of the fight straight away. The killer instinct in. He's gone golden, but he'll fall on down. A shutdown goes the way of Mboma. The rest of the Chiefs are fighting a second fight in the middle of the mid lane. And it's Direwolves forgetting that their AD carry is dead, still being aggressive, still charging forward, and still hunting for the first ace of this game.
Yeah, you may be able to take out one carry here, but there's a second one ready to go. Teleport actually going to top lane to try and ensure the tower stays alive. Will be able to work his way down towards the Baron regardless. So big teamfight victory there from Direwolves overall, even with their AD carry dying. Flash available, cleanse used, taken out by the Hecarim.
Big power swing now in favor of the Direwolves. They've got themselves the soul point, the explosive Infernal Drake damage. Now they're going to pick themselves up a Baron. The respawn timers are just not kind enough here for the Chiefs. They might not even be able to pick up any kills to deny the Baron buff, most importantly, because the magical journey, the recall back to base, the item acquisition, and the gearing up process to give themselves as much hope of getting game 1 in this best of 5 in their favor. And it's really interesting to me, Rusty, the fact that, in a game 1 like this, we talked at great lengths as to how much impact there would be between both of these support players and how Draku was the MVP in that series up against Order. But Cupcake right now, despite all the bans targeted towards that particular role, Cupcake's been the one that's been a lot more aggressive, a lot more present, and sure, the ultimates from either side haven't been too impressive, but they've definitely been able to find success when it's mattered most right now. Looking to try and turn them around. Can they make me eat my words? Cupcake falls on down. Sway picks up that kill. Looking to try and chase down a little bit more. Chaos Storm's gone out, it expires, and members of Chiefs are bleeding out here. They just can't sustain the front to back. Clear gonna look to run them down. He has Flash, he has Mega, and he could hit the Gnar, but he decides against it in the end, and Rusty, an aggressive passage of play.
Certainly seems to be the case, Skivvy. Of course, they've actually got a lot of minions pushing in bottom lane here as well. So while the Baron pushes in mid, Direwolves threatening only actually moves his way to bottom. Chiefs want it.
Oh, it's a beautiful 2-man knockout. Liv, stop it. It's just so good. He's going to fall on down all the same. Clear finally finds vengeance for how poor that laning phase went. And he'll find that kill. Baron buffs have been removed. And it's only Shock that's been left behind.
Yeah, only going to have to run away here as well. Draku's starting to move his way down, but it is an Udyr, so you'll never be catching him. At the end of the day, that was a nice little pick attempt there by Chiefs. Still ultimately not going their way, but that's because the Direwolves are playing super aggressively. Like, a lot of their stance right now and their posturing has been so far forward that easy to just engage onto them, right? Instead of playing respectfully where they may be weaker or they lose numbers. The second only shows bottom. Generally, your response is to play safe mid and just let like a Baron empowered cannon minion start to chunk out a turret, but they stay, they let an Ornn just hit an E on a wall and start those fights. But hey, they're winning them, so it doesn't matter.
So it doesn't matter. These fights are a lot closer than you'd imagine, given the gold discrepancies and the buffs that do favor the Direwolves. But regardless, there is still a tune about it that Direwolves have that confidence about them. Still run this one down to the Nexus to get this series underway in their favor. But there's a certain degree of caution that starts to come to mind here. If we are looking at these handshake trades where 2 free members die on either side, No, Elder starts to become a talking point.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Baron's going to be the first and foremost issue that we're going to be pursuing, only in mid.
Forced to use that ultimate so he doesn't get stunned, becomes unstoppable, but that's now a massive component of Chief's engage that has been removed, and it's going to be down for a fair bit of time. That's going to open up the floodgates here to try and take down that mid turret as well, and open up these conditions to start breaking the base.
Yeah, Baron does just expire there, which is what I was going to say before Only had to use his flash disengage there, was looking for something himself. Azir turret just staunching them in mid lane right now, saying we're also pushing, but so dangerous to step up and auto attack. Even as a ranged champion, the turrets against Hecarim, against Galio, and against an Ornn, so they will respect, they'll play appropriately, and now the Elder that you mentioned definitely comes to the forefront of both teams' minds, and a lot of bot side gameplay probably going to be the play.
So it seems to be the case so far, as they've got themselves control of these side waves, always pushing, always pressuring to guarantee themselves the ability to group up as 5 and not feel like they're losing anything too significant as a result. Soon, close to hit that all-important Flame Horizon in the bot lane. Gunkrab, from the very get-go in this game, has found success even in 1v2s, Rusty. Crazy that he has just been so good so far. And worth noting, though, that Kisei is doing a fantastic job in his own damn right. They're going to try and do whatever they can. The assassination attempt on Gunkrab, he's just dead! Draku smacks him on the ground and locks him in place, but it's Bowman that picks up that kill. He needed that so desperately. And maybe that's a little bit of angry gaming there. As I talk about Flame Horizons, he says, watch this.
The thing is, we mentioned this in draft. It's not just angry gaming, right? It is legitimately the easiest way for the Chiefs to win this game. Gunkrab has no one to protect him. What are you going to Bard ult him as a Hecarim dashes on you? Well, then an Ornn's going to follow it up and he just dies a little bit slower. You really need to have Shock be a force to be reckoned with, and you really need to either have them set up in the perfect front-to-back position, where if a Hecarim wants to engage, he has to be on a flank. This keeps happening, where instead of it being a flank, they just walk at you really quickly and they find you, as Elder has been started.
It has been started. Shock's gone golden right now. This is Draco looking to try and end this game. He's forced to flash away. 2 main carry threats gone, and Bowman removes him. Cool, calm, and collected, forget laning phase. I show up at team fights, I show up at Baron fights, and I show up when it matters. This is the Chiefs looking to play around those respawn timers and looking to make sure that it's always a 4v5, so this is nowhere near a Baron flip. Oh no, the Jinx ultimate hit-lived.
Oh.
It's just done nothing, and that's going to be the Chiefs that pick themselves up the Elder.
Okay, so we've got Baron up in 30 seconds, but an Elder Dragon already on the side of the Chiefs. Shock now finds himself 0 and 4. And remember that you're looking at a team with Infernal Soul, unable to team fight, unable to group up, it seems, and actually play their front-to-back League of Legends that they might be after. They've got 4 items on the Jinx. They're team fight ready. The full damage coming out of this Jinx, no less. The Azir has gone towards his 3rd item. It was a Void Star, so definitely able to deal damage in fights. But have you seen one of those yet, where it isn't Chiefs who are starting it with the front foot forwards, with a Hecarim getting a pick and an Ornn following it up?
Worst possible place to find yourself in right now. Elder into Baron. That's a far bigger power buff to play around with if you're now looking to try and turn the fight, or turn the tides of this game in your favor. We were looking at a 7k gold lead for the Direwolves, hit the 35-minute switch, and that's been shrunk down than, well, less than 4k right now. That power buff is surely going to be significant enough for them to say, we'll continue to take these scrappy team fights, we'll continue to hunt out these skirmishes. We have CC, we have dive, and you've got no protection.
And I think the best way to play this one out now is you've got 45 seconds left on the Elder. You don't really have time to set up side lanes, so you're going to have to go down mid. Baron will help you push the waves. Swaith can just hit a flank angle. This Azir turret is going to delay them a little bit, which is really nice. But you've got one wave, basically, right now to try and force a team fight on your opponents. If you get a carry, you could just win the game. And if you don't, you will still be able to threaten turrets because you have double buffs.
Very aggressive, our Chiefs positioning right now. They can afford to be so. There's no contest whatsoever. Direwolves very willing to sacrifice the inhibitor. It's not a fight worth taking, quite honestly. Buy their time, wait out the 2-minute duration, and deploy elsewhere in the map for the final dance. You'd have to imagine there is Chiefs try to be a little bit cool and cute, hide in the brush and do the 5-man face shape. But Direwolves not going to fall victim to that bait just yet.
I mean, there's no reason to face check just yet. You've got only clearing mid waves because Gunkrab doesn't feel safe enough. That's basically the state of this game. And you can see Gunkrab desperately trying to find that farm. Does put himself potentially in harm's way just for the opportunity to clear the wave. Now, pushing top wave, remember that the Elder has dropped off. We've got 3 minutes and 30 till it spawns. So in terms of team fighting strength, missing that execute does make it a little bit better for the side of Direwolves, who are still in possession of the Infernal Soul. And
That's
they're
a nice
looking.
take of Fate. Locks in place Kissei. The Chompers won't connect, however, but now Liv seems to be the focus. LDR knocking around. A two-man flip back towards the team. That's the first kill. Exhausted as Swape jumps in. The ultimate does nothing but fear them underneath the protection of the top-tier turret. And, well, this might be the fight they're looking for. Cupcake flashing forward very aggressively, trying to hit the stun. Just trying to buy up time for the likes of Shock and Gunkrab to pump home the damage.
Yeah, now Cupcake, the flash attempt was fine, it just misses the mark, and they're just going to be able to disengage for it. The end result is realistically just a 1-for-1, and it is just both top laners that have fallen down. Claire, Only, and Cupcake have used their flashes, though, when you look at that, and in comparison on the side of the Chiefs, Liv used his flash, Swaith ghosted. So Mboma's about to have his up, Kissei still has his available, and there's a distinct little edge there that you'd start to feel towards now if you are Chiefs, because you've got the ornaments on all of your carries now. They are scaling champions. Your composition has a Kai'Sa that works with those carries, and a Victor can just do so much damage in an AoE sense, just plastering everyone with AoE damage, that your team fighting is feeling exceptional. On the side of Direwolves, we've highlighted a few times how it's not exactly the safest place for Gunkrab to be, unless he's behind Shock, and then Shock's probably at risk, because he is a 1-4 mid laner with no Zhonya's Hourglass. There's so much more difficulty in the execution on the Direwolf side if they win this game.
There's plenty of damage, as you quite rightly point out, at this point of the game. You know, forget about what we're looking at in terms of overall gold. Basically, these teams, it all comes down to execution, and what Gunkrab would be very happy about is the fact that he's now picked up that Guardian's Angel. He knows he's been the focus. He's been very reluctant to step up, especially when double sums aren't there. This might be the golden ticket he needs to find success, bait all their attention, and turn things around. But as for the Chiefs, you know, they've been quite content, just ramping on through, causing panic amongst the ranks of the opposition, and seeing what sticks afterwards.
I think one really important thing here is that the mid lane inhibitor being the one that falls is perfectly fine for the side of Direwolves. Their ability to clear waves, not an issue. They've got a Jinx that one hits the Azir, one hits those supers, so they're basically irrelevant. It does mean that you'll see more of the Direwolves actually on mid waves. But at the end of the day, it's just free farm going into their pockets, and they are continuing to have a really nice overall farm advantage. The major thing is, like highlighted, that execution and how difficult it's going to be for Direwolves now as Chiefs have control, and the Elder Dragon is up soon.
40 seconds for the Elder, as opposed to 90 seconds on that Baron. You can see that both these teams putting so much emphasis on game one. If you're talking about momentum and how much it could mean for determining the overall success of this series, both aren't willing to take any major risks to try and wrap this one up, you know, in 25, 30 minutes. They're looking to try and take this one the distance. And it's almost like one of those situations, Rusty, I'm sure, where if you come off the defeat on this one, you're thinking that was a lot of energy invested in game number one, and you know, definitely can get into your mind.
Yeah, I don't necessarily think it's going to be about emotionally draining game ones or anything. I would say it's more just like the positive reinforcement of how this series is going to go for the winner. And right now for the Chiefs, even if they lose this game, really positive.
What positives will come into this though? It's a full 5v5. The Elder is taunting them. It's the ultimate prize. It is the lottery ticket both teams are hunting for.
Oh, they're into the river though as well. So they've actually found access here. They have no mid priority. Chiefs can play slow. Direwolves have found river control here, and they can look for a team fight.
Direwolves inhibitor is still down, as you point out. So that's why the super minions are pushing on as fast as they can. Swaith pops the chem tank, pops the ghost, looking to try and initiate onto one key target. Onto Only, knocked up, bounced around, looking to try and do whatever he can. He's down to 20%. Receives a shield, receives a buff. The Kissei gets exhausted. Multiple members falling victim to the rocket damage that Jinx can expel. Getting excited, looking to try and take them all down. The Emperor's Divide gets the shutdown, removes Kissei from the equation, but he falls on down as Mboma snipes him from afar. GA's popping. And AD Carry's dying, as it may be the case of Direwolves finding access into the river when they really shouldn't have.
Yeah, I mean, the fight was forced by the Chiefs. Cupcake is looking to try and keep Draco in place, stops the Justice Punch, so does force the flash there. Minions are in bottom lane. They may lose a mid lane inhibitor here, Direwolves, but I think their eyes are set firmly on ending the game with this wave.
30 seconds and counting for the respawn time is here. It's Draku v the World. Looking to try and run this one down to end this game. As they will take down an inhibitor very, very quickly, moving themselves onto the turrets. How many taunts can he get out? How much time can he buy between that and the stopwatch? The first falls on down, into the second, hit the game over, the GGMO, it's all there. It's all things Direwolves, but it's a game that they had to work for.
I mean, absolutely made them work for it is the side of the Chiefs. Decent team fighting, but a lot of it was actually around just getting really strong picks and finding moments where they had control and they had to earn it back. They did, but Direwolves did it as well, right? So the takeaway from a game one like this is, yes, Direwolves win. That's really important because they'll be riding on that momentum through the rest of the best of 5. If I was in the Chiefs camp though, I feel really good about that game because even in a losing situation, I pulled it back. Even in a situation where it felt pretty rough early, we found so many strengths to keep the Direwolves down and bring the game back to winnable that the rest of the series is winnable, right?
Definitely found their moments of strength, their areas of the map to exploit, and the ability to come back into the mid game. And Mac, I mean, you look at a game like that to open up a best of 5 and you think, is it this team? Is it that team? Whose team? In the end, it was Direwolves. Stay with the team.
That really is the question. And look, Aiden Hiko, if you are still out there, hopefully you're still watching. If not, I've done this for nothing. I have gone and changed my wardrobe just for you. But look, let's not take away from it. Direwolves lost there. That was well played by them, especially towards the end. You know, hitting the go button just when they needed to as well. Didn't quite, oh, well, they got the ace. It was very belated, and even so, it was so hard for Dragku to stop that one from happening. But again, as you mentioned, very close game. Kills on the board were pretty much similar the whole damn time. And it looked like the tempo was swapping back and forth every now and then. You could see where Chiefs were on that back foot, managed to get the steal on one of the Dragons, get that Elder, as well as get the Baron. And I thought that the game could have been done then and there, but they just didn't take that opportunity to go for the fight, which may be a mistake in hindsight. However, you know, Direwolves certainly playing this one to a T.
Yeah, you have to remember the Direwolves were actively avoiding the fights just as much as the Chiefs were looking to force, right? It's easier said than done to say we have the buffs, let's just fight. When your opponents are giving you inhibitors for free, right? They're fully sacrificing anything that you run up to try and take. And all that really came down to for me was that last fight where you see them get access to the river itself. And then from that moment, Chiefs have a choice because they have mid priority. They could have actually chosen to stay. They could have chosen to fight for the Elder outright, or they could have sent someone who has a teleport to mid lane to threaten to end the game and play slow around the Elder. They choose to fight, they choose to force, and that's ultimately the reason they lose game one.
There you go. So hindsight is 2020, of course. You know, in the moment with the pressure, everything is a little bit dirty, a little bit dusty, and it's all about what could happen. Now, were there any surprises here with the draft? Because obviously I wasn't here to discuss it with you guys.
I mean, me and Rusty were both a little bit curious about the targeting towards the support champions and just the amount of pressure. I mean, I was very curious coming into this one what would actually mean when two very keen roaming supports would come and clash against one another. Would one decide, I need to sit with my laner? Would both go roam and try and find success? Would neither? And as we saw from that one, despite ultimates not being the key talking point between these two, it was very much a case of, if I can find a fight on this part of the map, then we'll win there. But then you could see that the Chiefs are saying, we'll put our emphasis top side, the Direwolves are putting their emphasis bot side. It felt like to me in the end, it was a case of itemization. Once you've got enough stopwatches, GAs, and all the rest of it, it was a case of who could pop those first.
Well, you know, Wukong ban, interesting. Do you think that's a result of maybe some scrims, maybe some things that we didn't get to see leading into this match?
I mean, Wukong's a decent champion, surprisingly, at the moment as well. Something that we have seen in other regions. It could just be a lived thing. So we found a lot, and there's a lot of champions that the Oceanic region just doesn't play. An example of that is Kalista. We're seeing that everywhere. Wukong, we've been seeing a little bit of sporadically. Lived could be a good Wukong player. It could just be the fact that Claire, because Na has a lot of potential weaknesses to Wukong, is aware of that counter and wanted to get rid of it.
Yeah, I'm interested to see if maybe we do get some more Kalista. I think Mboma chose it for one game, right?
Yeah, it's only been one game. He played into Gravitas, and yeah, it was it was a weird situation because I was actually watching back that game coming into this one, seeing how much it was played in LEC and LCK, and I was thinking, all right, why aren't we playing it? And I watched that game back, and I think he only hit the ultimate about like 23 minutes into the game because Dracu's just never there. He's always running around, always doing his own thing. So at that point, you're feeling that Kalista is half a champion because two of your spells are sort of reliant on your partner being there. So
yeah.
I'm interested to see if what we've seen today of the Chiefs bot lane does mean that Kalista's still on the cards.
Well, let's see if that is the case, ladies and gentlemen. That was game 1. Game 2 coming up on the other side of this break. Don't go too far.
They certainly are. There's going to be shot hitting Shreema Shuffle, looking to try and dodge over. Flash goes out early. Double stacking the ultimates on the gun. He's just going to fall on down. It's a shutdown. 5-2 and 0 now. He swipes Hector him. He's strong. A second easy pick. It's Mboma that removes the Direwolves jungler. And what do Direwolves have left? Mega is there. Will he go for
a little bit better for the side of Direwolves, who are still in possession of the Infernal Soul? And they're
nice
looking.
Fate. Locks in place again. Team, that's the first kill. Exhausted as Swape jumps in. The ultimate, that's nothing.
Play the same old game. For love for money and a little bit of fame. This is the last time I play this give and take. When you're gonna bring back down to a world. 'Cause you're a boy stuck in your world. You go changing your world. It's going nowhere. It's going too fast. It's going too fast. It's going too fast. It's going too fast. Whoa. 'Cause you're a boy stuck in your world. You're a girl changing your world. It's going too fast. You're a boy stuck in your world. You're a girl changing your world. It's going too fast. It's going too fast. I think that it's cool that you are who you wanna be. You get all them oohs and them eyes almost every week. Must be something new, something fresh, something I don't see. If this was a show, man, I know you would be the lead. Keep me on my toes, just in case I slip away. Even if I did, I'd be back another day. I never play around with you. If I was on your team, I'd never lose. If I was in your dreams, you'd never snooze. 'Cause I love the way that you do what you do, what you do. I love the way that you do what you do. I love the way that you do what you do, what you do.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to LCO Land. It is time to get into game 2. We got Chiefs and Direwolves playing their little hearts out, making it very close in game number 1. But in game 2, can Chiefs get redemption, or can Direwolves start to run away with the series? That's the real question here, Rusty.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely is a good question to ask. We've spoken about this a lot already during the show, before the game started, during the game. Momentum is probably the key factor here. Chiefs have been known as a momentum-based team. Direwolves are very resilient. So the key factor here, and we didn't get to talk too much about why we predicted what we did, but if Direwolves lose game 1, I still had faith in them, which is why I predicted them, right? I think that's a pretty key benefit in a best of. Whereas I think if Chiefs lose game 1, you do start to get a little bit more worried about how they're going to, bounce back and perform. But I have surprisingly high hopes in this one.
Whilst it has high hopes for both these teams is Pentanet. So let's have a quick look at what Pentanet have managed to put together for us on the old interwebs.
High
And
hopes.
yes, looks like they are certainly having a good time watching this match on what seems to be a sailing ship.
It's one of my favorite Simpsons memes. Look, it's definitely, I don't think high hopes is the way to introduce this meme. From what we're looking at, we're watching monkeys with knives fight while Pentanet are waiting in the finals to see who gets one step closer.
Well, let's have a look at the second piece that we have here as well. We have another OP.GG review, and we don't have Juves here to break it down, but I'm sure, Rusty, you know exactly what you're doing when you look at all these numbers, all these words, right?
Yeah, I know exactly what I'm looking at, Mac. That's a gold 1 Yuumi player, lost all 3 games on Yuumi with an average of 2 control wards as a support.
Ooh.
You want to talk about, and I'm not going to be too mean, because they are defeats, and at the moment, not looking too great in terms of win rate when you're not Galio or Seraphine. More control wards is a nice start. Less Yuumi, even better follow-up.
Yeah,
those are my 2 key takeaways here.
Pretty good KDA there, surely. At least in the last game. Although that was 17 days ago. This isn't even recent. It's like
I think the Yuumi must have traumatized
comes back to the game, plays a couple of Yuumi games, and goes, "Oh well, this is how I'll get myself back into the fold of things." Hey, I hate it when I'm playing Yuumi because you're coupled to the person, and then you're like, "Well, I'm so vulnerable if I detach to look to try and place that vision, so I'll just AFK." I mean, whenever me and Rusty play ARAMs and I get Yuumi, it's just a free ticket. What did we play the other day? It was Yuumi, Udyr, and you had Ghost as well. There's all the speed buffs, and they just couldn't touch you. It's
I knew
crazy.
you'd stick to me the whole time, so I thought I'd do the Nimbus Cloak Udyr with Ghost and just rocket at them, because I have to put up with Yuumi, may as well have fun.
That sounds absolutely disgusting, and I hope I get to see it on your stream, Rusty. But something else that you guys might get to see is a giveaway. Some little goodies, a little, what do they call it? A swag bag. You could win yourself one of these swag bags, and look what's in it. You got a Zed statue, you got a Rengar plushie, hoodie, you got the bag itself, and look, it says more, but I'll tell you what else is in there. You got a League of Legends drawstring bag, which is probably the bag. The hoodie, there's a League of Legends hoodie in there. You got a lanyard, a stress ball, which is something that I certainly need to get my hands onto, and a wristband as well, so you can, have a little bit of swag on your wrist and, flex on all the haters, etc. Anyway, 2 go into the draw, and 4 more entries. Please use the code OST to Iceland. Jump on over to the LCO Twitter page, and there will be a gleam.io link. Click on that. Go, get as many entries as you possibly can. I guess, probably there's going to be like a follow everything. I'd go do that because that's free entries, and then also better publicity for LCO as well. So, you're helping everyone out, including yourself. But putting more entries on your bloody entries, you get double entries, triple entries, maybe even quadruple entries. I'm actually going to go during this game and look, but I won't enter because I don't want to take this away from you guys at home, because you guys make the memes for us here.
I just want to see an Incursio signature on one of those Zed statues. That will just upsell its potential, its price. It would just become a collector's item. It'd be like one of those like Charizard Pokemon cards from back when we were like babies. It'd be one of those ones that you're looking like 10 years time and be like, it's worth 5k. You just get your mortgage with a fake Incursio statue. So there you go.
You certainly could. Hopefully we can get Incursio to sign it. No promises there though, but maybe, that's a thought. It's certainly a thought. And you guys got to do some thinking too. It's time for the draft. Game 2 coming at you all right now.
Game 2, Rusty. Well, we will, I suppose, find out if this is a momentum series or not, because I talked about, you know, what will this game feel like after 40 minutes it was, where it was so back and forth, and it felt like, you know, one of these teams was going to come away from it feeling rather empty-handed. You know, Direwolves, sure, the game's pace certainly was in their favor. They had their blips on the radar. We're not going to dismiss that, but, you know, at that final dance, that final Elder Dragon, they were able to win the game there.
Yeah, definitely were. I mean, having to earn your victory is not the way the Direwolves would want to do it, but they'll take that. At the end of the day, we mentioned this, Chiefs will be fine overall, and you can see that reflected through the draft so far. You know, they've chosen blue side, Direwolves chose red in game number 1. So overall, nothing changes. Looking at the bans, the Alistar being out of the bans in place of Anar is the one key change here. It makes you wonder if Cupcake may, in the first 3 picks, actually pivot towards a bit more Alistar priority. Kai'Sa Ali is also a fantastic lane duo, if that's a direction that Chiefs would like to go in lieu of the Tristana being banned away.
So it's a good talking point, because that is the only adaptation we've seen from this pick ban phase so far, with the Nar being removed. Looking to definitely target Claire after what was such a vulnerable state for the Chiefs to play around. So same picks to open things off with. What does it mean, though, in terms of the response here for the Chiefs? You highlighted the Kai'Sa. The Alistar would make sense, especially given that Draku loves to play the more traditional supports. He's got 7 games on the rail. Then his second most played was the Alistar. So would expect to see that one here, but it does start to beg the question. You know, we've definitely got a lot of similarities between Claire and Lived in a top lane. But what Claire does have is the fact that he's played the likes of Karma top 2.
Yeah, I mean, he could play a lot of different things up there. This is the first real adaptation that we're seeing overall, besides the Nar being taken away. Kisei's gone for more of a pick-oriented mid laner. The Victor could have potentially been improved with something like the Ahri, just in the way that the Chiefs played it out. Was a lot more emphasis on looking for picks before fights. So Ahri caters to that pretty heavily, which means that I think Chiefs are leaning into where they found success in game number 1, which is a very viable option. However, they've shown their hand in their first 3 with that Ahri pick, something that you would never expect to be banned away from them. They've hidden their support option, right? And they do get the choice of a counter now, but they've also given the Tahm Kench over to Direwolves, which protects the Jinx from exactly what they were doing successfully last game.
And surely, if we're looking at a very similar draft to come into game 2 with the Tahm Kench, is invaluable in what it offers, because that was Gun-Crab with a massive lead, with an item advantage, with no protection, still able to, when given a chance, output significant amount of damage. The fact that now there is a Tahm Kench to play around 2, you might even get him see play even more aggressive, right? Similar trajectory in terms of cross-map play, where he can just portal across the map and pop up somewhere else and continue to do what he does best, which is roam. But as far as team fights are concerned, that could be invaluable here for the side of Direwolves team fighting.
Silas going to be banned here away from Shock, presumably into the Ahri. One of the most annoying things to deal with as Ahri is you actually lose all advantages you have in that lane, because he has an extra dash over you. So he's just able to just chase you down. You give him a powerful ultimate. Silas also something that's been rising to power with emphasis lately, globally, not just locally here in the LCO. As the Ornn being prioritized as a ban with the Alistar over something like the Sion, it does seem to me that Claire has felt what happens when the top and jungle duo of the Chiefs find him, and he doesn't want that combo to happen against Sion. A little bit slow, a little bit more wind up to that. Doesn't have as strong a laning phase, but is very strong and almost unstoppably strong come team fights.
Certainly is, and a big component as to what Liv's been playing. A fair portion of these last few games, it has really been the flex between that and the Sion. So he's going to no doubt find himself comfort regardless. The Victor has been removed, but that's not going to deter Shock, who's now hovering near Zir for the 2nd time in a row, a champion that he's found a lot of fun on across all the years, but it has been his most played this season.
Just thinking about what will be picked down in bot lane now with the Kai'Sa. With the Alistar removed, you could go aggressive like the Leona, but you have to remember that there's a Tahm Kench now on the other side of the coin. Gragas has utility against both of them potentially. And we don't mention this often, but Draku is just an enchanter player. So this is one of those lanes where you kind of open the floodgates for the rare opportunity to see Draku on an enchanter playing that one out. So he'll get the Soraka here. Tahm Kench free lane, generally speaking, will provide a lot of utility. It's just that we're waiting to see how Direwolves round that comp out. And if there's weak side top lane, lots of prio bot lane, this will be a very interesting first 10 minutes in bot.
Certainly could be. We've seen him play it before, and to good success. If he is looking to play more so to the lane as opposed to roaming, if he just wants to sit there and protect and ensure that Mboma is able to trade a lot more aggressively, he's able to sustain himself and prevent the gold discrepancy in the CS department at least ballooning out of control as it did in game number 1. The final pick here for the side of the Direwolves, the grand reveal. What angle will Claire take? He's popped off before on the Camille, and he's looking to pop off again.
Yeah, I mean, definitely not a bad Camille angle here. Gives them a split push threat as well. They also have, overall, looking at the Direwolves composition now, you've got a Tahm Kench who can go to those side lanes with your AD carry, right? So now you've got a split pushing Camille, you've got a teleporting mid laner. You can play to either of those side lanes, and it's not necessarily like a true 1-3-1 comp, but you play towards strong sides of the map so fast and so aggressively that it feels like a very fast-paced 1-3-1, I guess is how I would explain it. The other side of the coin here for the Chiefs is much more front-to-back style comp, right? Sion not going to be winning the laning phase super hard with a Hecarim possible, but Camille should be fine. Hecarim being fed would be nice, but at the same time, you really need Mboma and Kisei to be relevant champions in this game to have the optimum level of success. Can't just be a fed Hecarim this time around.
Yeah.
And a lot of picks, I think, still played around jungle, playing through mid, going to bottom is probably the prototypical, I would say, archetype what we'll get from Chiefs here.
I'm actually just noting back to week number 5 when we had the exact same top jungle duo between these two teams when they last met. And it was the case of Claire finding himself a massive lead. He finished the game 7-2 on the Camille going into that of Liv Sion. So looking to say, all right, I can't deal with the two of you, so I'll remove the Ornn. You can still have your Hecarim. You can still take your team in the carry direction as that jungler. But I'm going to feel a lot more successful, a lot more comfortable, right? Saying that we're not so channeled into having to always play behind, run away from you guys looking to want to play those team fights. We can just split push. You can hunt for fights, but we can play for the map. So these are two team comps that we have here. Rusty going into game number 2. Is there any major surprise? I mean, sure, we can talk about the fact that Draku is opting to go into the more Enchanter route here. But I think for me, it's the fact that Tahm Kench got let through.
Yeah, Tahm Kench being prioritized as a pick here for the side of Direwolves. They didn't want it to be banned away like in game number 1. Another thing for me as well, you know, not just Draku playing those enchanters. I'm looking at how Chiefs overall will be playing their League of Legends in a macro sense. That's where my eyes are going to be firmly planted.
Well, as we crack ourselves into game number 2 in the series, we get a chance to now check in with the coach of the Chiefs as we welcome back Coach Kuden. How are you, man?
Yoza.
Hey, talk to me, Kuden. So you come into this one, you took down Order in a clean 3-0 sweep. It was a dominating series. I had a chance to speak with Draco after, and you said, look, you know, this is the difference between us and regular season. This is what we can bring from scrims into a stage performance. How good did that feel, first of all?
Felt pretty good. We came 5th place. Everyone was underestimating us. Like, even Order thought they were going to 3-0 us, so felt good getting revenge. And you know, remember when Order
speak to me a little bit about this series. Talk to me a little bit about this series. The fact is that, you know, we've gone along the narrative of, you know, regular season, head-to-head. It hasn't been your moment to take down the Direwolves, but a very competitive game 1. Went the wire, a massive comeback in the mid-game. Is there more of that to expect? Is this kind of all according to plan, would you say?
Yeah, we just fixed up our early game. They don't let Cupcake get 50 kills, and I think we're definitely better players overall. But they got lucky as well last game. And Jinx crit.
Yeah, talk to me a little bit about some of those matchups. Yeah, and that's exactly it, right? We know we're harping on about the fact that Gunkrab has this insane KDA on the champion, but I can see a lot of those adaptations, in particular in the bot lane, to offer protection. We talk about both support players being very keen to roam, but we saw in game 1 that Draco was quite keen to stick with Mboma. We're seeing the same here with the Soraka. Talk me through the Soraka pick a little bit more.
Yeah, Soraka is one of the strongest champs in the game. She can, you know, in other games where they have healers, like out of the MMOs, we got a healer now, and it's possible to die on our team.
Yes.
Yep. Heals are the most important thing with using the fact that we have a healer now, and they don't.
Yeah, Enchanters, as we've seen already, especially with their 2-item spikes, are pretty crazy, right? On a final note, I just wanted to mention You come into the Swan, we saw a big emphasis towards top side to try and bully out Claire. Does that seem to be the game plan? You definitely got champions catered towards it. We see a bit of an adaptation in the draft this time around, but been really impressed with Liv's performance so far. So there's been a big emphasis on trying to find leads through him.
Most of the skills Claire. This is his first time playing top, so it's not like we're targeting him. He just presents us with gold, free gold, top lane. We don't. Sometimes it's a free kill, so we take it. That's it. Yep.
And then, as always, I know you've got a lot to say to end off an interview. Is there anything you want to bring to us this time around, mate?
Nah, I'm pretty stressed out, pretty
zoned in.
Just focused on draft, mate.
Focused, man. No jokes today, guys. I'm sorry. I love the memes, but
no jokes today. Chat's a little bit sad.
Buckle down.
Stay in your lane and flourish, mate.
I need to go to Iceland, guys. I really need to go to Iceland. I want to see my favorite actor. He's the guy from Lazy Town, Sporticus. He's from Iceland. I want to see him. I really need to win.
Let's see, mate. I love your work, and I look forward to you guys going further in this one. We'll talk soon, eh?
Thanks, everyone.
Right, Rusty, as we jump out of that one, we see a potential dive towards bot side, and I think that's probably the best example as to why Tahm Kench is so strong. Yeah,
I mean, does keep Gunkrab alive. Lived is having a crack at it, but it doesn't seem like anything more is going to progress from that one. At the end of the day, while Cupcake does actually cop a full knockup and needs to be careful, he keeps his 80 carry alive. It's a big wave that was missed there, and Only's here. They were considering. I think that would have been very dangerous. Only was hovering really nicely there to keep them around. Okay. So to recap, Claire just presents it, right? So top lane's a free win because eventually Claire will just present it. In the words of Kuden. So playing towards getting a bot side lead is the logical answer. Right, from that point on, and that's where the Chiefs have gone so far.
Certainly have, as we get to see what could actually take place as a result. Also worth noting there, Rusty, big emphasis towards that bot lane. 2 teleports were burnt as a result, where it's worth noting also that Gunkrab himself hasn't opted for the combat summoner, no heal, no exhaust. He's meaning that Direwolves have triple summoners across the map.
Yeah, triple teleports to be able to influence everywhere. Lots of scaling is actually the game plan here overall from the items as well. You've got 2 culls picked up here by the Camille and the Jinx alike. Definitely just looking to stay in their lanes and farm for as long as they can. Try and get those first big item spikes and a little bit of change potentially before they commit themselves to anything drastic. Makes sense. Sion topside being weak-sided. You know, he's actually down a significant amount of farm. That teleport will hurt him greatly. And just quickly to recap bottom as well, you're seeing about a 12 CS lead, but that's about 12 minions that are going to crash there as well. So it hasn't actually been too bad for Gunkrab and Cupcake, thanks to that teleport.
He hasn't. Going to be content once again. If a trade goes awry, then he can just gobble you up, take you back to the turret, and ensure that you can pick up all this CS without any major harm. Worth noting that we haven't seen too much Tahm Kench. For the most part, it has really been the Senna Tahm pairing that's been so prevalent in our region, but as far as it goes for Cupcake, it was actually his second most played last year, just behind that of the Bard. So recency is still there, not one that's been dusted off with too many cobwebs, but is going to be a champion we're going to be putting a lot of focus on as to what can achieve in these later fights.
Menz does love his Tahm Kench, not too surprising to see that one. Sion top lane, Hecarim 6.
Certainly is. That's going to be Claire in trouble right now. Has already burnt that Hextech ultimatum, survived, still has flash, but the wave is going to crash. And Only is all the way down bot side, so no protection is there. He's going to hook shot and have to sacrifice a big wave.
We didn't see exactly what was used there. He'll probably teleport actually towards this wave, might miss the cannon. We'll see how he plays it. The Hextech ultimatum most likely dodged out on the Sion ultimate in the dive attempt, and then Hecarim was going to follow through with an ult of his own. So I think the fact that that Sion ult does get dodged means that there's not enough damage overall to actually secure Claire once the passive was there. Really tragic for the side of the Chiefs. Claire was being pretty aggressive given the way Lived was baiting it, losing a lot of his health to try and push those minions in. But because it doesn't result in anything positive, that is extremely negative for the Chiefs. Look at the CS difference in top.
Yeah, and you're already so concerned, right, by the fact that so many of those teleports were burnt early on to go towards bot side to find value. He then returns up top side. The insurance policy is gank, get me a kill, crash a wave, ensure that he is able to match me. But then, yes, it hasn't really gone in their favor. Still double to CS in favor of Clan. He comes back to lane with a Sheen.
Which makes laning phase even harder for this Scion, who has gone for double health crystals. Of course, trying to get rid of some of the true damage that is there in a Camille's build isn't going to stop any of the physical damage that currently exists. Herald, very free take here for the side of Direwolves. You can see only walked through mid-wave in the face of Kisei to go towards the Herald that Claire had started. That's been earned through top, right? Because, again, it's not just a failed gank attempt top, it was 2 ultimates used, which means that that's not going to be there for Swathe. And that was also a lot of time where Only was farming. So Swathe falls behind in the jungle on that attempt. Overall, Direwolves 100% feeling outstanding with how this game has gone 9 minutes in.
Certainly are. I mean, you talk about gold leads as a big metric to determine success, but, you know, that's not really prevalent at this stage of the game. It's more so the map movements that have taken place as to how it's allowed individual members to feel quite comfortable. Swathe, posturing mid, but with the wave pushing against him, Shock's quite protected. It has all the summoners in the world to ensure that if it did come to it, he wouldn't lose much as a result. But I think for me, Kisei has really been the silent improver, really, of the split. And coming into this one is definitely showing that, you know, you can be the veteran and I'm the rookie, but I'm going to prove that I can go toe-to-toe with the best.
Yeah, I definitely don't think that he's fallen under the influence of, like, nerves or anything outside of the game. It doesn't seem like a lot shakes him, even for a 17-year-old. Pretty solid gameplay overall, and has improved through the split, as you would want to see and expect to see from a young upstart such as himself. Shock still, you know, it's the same thing on the other side, though. The problem that I guess you would face is when you're the young player, losing that first game does bring up the question, how will that affect you? So far, so good. But at the same time, Shock will never actually be rattled, no matter what you throw at him. And we know that it's possible for a young player like Kisei to find that thing that does rattle you. And again, he's playing his mage style of play. You know, he's not going towards what seems to be his comfort zone, which is something like a Yone.
Mm-hmm. Had a few really impressive performances on that Yone, but not willing to bring it out just yet. Not until it's necessary or a team comp is built around him to flourish in that regard. It's all been about the magic damage in the mid lane, as is tradition. I hear the Scion ult, and I realize that that is only up top side. Looks like he's been pushed to the back of his wave, as they might look to crash this, summon the Herald, and inject a ton of gold into this Camille.
Yeah, only summoning it, so it will be shared gold overall. Herald is going to get the charge off. Lived will do some damage to it, however. At the end of the day, nice little play there while the dragon was being taken, so keep that in mind. Still a trade. More money in the pockets of Shock.
Shock in trouble, hits the Emperor's Divide, looks to try and disengage away, flashing away from a potential charm. Shurima shuffle back to this minion wave. And Summoner's burnt, but his life left intact. There's only rocks up now for the after party of it all. Looking to try and take out Kisei. The wish from bot lane, the charm into the turret. The turtle form to survive, and a TP to bolster.
It just looks like a sick bait. Charm connects, pushes him under the turret. Soraka ults. You're like, this is the one. And then he's just able to walk away. You know, uses the flash, has a Tarmkench there just in case a chase were to ensue. And still no first blood 11 minutes in. We've seen so much action, a lot of look-ins, a lot of attempts. Nothing actually breaking out so far.
And it's just so crazy to me that there hasn't been a first blood, because from the entire split, Chiefs, they're the most aggressive team in terms of finding themselves first blood. 71% of the time in their games, they have had it, as opposed to Direwolves lagging behind in fifth at only 46%. So they're going to be very happy that things haven't gone too crazy so far, that they're able just to hit that 15-minute mark, compare items, compare XP, and say, have at it.
So that's one Drake apiece here as well. 12 minutes in, we're looking for the next one in about 3.5 minutes, which means there's no sense of urgency around getting the Drakes themselves. It's not going to be a point that must be fought. The side of Direwolves scales super well, so I don't think they'll feel any great need to force for an objective in the next 5 minutes. They'll take what's free, they might look for some picks, but without Mythics being completed, you know, Shock wants 2 items really. Go like Leandri's into the Nash's Tooth, and then you're actually really powerful. Gunkrab does actually spike a little bit harder now. It's worth pointing out with the Kraken Slayer build, the 1-item spike is pretty nasty. But you need 3 items overall for most AD carries to be hitting peak damage. He's hunting for that charm in mid.
He's looking for, once again, the ultimate. It just gets dashed away from the mid jungle. This is the priority for the series where we thought we would see it. It's coming to life this time in game number 2. And you might as well pitch a tent here because these mid laners constantly under fire.
It comes back to what we mentioned in draft there as well, right? You want to play from jungle through mid, then unlock Kisei to play towards sides so they can have a full-on pick composition. If that's not successful, it's not the end of the world because you still are able to break out of laning phase and use the Ahri accordingly anyway. We haven't seen too much success just yet. As a Gunkrab, you can tell they're not looking for kills. Looking to steal a blue buff away from Kisei or Swathe.
He's only just looking to try and slow down the tempo of the game, slow down the clear speeds, keep tabs as to where Swathe is at any given moment. And have eyes in the sky so they have the information necessary to make their next play. The turret plates have fallen on down, but a turret and a first blood have not occurred yet. Might just be a case of waiting for those mythic items before all hell breaks loose.
Culls are stacked. We've hit our 100 CS mark after the cull being purchase point for both respective members there of Direwolves. So overall, in a comfy position means that we're getting very close to those mythics quite shortly. Where on the other side of the coin, you are starting to see the first of many start to crop its head up as Claire joins him as we speak. And again, Chiefs, you know, we highlight that maybe the lack of urgency that Direwolves feel because their scaling is so good. I don't think Chiefs scale terribly by any means. They have an enchanter, right? So they're fine. But at the same time, they'd be pretty comfortable looking for those 5v5 soon.
Swave's popped the Ghost, and once again the ultimate comes on out. The Emperor's Divide actually baiting him as it goes in towards the charm. He's been blocked, he can't attack, it doesn't matter. The wish goes out, Draco picks up an assist, but it's Kisei that gets first blood.
Yeah, I mean, Shock's Emperor's Divide's not going to actually do anything but keep him in line with the Hecarim. It saved him a little bit afterwards, but at the end of the day, pushing the Azir towards Kisei does mean that the charms will connect, does mean that the follow-up's going to be there. And what was that, 3rd time's the charm here, realistically, for the side of the Chiefs? They'll be happy that they get the kill finally. And it's really important, once again, as to who the kill goes towards being Kisei, Everfrost now online. Those picks become easier. But it's still Direwolves with the gold lead. They're still sitting pretty.
They're still quite content with this one as we get to see a bit of what this trade could look like now that Claire has the advantage in lane. He's gone for the hook shot. He might regret that one. He's got the ultimatum, but he knows that the onslaught of shadows is not there. The ultimate connects. Sign headbutts him, looks to lock him in place. He's just going to look to try and go for the 1v2. He finds it. He flashes away. The tactical sweep into the brush because he's trying to life leech some flowers, perhaps.
Passive's up.
Regardless, the passive is there. He's buying his time. The hook shot to disengage. The flash already burned, and Claire is styling on them.
And what a turnaround from the last week's games, even game number 1 to right now. Red buff health regen's doing enough here for Claire to win that. Oh, hang on.
Hang on a minute. As much as exciting is the top lane, bot lane is where we're looking at right now. A flash best unslap, only dead. Well, actually, Kisei dead, only the one making him dead, as they pick up a dragon as well.
Yeah, so they get the dragon, they get the kills, they get 1v2 kill in top lane from Claire as well. Definitely clutching out this game number 2 here for the side of the Direwolves. That red buff regeneration was going to keep him in that 1v1 as Liv had no mana. Now they move bottom. Looking to threaten taking the entire turret soon as well. Teleports in.
TPs are coming in. Swathe has the ultimate, looking to lock them in place right now. Going to try and buffer that with the 1-2 between top and jungle. Exhaust is down to Swathe. Tom Kench is dead. Another member silenced, forced to flash out the subsequent roots as Gunkrab dies. A successful dive bot side as the bot lane collapses.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I don't think there's any point in Gunkrab even wasting that flash. He was just dead. Wasn't going to get excited, wasn't going to have any resets, so just waste the summoner spell. Chiefs bounce back nicely, however. They do not waste any time on what was a down-tempo play for them just seconds prior. They might lose the Drake, they might lose their lives, but they teleport bottom and they make it happen. And they get a turret.
You get a turret. And I also say, all right, well, you've invested TPs again. Second time is the charm. It feels much the case of this game of investing TPs bot side for kills or driving by mid lane to try and finally take down Shock. But speaking of, They're going to be on the money in terms of scaling up, picking up objectives, giving themselves all the tempo in the world to play around, and determine what the next play on the map might be.
Yeah, I think the main point that we had here was it probably wasn't going to be played around top lane. A lot of the attempts that did happen up there failed and ultimately resulted in negatives happening for the Chiefs. Claire now starting to, go off in his own right. A lot of the plays were expected to be around the bottom side of the map. You want to have a stable first item purchase for Drag, ideally stable second item purchase, but you're probably not stuck in bottom lane still at that point, as that can happen very late. And realistically, things have gone... Well, now that we actually have slowed down and we can take stock 18 minutes in, everything's fine. Everything's really relaxed and just everyone kind of playing to their composition strengths. It's the objectives that we'll probably be looking at.
Yeah, it seems to be, from what we're seeing, as the aftermath of all this carnage is, well, if we're not fighting, then Border's getting control of the map. Out goes the auto once again, and Swave continues to target top side, or actually mid in particular. Liv goes in with the charge, realizes that he's got nobody around him to protect him. He might just go and be sent to the afterlife as quick as can be. It's all importantly Shock that picks up the kill. Claire in the flank, 1v4, gets charmed, can't even execute, can't do much about it. Left to the wolves. Ironically enough, will fall on down. It is a 1-for-1 trade. It's both the top laners that pay the price.
It seems like this happens a lot, actually. Oh, it's not over.
That time, that was the Empress fight he was looking for. That's the one he was looking for the first time around. He finds revenge. And Shock this time, able to land his mark.
Yeah, what was just a 1-for-1 trade between top laners lived going too far under the turret and falling down. And Claire, seemingly on just a flank that was a little bit too deep, gets hit by the charm and stuck inside of Soraka Silence. Not a lot of ways out of that one for the Camille. And the Hecarim following up afterwards, well recognized from Shock. There is no flash on a Hecarim, there was no ultimate, there was no ghost. Was just going to drop. And this is a turnaround game for Shock also. This is not a 0-4 Azir. He's now 2-1. He's getting those items on time, if not ahead of the clock, as he's farming quite nicely also. And Kisei on the board. So our win conditions between games have shifted drastically, even if the comps haven't.
They have, even some of the itemization as well. I mean, I look at the fact that Gunkrab this time around has actually gone for the Immortal Shield Bow rather than the Kraken Slay. He realizes that I need to survive the burst. I've got the itemization, I've got the champion partnership with this time Kench. As long as I can live, maybe we can find those resets to do what we do best. As we're going to jump into a replay. This is how it all started off with, well, the cheeky ending, I suppose, more than anything there with the Empress Divide to pick their kills. We go into live.
We just got to watch the Hecarim die. Back to you.
He got baited there. And as Kisei is looking to showcase what he can do, Everfrost into Charm, so annoyingly frustrating to deal with. The ARAM begins, 20 seconds on the 4th Dragon, all importantly an Ocean Soul.
Yeah. But Shield Bow showing why it was strong there as well, right? Being able to keep Gunkrab alive through the burst, buy enough time for Cupcake to actually close the distance and hit that Devour. Ari does have that pick potential. The Everfrost makes it impossible to escape the charm that follows it up, but now you've got the shield instead. You've recognized that the Chiefs have changed their compositional strategy to be around those picks, and you can now survive much more effectively. It also compensates nicely for not having the cleanse, Skimmy, and having that teleport.
That's a good point. The Herald has been summoned. That's been summoned by the Direwolves, calling their opposition's bluff. Are you going to respond to this? Or are you going to let us have free control over the Dragon? It's not to be the case because Chiefs are already on it. Direwolves continue to set their sights on map pressure.
Really deep Camille positioning. Has to flash there. Felt very caught out of position. Claire coming mid. I think if he hits the hook shot, maybe he gets to hold the flash and he would have earned the great escape, but might have looked funny on a screen. He was very mispositioned. like honestly thought he was a member of the Chiefs for a second, but he gets out with his life.
But he was, ironically enough, or funnily enough actually, we date our mind back to the end of the OPL Split 2 playoffs.
Was the Chiefs?
It was actually the Chiefs that knocked out the Direwolves in a 3-1 best of 5. So he was a part of that Chiefs roster. He's looking to try and bring back vengeance against his former team, but 2 fights now, back-to-back flanking angles that haven't looked too desirable.
Well, the former organization hasn't taken a single map from them yet. I mean, not a single game in a best-of series. Definitely something the Chiefs are looking to readdress. That's clearly an issue in a best-of-5 if you haven't taken a single game from them yet. So far in this second game, they're poised to be pretty well off overall. They've stopped once again, similar to game number 1, they've stopped an early soul consideration here from Direwolves. They've brought it to 2 Drakes apiece. Next Drake being Soul Point is now a consideration with that Ocean Soul you highlight being as important as it is.
Certainly is. Claire, once again, he's been in situations like this before. He's hit the hook shot very early on. Going to try and buffer that with the Hextech ultimate and makes himself unstoppable. Gets... Oh, no. Oh, no. He's been put to sleep as he looks to try and disengage away to the cooling arms of his teammates. Even I was surprised there. It's just so painful. But Chiefs clean on the execution to prevent the escape.
Yeah, really well done from Swaith to hold that ultimate for the hook shot to happen. Just forcing the fear as he hits the wall means he's not going to be able to get over the wall to safety. Stuck just doing a Spider-Man. Hands on the wall, watching as Chiefs are able to chase him down. Very much caught out of position there again, Claire. We praised him earlier in the game, and it just seems like we shouldn't have done that at all. You know, he does hit a 1v2, but way too many members there this time. And had already used the hook shot aggressively, which is why the punish is so nice from the side of the Chiefs. Now moving towards a free turret.
The turret falls, and if Claire's not there to hit the side lanes, then it will be Shock instead, who continues to press these waves and build up his gold lead even further. And it continues to be that same narrative as much to what Game 1 was, of individual leads building up to be quite monumental. And a big component as to why the 25-minute mark it is still the Direwolves to have themselves that 2.5k gold lead. Lots of items to talk about so far, and it continues to be the case of, despite nerfs on the LDR, it is still just so insanely cost efficient, offers just so much into a team like Chiefs who are very keen, more than anyone, right, to just bring as many tanks as possible to the forefront.
Yeah, I mean, one of the other things here is because you pretty much always want to go Infinity Edge as a 3rd item, having the LDR 2nd, it still gives crit, right? So it's actually just beneficial and saves you from having to do like a Zeal item and then forced to go for a 4th item LDR. IA is just so efficient as the 3rd.
Certainly is efficient, and that's another efficient ultimate used here by Swaith, who gets knocked into the red buff, charges straight back at you, and catches out of place Cupcake.
Yeah, and again, another pick. It continues to happen. Chiefs continue to hit mid-game, find their stride, find those picks, and now it leads towards the objectives. Direwolves are here ready to contest this one if that's the choice that they would like to make. They could.
Shaka Zonias. There's a potential opportunity for him to hit the Emperor's Divide and try and steal this one away. Only in the air, it doesn't have flash though. They're trying to stall this one for as long as possible. They've stolen it again. It happens every single time, Rusty. It happens every single time. Somebody just go over the wall and stop it.
That just sucks. That just really sucks. That's the 2nd time we've seen a Jinx ultimate used on a team doing Barons. The 2nd time we've seen it successfully steal it. Lived teleports into the pit to try and deter them from doing it, or from getting the Udyr in there for a smite steal. Why even have a smite battle? Just press your Jinx ultimate. Does more damage than smite anyway, apparently. It's just ridiculous, even in melee range. And it's able to snag that one up. Gunkrab comes in clutch for the team, but 100% puts someone between the Jinx and the Baron.
We're getting flashbacks to this series up against Order. It gets stolen away time and time again. And the champion is just bonkers for this good reason. So, well, Direwolves given an opportunity when they really had no right at finding that fight. 4v5, no flash for only to try and steal it away.
Yeah, I mean, it was going to be probably only trying to just suicide to get it. It was their best bet there, realistically, besides the Jinx ultimate. Claire wasn't even nearby. He was slowly trudging his way up. End of the day, they get the Baron. They get an opportunity here now as well to split push. You can see Claire with teleport ready. Probably won't even teleport. They'll just consider, once again, sacrificing the Drake. Kisei smartens up. Let it be known, boys, that you don't get to steal 2 objectives in a row from the Chiefs. Kisei's there. The 2 turrets still, and maybe more.
I mean, this is huge, right? You know, forget about the Dragon Soul. We're not playing for that. We're looking to siege your base, open up the map. We've picked up 3 turrets so far. Now we're crippling your base to open up inhibitors as a result as well. We can just disengage away. The charm connects, only falls on down, but 2 inhibitors are exposed in top and mid. And that's the case if Chiefs can look to try and capitalize and remove any more Baron buffs.
Yeah, and once again, it's a 4-1 Ahri. Gets a nice pick onto only. There's no Merc treads there, so you're able to CC lock that Udyr for days. And he does, and it's successful. But they've already lost 2 turrets and now 4 turrets from that Baron buff push. It is a 5,000 gold lead that stretches out of nowhere from a steal of an objective. And it is still Direwolves, like we highlight, no urgency. No need to take team fights 5v5. There's no need to play the Chiefs game when you scale so incredibly well, and you've just given 2 potential lanes of win conditions to Claire and a Camille for a split push anyway. Why team fight at all, unless absolutely necessary?
Yeah, I mean, he still has that teleport, most importantly, right? So if Chiefs continue to be aggressive, hunting for picks and finding success on vision, then there is the constant concern in the back of your mind. What is the trade-off? What do we lose for this as a result? So Direwolves, I suppose it rinses it back to the point of that Baron steal and sort of what it's opened up as a result. 2 opportunities now to find win conditions.
I mean, it's basically won the game for them, right? It's one of those things that you'll be kicking yourself if you're the Chiefs to even let that one happen. Claire does need to respect, but it's a Soraka that is protecting right now. It's Swayth you have to be worried about.
He's going to get rooted. He's in so much trouble right now, buffering with the passive. Out comes Cupcake, looking to try and consume, looking to try and protect. He buffers his HP bar. It's as grey as all things considered. He's just going to fall on down, unfortunately. Swiped away. That's a huge flash forward here from Liv. The charm connects again. Kissei so clean. He's now 5-1-1. He's popping off when it matters most. He's showcasing that nerves just don't exist. Rookie or not, he can prove to be the key carry in this situation. Claire, the main focus is the one to disengage away, but the cavalry have been dismantled as 2 fall down.
I think Chiefs are just looking to stay bottom and push the wave out. They'll give Lived 1 more wave. Overall, what do they get from this, right? They have closed the gold difference from about 5,000 to 4. There's a teleport top lane to keep priority, and Claire just needs to respect for 1 second, please. As he keeps getting caught, and Cupcake dies for Claire being targeted.
He's still staying around. He's cancelled a recall here from Sway, so also we have that vision and that know-how. He must just have a beacon on his head saying, come at me.
I mean, it feels that way for sure. The entirety of the Chiefs, if in doubt, gank Claire does seem to be the game plan, from coaching staff opinions of the player to actual gameplay from Swayth and even Dragku this time. Nice little combo from the Chiefs, by the way, mechanically. Soraka's silence on top of a Scion ultimate charging you down means that you just get hit by it, and it's a lot of damage. So that was nice. My gripe with that whole situation there was that ultimately multiple members of Direwolves die for Claire being caught out of position. Instead of just sacrificing perhaps Claire, keeping the teleport there and saying we lose control of the map for a little bit, a full-on fight does ensue, and it's Cupcake going by himself into the belly of the beast to try and save him.
Yeah, jumps in, hits the Emperor's Divide to try and block off their retreat as the rest of them say we've done enough here. And the charms, you know, Kissei continues to hit this deadly combination between Everfrost and Charm, find that pick and the rest of the damage. It's all there to follow things up with a second game here for Mboma.
This is dangerous for the Chiefs, though. Look at Claire right now, positionally. Lift has teleport, but he's choosing to group so that they force priority around the objective of what is an Ocean Soul.
Ari's responding, gone back to base.
Ari no teleport, so just keep that in mind, where Liv does.
Soraka coming back too. They've actually split apart the Chiefs here. Split decision making. This is going to give Direwolves the entry into the base. Claire looking to try and charge away. Doesn't get Charm. Going to go for the 1v1. Gets Charm now. Gets rooted. Gets collapsed upon. 4 members in his face. Has Flash. Has TP. But is now down for 55 seconds.
I mean, that's just illegal gaming. I don't even know how to be kind about that one for Claire. He's overextended when the rest of the Chiefs have gone missing. The idea is that you had winning lane assignments, so you play around the fact that the Ari is there without teleport. Of course she's going to have reinforcements if the Chiefs are missing. And there's no dragon to take for the next 13 seconds.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of a head scratcher there, ultimately.
It just feels
now
so
Dial's
awkward.
at the 4v5 to even stop an Ocean Soul.
They're in the river and are thinking, well, if there was a dragon to take, the bait would have worked out. But as you say, Rusty, it's a 4v5 and for a soul point.
Just insulted, I guess.
Yeah. Like I said, once again, Kissei looking to charge on through first of all. It's Mboma that picks the kill apart. He gets a double kill, removes the key carry in Gun Crab, and it was a 4v5 before. Well, if the numbers continue to be in your advantage, there is no Jinx Salt. There's no worry about getting steals.
I mean, Direwolves felt pressured, so they mispositioned through that pressure that's being forced on them. Chiefs do not walk straight into the bushes. They play appropriately, and now they're able to get 2 picks in toward the Baron itself. This split pushing strategy that the Direwolves were looking to enact has been a critical fail so far, even though the potential is extremely high for it to succeed. Ocean Soul Scion, Ocean Soul Soraka, unkillable.
Well, that's going to be the Baron. And that is the icing on the cake, really, for Chiefs reading the map, being given opportunities to play to their own success, and then being granted the ultimate reward. And as you say, it's just too much sustain to deal with right now. I mean, just look at the healing cut. It's just the executioners from Gunkrab.
It just feels like this was Direwolf's game to lose, you know? Like, Chiefs 100% have been playing well, and I have been trying to compliment as they go, because they're like 5-0 in Boma, by the way, with a 700 gold shutdown. Has been playing incredibly well, but even in the situation where Chiefs were in the lead, it felt like Direwolf still had the overall control of the map. You know, they actually still had the gold lead. Chiefs had kill momentum, Direwolves had overall map momentum, and this has kind of completely swung to the wayside from a couple of small mistakes from members of Direwolves, where now suddenly the script isn't Chiefs are going to try and force something and it gets traded with a split push. It's actually now instead Chiefs are just winning. So there's really little situations at this point where Direwolves come back from the deficit that they're now facing, even though they're 2,000 gold ahead.
That gold lead is soon, very soon, not to exist, because it is now Chiefs knocking the door off the opposition, saying thanks for the money and thanks for the opportunity to bring things back to the brink. It was close in game one. It's definitely close in game two here as well. And at 35 minutes in, it's a case of which team can take down the inhibitor first. As it's Claire on the flank, Claire getting caught, Claire getting bullied, hits the ultimate, hits the stopwatch and says, where is my team? Flashing away to be consumed by Cupcake. But now a lot of that split pushing technique has been removed and Chiefs have opened up this map.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be at least the turret in mid lane you would expect to slowly drop down if Liv's able to hold that wave. You can see the turret in bot lane already gone. The Azir just trying to hold strong. It requires mistakes from the Chiefs for Direwolves realistically to have a chance here.
Very patient.
Really rough situation.
Very patient. And why would they not need to be patient? Because they've got the Ocean Soul. They've got the power. The Baron buff to inspire this cannon minion to run on through. Liv soaking up the world, receives the heal, pushes on through, putting damage, most importantly, on towards this mid inhibitor, and it will finally fall on down. Chiefs in such a good spot right now.
Those, yeah, I mean, one inhibitor sure to fall, as you saw. The second one not too far away. We are now, and we said this when it was a 2,000 gold deficit, we are now dead even in gold, and do not look at the gold as any kind of reflection on how this game state actually is. The carries of the Chiefs are so incredibly fair. They're on Gunkrab.
Oh, they found him again. Oh, great consume there. Nullifying him. And Boma, he tries to steal it away. Swaif, even exhausted, takes him. He's removed him. And Claire once again hits the ultimate to try and zone away 4 key targets. It's the case of which member can fall on down first. Swaif eventually is a lamb to the slaughter. A charm connects again. Kisei continues to dazzle. And the Direwolves, their base is bleeding by the second. They have to try and find some way to stop Chiefs knocking on the Nexus.
Yeah, I mean, Only's joined the Chiefs roster. He's outside the base. So he is completely zoned away. Chiefs are going to say, let's do the 3 inhibitor approach, even though they've got a wave pushing in top lane.
Oh,
Kisei flashes.
Yeah, hit the flash charm, doesn't connect. Now Claire looking for the 1v4 situation, buffering his passive, hoping he can find something, but the healing from this Soraka, it's just absurd.
I mean, that's probably just game. Shock's going to have to try and do his best. Only finally gets back inside the base, but that'll put us at 1-1, Skibby. We have a real series.
We certainly do have a series on our hand. All things tied up. We're going to game 3. It's the Chiefs and Direwolves bringing us a banger.
And I'm getting vibes, Skibby, of when Pensinet played Peace in this weird way where I feel like it's just going to go the distance. It's just going to go to 5. Direwolves have stolen a win away from where they were starting to lose. Chiefs looked so good in the mid game and brought it back. Direwolves brought it back again late game in game number 1. This time, Chiefs, they get a lot of momentum. They're looking decent. They're getting kills. Direwolves control the map. But suddenly the Chiefs pull it back this time, and they're able to find the victory through just playing solid, just good League of Legends. Now coming into this third game, so many question marks for mid-game overall. And I think Draft may actually start to shift to reflect that.
I think it might do, and I'm keen to see from a spectator's perspective what Mac actually thought about that game, because you're looking at 2 games right now where the ebb and flow, it's all over the show. It's like a heart rate just bouncing around, unsure what to think anymore.
Yeah, that was absolutely crazy. I was thinking that Direwolves, even though they were, you know, a couple of kills down, with that split pushing, they almost managed to siege the base, but just couldn't get those inhibs. And then you guys mentioned it on the cast, there was 2 back-to-back fights where Claire got caught out, not only getting 2 of his teammates killed, but then getting himself killed moments before Baron spawned, before the Dragon spawned, before the Soul. And it just sort of felt like it was the biggest swing in momentum I've seen in a damn long time. And Chiefs happily took that in their stride and managed to finish off the back of it. You know, just dragging out these team fights, taking the base step by step, just doing all the right things and not throwing too much too early in the game. And speaking of, both these games so far have gone so long, almost hitting the 40-minute mark on both of them.
Yeah, I mean, we've definitely had a lot of calm, I don't want to say measured, but like a lot of late game focus here from draft to play. Seen through items. Once again, you can see that Baron steal an absurdly high amount of health on those Barons. Although I think we've just got Only's cackle. He didn't actually do anything. Guncrab did it all. Perfect job as a jungler.
I mean, this is the moment, right, Rusty, where you're a little bit critical of the fact that, you know, Claire, once again, playing on the side lanes, looking to try and do whatever he can, gets baited, actually baits his own team into the fight. It's Cupcake that falls on down first of all. Shock that tries to disengage away. He's the second casualty, and Claire's like, oh, soz, guys.
Yeah, I was, in regards to, you know, the Jinx ult just dealing so much damage to the Baron and just providing so many steals. I think I was watching LCS, and they were discussing it as well, saying it's a little bit too much, maybe in its current state. So
100% is broken. It does so much more than Smite on a global range. Like, the only thing that should be able to steal Baron away from Smite, if the Smite's done properly, is a Cho'Gath ult. I really dislike that Jinx ult does that much damage.
You can even see, I think in game 1, they were ready for it, and Lived was purposely positioning himself so that the Super Mega Death Rocket couldn't actually get to the Dragon. I remember that from game 1. But game 2, just as exciting as well, and now we're tied up again, so it's in the best of 3 territory.
Yeah, look, I mean, for me, I look at this one and I think I want to see a few adaptations in the draft. I think Kisei's been playing really, really well. I think I'd like to see Shock play something different as opposed to the Azir. It seems like they've kind of gone away from the poke comps with the likes of Zoe, which he was so keen on for such a long time. We'd love to see him just showcase why we were giving him the title of the best mid lane in the LCO for such a long time, because he's been targeted in game 2. He's not really had much of an impact on the Azir in game 1. I don't think he got a single kill, so we harp his praises, but it feels like the power was shifted to other players on the team. But no, sure, blips on the radar where Claire goes from playing a tank to a split pusher, unable to really execute clean on those 2 fronts. I'm not sure really what direction I'd want Direwolves to go towards, but I feel like Chiefs are saying we want a team fight, we're getting team fights, game on.
Yeah, I just think a Hecarim ban. Like, for me personally, that's the only issue that I'm seeing that the Chiefs are presenting that is beating you if you're Direwolves, right? The Hecarim has been ganking consistently. It's been, even if it's unsuccessful, it still seems to be fine in the game. And I don't feel like I've seen any other champion from Swathe have this crazy of an influence while still being a team fighting tank. So I think that's a pretty good avenue to attack, because so far Swathe's been playing very well.
Well, boys, I'll give you a moment to catch your breaths. Ladies and gentlemen, go get yourself a drink of water, because you want to stay hydrated. This is getting sweaty up in here. We're going deep into the series. Game 3 coming up just after the break.
Just insulted, I guess.
Yeah. Like I said, once again, Kisei looking to charge on through first of all. It's Mboma that picks a kill apart. He gets a double. Oh, great consume there. Nullifying him. Mboma! He tries to steal him away. Swathe, even exhausted, takes him. He's removed him. And Claire once again hits the ult to try and sort away 4 key targets. The case of which member can fall on down first. Swathe eventually is a lamb to the slaughter. A charm connects again. Kisei continues to dazzle.
Tastes like I imagine, and you still wear all these reservations, but I don't care. All this carbonation bursting out. Side note,
1,000 miles per hour. Oh, we need to slow down. 9 months, 6 days, and been 3 frowns. We've been up so highway, we can't see the ground. Love is so good in this small high town. Never too much, never quite enough. Never been this close, but still so hard to love. If I take this step, will it be far enough? Or will it come crashing down, crashing all the way down? Lightning flash, the time has flown. 10 years later, now we're full grown. Still high on the mountain, the peaks are ground. Loving you still good.
Game 3 on the horizon. Let's see if one of the teams will come out 2-1 at the end of the game. I feel like that's an inevitability. Inevitability.
Yes.
Words.
It's going to happen, man.
Anemone.
You know, exactly. You know, it's one of those things where when it's not prepared, when you try to make it on the fly, you know, maybe you put a little bit too much salt on the dish and it comes out a little bit too much. And that's exactly what just happened there. Now, game 3 on the horizon. You know, Champ Select not too far away. Do you believe there's going to be anything thrown into the mix to change it up once more?
Depends on the kind of change-ups you're after. I think Chiefs have no reason to change anything as long as Direwolves don't change anything toward them, right? So Hecarim, Kai'Sa seems to be a very successful composition for them so far, even though Mboma hasn't necessarily been playing this like crazy weak side or strong side Kai'Sa, who's just been quite indifferent as a player until team fights. So if that continues, that's really good for the Chiefs, because normally it's much more extreme down that path. In saying that, I do think the Direwolves will change something. We've seen some crazy adaptations from them before, but we've also seen them double down on what didn't work, because they know they can make it work and they think it's execution. So I am very curious on the Direwolves side as to what they do.
Well, you know, we have seen Swaith play a bit of Kane. Is there any chance that Only could? Because I think we've got a video clip. I don't think it's Only. It's someone playing Kane. Who's playing Kane? Let's have a look. Who's this? Oh, it's Dawnfire again. Okay, so looks like doing. Oh yeah, nice.
I was so
Swaith
worried
cosplay.
that it was going to be you again. Yeah. I was so expecting your pen to kill it. Oh no, quit.
Yes. Oh no.
Oh, no.
It went wrong. You think you misclicked before? Well, this is the ultimate misclick.
Oh, what do you think the odds are it was a mini-map click? I think that was a mini-map click. Look at the angle of that.
Maybe. But what? Where would you be sending the W anyway? If you had your mouse down to the mini-map, it'd be the same situation.
Great question.
Right?
Great question, man.
How did that 1v1
anyway,
take place in the first place? That's my question. Was that a case of playing solo queue and you getting flamed? You're like, I 1v1 me, bro. You do that and it's like, okay, maybe just chuck that person on my ignore list and never think about that moment again?
Yeah, I didn't even look. Was it just a one-on-one mode? You know,
yeah,
just
1v1 ARAM.
Oh,
I think it was a Thresh versus Cade. Probably not a thing that a Thresh would have a great time winning, but thank you for sharing that with us all.
Now, before we get into Game 3, we have to quickly check our reaction time, check our cognitive ability, and you know, check ourselves. Esports Assessment Labs, go on over there. You can do a couple of tests. You can assess where you're at, where you're going, where you've been. And obviously, you can't do the where you've been until you've done it in the present, because if you don't do the present, then, well, you know, it's going to be a pretty bad Easter. And I think we've all had a pretty good Easter, so, you know, give yourself a present, go over there and test yourself. Now, let's just get into Game 3 before I continue digging this hole. It's time for me to just disappear and get out of here. Boys, take us away. Game 3, Chiefs and Direwolves, coming up now.
Yes, let's find out, Mac. What does this actually look like for the series? Are we going to a game number 5? Are we going to wrap things up here? A dub on either side, and that's all she wrote. We're going to find out what adaptations may take place. The question was you threw before, Rusty. Ban away the Hecarim. Remove it. Don't allow Swaif to have that engage angle. Don't give them a case of multiple dive threats. And regardless of the game state, even if Direwolves have a lead, Chiefs are still able to find success. So will we see them ban it, or will we see Direwolves say, we'll just address it with different laning picks instead?
So here's what we do know is the Direwolves have actively chosen to be on the red side for this game. One thing that is important with the red side is obviously you have counter picks in certain lanes that you would prioritize. It's been Claire last game, and it was Cupcake in game number 1. And I don't think that any of those counter picks have actually been game changing. I think Camille into Sion is a really good matchup for you eventually. You outscale, and that's fine. Forcing Liv to blind pick is not an issue. Liv plays tanks most of the time anyway.
Yep.
So this red side priority to me does seem like the 4-5 bans into the 4th pick are really standout features for them as to what they're actually looking to do to the side of the Chiefs. As so far, no changes.
Well, that 3rd ban soon to come through. We've seen Chiefs every single time go for blue side, get themselves the first big Hecarim, and this time it will be banned away. So that's good to see. That now means that the Chiefs have to try and decide, what do we go for instead? It had been the Rel, had been the Alistair banned away, so if it's not going to be the Swaif show to get the first pick priority, it'll be Dragku instead.
Yeah, I mean, Alistar is a pretty free response to this one, as the Gnar was chosen to be banned here by the Chiefs. In fact, that Gnar ban may have actually enabled the Hecarim ban, because there is at least an answer to the Rel. So we are going to see some adaptations through the draft in general here. Only is prioritization sticking with the Udyr with the Hecarim gone. Makes you wonder where Swaith will choose to go. Lilia is the obvious response, but that's not Swaith. It may be Swaith now, but Lilia is not necessarily Swaith. There you go. We're going to see how he goes.
First time Lilia. It's a champion that's been so present and has made it for such a long time. He said, you know what, screw the meta, Rusty. I play Evelynn, and I just do whatever I want. So here we go. They're going to say that you aren't allowed to have the Alistair Kaiser Dream Wombo bot 2v2, so they'll remove that as well.
Yeah, so they're going to deny... I guess it's just comfort at this stage for Mboma. I'm imagining that the whole week of prep has been trying to play Kaiser as much as possible, just to get him back off the Seraphine, off the Ezreal necessities, and really give something extra to the side of the Chiefs. This is, again... There's one thing we've learned from the Direwolves is that if you ban Tristana, that was Guncrab's priority, Jinx is going to be the answer. That hasn't changed. There's no reason to change it so far. The Jinx has been perfectly fine. The risk that the Jinx always fell into was the enemy composition constantly trying to take him down. And now the Hecarim's gone. A little bit easier to navigate, you would have to say this time, though the Rel doesn't exactly help too much. Still a lot of potential engage there.
It certainly is, as you say. Not going to be as crazy as a Hecarim in terms of its instant output, but definitely when a Flash Magnet Storm comes across, you've definitely got to panic for a second and realize, okay, what's my out from here? Do we turn things around as a result? But get ourselves into the 2nd phase of banning once more. A very similar draft from game 1 to now coming into 3. Similar focus once again in terms of banning away these top lane champions. Forget about the Ornn this time. We're going to ban away the Sion this time.
Yeah, I'm wondering if that Azir ban actually influences Direwolves with any mid lane options, because I was expecting this. So the Ornn and the Sion are going to be taken away. This does push Liv's champion pool a little bit more. Yeah. Nara's already removed. So Nocturne is pretty much a top lane champion at the moment as well. By the way, Stridebreaker top Nocturne, very annoying.
Yep.
It wasn't just a one-off for Peace or Appy, it has existed globally. Set does seem to be Renekton maybe, is the option that the Chiefs will go towards here. And could potentially open the world to the side of Claire in top lane if he would like then.
Yeah, I mean, Renekton and Camille are the two similarities that these top laners share, and after that, it starts to deviate a little bit, right? You talk about Claire, Malphite, and Cho'Gath, whereas Liv does play GP and Set, so that is their variance, where they've only got a game apiece on those champions if they were to start diving into that as an option for this one. I wondered if we would see something like this, if we would see the likes of a Shock Zoe, where they had found success on just, 100 to zeroing somebody before the fight even takes place. So this does give them some really solid pick potential now.
Yeah, absolutely. Works nicely with the potential flanks there from an Alistar in mid lane priority as well. Udyr obviously has a lot of movement speed to assist in that one. So starting to get the vibes that we're going to be playing around mid lane a little bit more here for the side of Direwolves this time. But that does obviously open the floor to Kisei to play whatever he would like. Yasuo is one of those old school picks into a Zoe. If you're a Yasuo player, Yone seems to be the preference for Kisei that we know of. And realistically, with an AP jungle picked, which is why I was super excited for this Lilia, it opens the door for Kisei to play any of his champions now. Champion pool wide open, and he gets his preference in the Yone.
And we saw this actually when myself and Drews were running a cast. He mentioned this interaction that Kisei loves actually playing Yone into the Zoe because he can actually cancel a Sleepy Trouble Bubble with the slingshot back. So going to be some crazy interactions here that might actually deceive the likes of Shock and find kills that otherwise would not be quite possible. We mentioned now with that top lane champion pool narrowed, what would it mean? Well, Renekton is the answer here for the Chiefs. And how could we forget the fact that Gragas is still up and available?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, a tank in top lane would have been perfectly fine. Realistically, with the comp that the Direwolves had, Claire could have picked anything. They have decent engage, they have decent frontline, they've got mixed damage across the board as well. Physical damage wouldn't have gone astray for top lane, just quietly. But Udyr does have a decent amount of mixed damage overall, so it's not the end of the world. And this Gragas provides a little bit of extra disengage for the composition. You know, it's not the full Direwolves Janna Gragas comp where we've seen them, but we know Claire can be successful on the Gragas, and that's the direction he's gone here.
He certainly has. So now you've got two compositions, one that's continuing for the side of Chiefs to go forward, be aggressive, find sleeps, find stuns, and destroy you from afar. Whereas the side of Direwolves, it's now almost like double down, and we've gone from game 1 to game 3, Gunkrab every single time in Jinx, but game upon game, he's getting more and more tools to protect him.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely is. A little bit different this time overall from the side of Direwolves, 100%. I'm very interested to see how this goes. This is our, like, if you consider this best of 5 effectively a best of 3 right now, right? First to 2 wins is the winner of this series. This kind of feels like a fresh draft all around.
It does,
besides the bans influencing it just a little bit. So it's like a genuine game 1 almost.
Well, we jump into this one, and these are the 2 different drafts. Worth noting, actually, that both mid laners most played has been a bit of a tie. 4 games apiece on the Zoe. And it is going to be the variation between the 2 of them now to showcase who can find the most success with it. Actually, worth noting that Shock has a 100% win rate on the champion. Played it religiously for multiple games in a row. And you just love to see the copy paster in chat when she gets to that point in the game where she can just destroy you from afar. Instantly, you've got priority, you've got map control. You've got objectives to play for. We're jumping into game number 3 of the series. It is a best of 5. It's all tied up at 1 apiece.
This is an exciting game to see how it starts. Direwolves have shown their tendencies to be very slow when it comes to how they navigate the Rift and get into those team fights. You'd imagine that a Zoe and a Jinx composition feels a very similar way, but a bit more aggression around the first item spike timings here. So that's what we're really going to be keeping our eyes on. I wouldn't be surprised to see it go back to the Kraken Slayer for the Jinx this time around. And that we see Shock with his first item, Ludens or Leandri's, whichever he chooses to go. It could be Everfrost. I'm not actually sure what it is with Zoe's. It could change all the time. You actually want to see Zoe's get active then, because they do need to get a little bit more snowbally on the Rift, or they start to drop off just a little bit. A fed Zoe stays obnoxious. A Zoe that falls behind the curve does start to really fall to the wayside. You know, Yone can build a bit of magic resistance, clear waves, and he's everywhere, where you may struggle.
Yes, certainly can be. And to answer your point from before, I think Ludens tends to be the go-to right now. Just the instant burst damage. We see them very keen to opt into a Dark Seal and snowball out of control to get the instant value from Magi's. With 25 pages written in the book, a bestseller to take you through to a game number 4. We'll see what happens here in this one as he's opted for the Corrupting Potion. Looking for some aggressive trades and plenty of sustain to deal with that of Kisei, who, if we've learned anything from his Yone performances, very keen as soon as he's got levels to hit that slingshot on cooldown, get all up in your face and almost like bully you out.
He's no Incursio in terms of aggression, but he's on that list of aggressive Yone players that are worth considering. Absolutely loves a bit of a biff, and we'll be giving it to you. So while we consider that mid lane might be aggressive, while we consider that they might have their single item spike timings, we have to look at how they actually navigate their laning phase, and a lot of that revolves around where these junglers are. It was a red start for the Lilia that was spotted by vision from the Direwolves very early. You can see that at the red buff now. And he's going to be pathing to blue, so both junglers realistically just matching each other. And what this means is you've got your level 4 clears, prioritized before a gank is considered, particularly for an Udyr who doesn't level bear stance before 4 if they're doing a full clear. And that's when they'll start to get active and on the board. So I wouldn't be surprised to see teams play pretty slowly, just try and manipulate their waves where they're weak-sided. So like right now, Claire doesn't want to push if possible. Whereas Dials on the other side of the map will be pushing relentlessly. That's the only real thing you'll see at the moment.
It's worth noting that both support players, after we've gone through the full motions, as you say, almost like a clean slate coming into this one, both support players have got their most played, have got their champions that have defined them for the split so far. And it'll be interesting to see if the question changes, and as a result, will both be very keen to roam? Will we have a 1v1 situation between these bot laners to flex upon each other? Or will it be a case of, you know, stick to the 2v2, protect, shield, get them the item spikes, and then we group up otherwise? Because we've seen a very different tune coming into this series compared to what has really been their statement or their style across the past 5 weeks.
I mean, already we can see that it's going to be a cheater recall here for Gunkrab. He's going to go towards a Cull purchase with a control ward. So Direwolves are going to be very active with their vision placement right now on the Rift bot side, which to me indicates that we might see a Krug clear from only back towards some bot side focus. But right now he needs to stay top just because of the wave state up there. Claire definitely needs to try and get that one pushed in. We'll see how he chooses to play this one out. I think the big emphasis from all of these statements I'm making on wave priority is that mid lane's the volatile lane overall. You'll probably see junglers hover, like the weak side laners, but that means that they could sneak opportunities to gank mid, and it's a dangerous place. You know, there's no cleanse, there's no ignites for the mid laners. They're both teleport users right now, and forcing a flash could be very deadly, especially if they tick over to 6.
Could be very deadly. And we'll have the unsealed spellbook so we can cycle out that TP later on. That's that initiation that we mentioned where Kisei gets the moment, gets up in your face and isn't afraid to take a little bit of a brawl early on into this game as we now pan back towards bot side where it's a case of where will these laners decide to do battle? Will they do it on their own or will they do it with jungle assistance? Because that's exactly where both junglers are parving at the 5-minute mark.
Yeah, not too surprising here overall. I think, you know, expected of only when we spoke about going, Krugs probably wants to play towards where his vision control will be, with 2 control wards sitting on both members of Dial's bot lane. It makes sense. Given that last mid lane trade, I think it's very clear to me that Kisei knows the matchup intimately and knows his timings. As you can see, the interaction with the bubble there. Even if you cop the bubble before you press E, you can use the slingshot, bring yourself back and remove it. I think that's a disgusting interaction. So
yeah.
You can understand why it's a priority matchup for him.
First Dragon, though, is going to go the way of Direwolves. They've found the pressure in all the right places. They've got bot lane pushed in place. Feeling quite confident about their chances of taking this one. Shock used the TP back to mid lane, so they lose nothing as a trade-off. First Dragon on the board for them. And it is an Ocean Dragon that's removed from the equation.
Bit of focus right now on top side. Claire not 6 and is going to be denied maybe the experience for this one.
Yeah, going to go for the body slam first of all. Worth noting that Swaith doesn't have ultimate either. A TP comes on through. Kisei looking to try and pick up the lion's share of this gold. He has ultimate, can hit the dash if need be. Liv tanks up 1 and 2, just out of lethal range. Going to survive, but first blood goes the way of Kisei. And he burns the flash afterwards to deny a huge wave.
Yeah, really clutch there from Kisei, the way that he played that one out. Good teleport from him as well. Looking towards the bottom side of the map, you could see that only was considering a response, but diving 2 members with extra summoner spells and all of their health still up, not realistic to be considered. Claire has to teleport back to top lane, and now he's just in a losing situation overall. As Chiefs have really set out the game plan, the recipe, to try and beat Direwolves. It is get Claire behind, and then use that lead with Liv, not necessarily to have Liv everywhere to snowball the map, but to understand that Claire may continue to make mistakes and give yourself opportunities with number advantages. The later the game goes, the more a 4v5 is important.
It just feels like it goes back to the point we raised with Kuden, right? About the fact of, has this been a conscious game plan to target to target Claire in the top lane to get that lead? And it's like, well, if the opportunity presents itself, of course we're going to capitalize. And, you know, it seems to be the same tune where both teams have their weak lanes set opposite. But it is always the Chiefs that are able to find success when executing upon it.
Wave in a pretty dire state as well for Mr. Claire up there, so you can see only is going to be some reinforcements to ensure that he is safe, which means that there are some now risks elsewhere on the map. You've got both supports moving their way, as they want to do between Direwolves and Chiefs, out of bottom lane as much as possible. Still a winning lane overall for the Jinx. Jinx into Kai'Sa, by the way. We haven't spoken too much about this as a 1v1. Jinx pretty much always wins that. The only way that a Kai'Sa, I think, has a fighting chance against it is if she closes the gap. But Jinx having rockets means that she'll always outrange you. And being able to hit the wave to get the minigun attack speed bonus up before you even get a Kai'Sa involved means that there's very little that a Kai'Sa can do, especially if she's trading in waves. So I think that's a lot of why we've been seeing just Mboma falling behind.
Yet to see the Zarya interaction that's been so prevalent elsewhere, right? It seems to be the handshake. When we talk about supports between Alistair and Rel, it seems to be the case of one goes Kai'Sa, the other goes Zarya. One's playing to go forward and the other's playing to respectfully disengage and hit the Featherstorm and go back. But Gunkrab has his eyes set elsewhere. No, he wants to go for the laning pressure, wants to go for the, I suppose you could say, the cheese with the rocket, but more so than anything, just the reset potential with the passive when he can get excited.
Are we going to flash for this? There's no way. There's an early disengage there by the Chiefs. You can see the sweeper now going to be used. They recognize that they were spotted with how early that disengage was, but still a little bit of priority forced there for the side of Direwolves in their 2v2. And top lane seems to have stabilized, at least for now, in a 1v1 sense. Gragas actually has a lot more standing health than a Renekton does, and we'll probably start winning some small trades here.
Certainly could do, but it's worth noting that Swaif is up top again. He's got himself a Herald. He's looking to break open the base. There's 2 turret plates remaining. If they can just crash this wave in and get it low enough before the headbutt goes off, that is perfect, that is clean, and that is a guaranteed turret falling on down at 9 minutes 30.
Yeah, and also really nicely done by Swaith, and it's not an often spoken about thing, right? But he had about half health to his name and chooses to hide his health. So just summons it over the wall, knows that the turret will drop, and doesn't show that he's low. Doesn't want to even give the risk of Claire being able to stay and defend if possible. Kisei
walking into the jungle to try and protect. Whilst that's going on, Gunkrab just gets sniped. The Killer Instinct does what it says in the tin can. It gets the job done. They snipe him out. Dragu, actually, I believe, picked up the kill with the Ignite tick of all things. But a successful TP. Now back to the Raptor camp. It's a fight between two. It's started between the jungler and the mid laner. Both take themselves down. And only he's got no flash and just going to be kited by the Lilia.
Yeah, the passive stacks ramp up there for the Lilia, so we'll be able to disengage. At the end of the day, both mid laners are going to be trading themselves, and bang.
Oh!
Beautiful
Beautiful flash.
Yeah, nicely done from Swaith to survive. Is actually going to do the Wolves now, because why not? You've already cancelled your recall, so actually going to lose a bit of tempo there. Is in no shape to defend mid. So Dragon probably going to drop from that Jinx ult, believe it or not. Gunkrab, even after dying, will do some work for the team.
Well. Carnage all across the map, making our spectators really have to work for it to try and figure out what is the most important moment to talk about, look at, and observe. But once everything calms down for a second, we get to turn our attention back towards the Dragon. The second of the game continues to be quite characteristic of these two teams. We've seen, for the most part, every single game, Chiefs, big emphasis, as has been their strategy, to get the Herald, drop it topside, get lived online, get him a kill, get him pressure, and then allow him to do what you said before, right? Just influence the rest of the map.
I think we're going to have a Kisei gap kind of game here for the Chiefs. With how far ahead he currently is, 2-1. You know, not massively ahead of Shock overall when you look at the CS differential, but he's going to get to his Mythic faster. He's going to be able to 1v1 Zoe pretty much at all times. That was a real flash. Getting true summoners out by simply existing after taking the enemy Raptor camp. Like, you can see how much of a commanding presence he has. And then you've got a Lilia that floats. It's kind of everywhere. And a single Swirl Seed connects. Suddenly they put to sleep, Yone will one-hit you. There's so many considerations now. And so many threats the Chiefs have that the Direwolves have to contend with.
Well, Lived was there as well. Like, if that Swirl Seed had connected, he was ready to flash across that wall, even slice and dice his way through. So, Shock very concerned as to how the current map state is influencing his own individual 1v1 and what it sort of means for his own power. One of the first games I think we've seen what's been Chiefs have actually found the gold lead in the first 15 and are showcasing it, what it actually looks like when they start the game on the front foot.
Look at this, by the way. Kisei's just going to get insulted by Only. They watch the war get placed and Only says, not to my mid laner. And he's going to clear that one with a sweeper and just hovering to protect, of course. Kind of matching what you've been seeing done here by Chiefs jungler. But it's that priority that you highlight, right? It's Dragku now being here. It was Lived being here a minute ago. And you also talk about recipes that have worked before. To beat Direwolves, it is camping Shock in mid lane, making the mid laner of Direwolves obsolete. That is a good way to find a win condition for yourself.
And it felt like for the first half at least of the LCO, that even when the Direwolves weren't necessarily getting the dubs on the board, they were looking at a squad where it was Shock doing 30 to 40% of his team's overall damage. Then teams started to clock on. Well, maybe if we gank him, they aren't as strong as they might be otherwise. There's going to be a dive attempt going towards bot side. Cupcake leads the line, he hits the ultimate. They're trying to take an embowment, it's only to pick up that kill. TP's come on through to try and reinforce things, but it might just be a bot lane collapse. It might just be a Kisei showdown as he gets knocked back into the brush. Denies the vision, but there's nobody around him to try and protect him. Cupcake trying to live, but a super mega death rocket gives Guncrab the double.
I mean, the turret aggro there saving Cupcake's life is Guncrab being under there to tank one of those also. Kisei just seems to have assumed he was dead. Or was just so desperately hunting for a trade. Instead of flashing to safety, uses the E and commits to trying to kill the cow. So they'll get another kill for themselves after Cupcake had granted him safe passage to his base with his life intact. And they'll be able to get themselves, maybe, I don't think they'll be able to break the full turret, but a comprehensive win overall, and something that Direwolves desperately needed to stay in this game.
That's completely even up the game, just like that. That was a 2k gold lead against them, but now we're back to dead even at the 14-minute mark. The turret plates are gone, the pressure is there, but it is all in terms of Chief still. We found the early advantage of the Herald Summon topside just to allow Lived to continue to be a menace. He's got so much vision in all the right places right now on the top half of this map that he can just leave the wave, that he can just go roaming, find flanking angles, and look to try and punish Shock as well.
So overall, the stock take from that little skirmish in bottom lane is that Direwolves have a really strong win condition through their jungle and AD carry. And we've spoken about this from the draft as well, just to reiterate, it's a lot easier to be Guncrab in this game than it has been to be Guncrab in past games. You place the traps down, harder to navigate for a Renekton. If you have flash up, it's easy to deal with Rel in a sense. So that's a lot better than saying, from half the map away, I will die to any of their champions, which is what it has been in the past. That's a positive. And he's been doing pretty well, even considering how hard it was to beat him before.
So here's a positive. There's another positive. Another tower going down. As we get ourselves that much closer to the third dragon of this game. It's going to be a mountain sword to play for this time. Plenty of mitigation. Both teams will be hungry for that, to try and have the staying power, given how keen both teams have been to try and find fights and fight pretty much anywhere and everywhere, no matter the circumstances. Cupcake's got to be careful right now. He's trying to shield Guncrab. A beautiful flash across. Sway putting him to sleep. Instantly hits the Summoner Cleanse. And the pressure pays off.
So at the end of the day, that was a flash from Swathe for the cleanse of Guncrab, as well as the ultimate being used. Direwolves could be okay with that trade, but at the same time, Guncrab's desperately trying to reset. He was being very greedy to get an extra wave to get that reset off, but now he's have to stay. The Chiefs could use that.
He's got the ultimate, hits Kisei. Kisei very low. He's got no minions to actually try and lifesteal himself back up, so he's down to 10% before this fight starts. The dragon gets stolen! Add insult to injury. Your jungler has no presence. The explosive cast is beautiful. They get put to sleep. You can sleep, I can sleep. Zoe can just do it better. Now they might look to just try and run these guys down. The killer instinct to try and disengage away. But I don't think you can run away from the Udyr unless it decides maybe the tower is just a little bit too strong.
Only actually gave safe passage to Mboma there by standing so far to the left. So pretty much a max range Kai'Sa ultimate was able to be used. Of course, the heal was there. If Udyr tried to chase any further, would have just been baiting him into his death. Turret, a scary place to see. Nevertheless, that mid lane damage that was done to Kisei is something that grants Direwolves the passage to take that fight. But it still could have been Chiefs getting the dragon and getting away. That was a second later. It was a nice little flash steal in the end from Only to keep them in control of the dragons. And this is the first time, Skimmy, that we've actually had 3 dragons in a row go the way of the Direwolves, where they've always got the first 2 and the third has swung. Or they've got the first 1, the second has swung, even when they have Drake control.
And that's a good talking point, because we've seen multiple times where they've had that early initiation, or early start, and then said, you know what, we're going to play for the map instead. Push 2 waves at once. control on the idea of, you know, well, maybe you can open up some turret structures, maybe we can control these side lanes to get ourselves that early inhibitor. They've decided we're all in on this dragon, we're playing for a 21-minute soul point. And now, Rusty, maybe they're looking to try and play for another one too.
Herald definitely on the cards here. Items completed, teleport used by Shock to get mid from top so that he is with his team and only on the flank.
They're looking for it. It's getting lower and lower. Swayth might be able to pick this one up for free. Members get put to sleep. That's going to be them disengaging away to the safety to the top Baron side of that. They're going to try and turn things around. A flash in power, slice and dice, take him down and remove him from the equation. It's a 1-for-1 so far, and Boma finds success. He's the AD carry that still is standing. But a double kill for Shock. He's been untouched. He's got all the summoners in the world. It's the Shock show, and he's playing Zoe.
Picks up a flash there as well and is looking to hunt Kisei down. They have vision direwall, so the bubble could hit here. And it does connect.
Even with the interaction to cancel at the sleep, the pedestal afterwards still connects. Swayth, meanwhile, actually, the fight continues despite us looking top river. There's still an extended skirmish at the bottom side of the river.
I mean, Swayth has got the stacked passive, so he's pretty bloody fast here. Claire could be in trouble. Okay, Swayth's in trouble.
That
you
can
was
see
a
from
reach.
Claire. You can see from his play cam, even he's like, what? He's just cracking up.
Why? He had stopwatch, actually. Swayth had the tools to maybe win that. I assume he had that before he died.
Hey, if they talk about Claire being able to grant across opportunities, then, well, he's taken one from their book there and said, how about this instead? So, not going to complain about that one whatsoever. 15 kills in 20 minutes. And I think Direwolf's quite content just to say we'll just AFK until that next dragon spawns. Play for Soul Point in a minute 30. Magi's is now being picked up here from Shock. He's already had 10 stacks on that Dark Seal. He's already putting in a massive amount of work. And this is the scary threat when you allow these two mid laners to play their comfort and do damage with it.
I mean, the major takeaway here is, like, first it was a great consolation prize that Kisei was able to survive after getting the Herald buff. So they do have that to be used. That's nice. The real consolation, sorry, that is the consolation. The real win is the fact that Shock has hit that one item spike and has started to actually influence the map, exactly what we said we wanted to see from that Zoe. So starting, even if the map is playing around him, starting to go absolutely insane is one of the best Zoes that we have in our league. Now that he is 4-1, we would say that's a very ahead Zoe, which is what you need to continue to be just devastatingly scary.
And we continue to chunk out key members here, get those health advantages, and allow them to open up the map to guarantee objectives once again. The Herald is going to be summoned. It's going to be utilized topside as Kisei is split pushing. The rest of the Chiefs, though, have grouped up in mid. There is a TP if Kisei needs to join in. Claire looking to try and start this fight up first and foremost. Magnet Storm locks them in place. 3 members put to sleep, looking to try and take them down as a result afterwards, but it's going to be Shock that's trying to execute first. Gunkrab gets excited. Gunkrab looking to try and run them down, but both AD carries trying to do whatever they can to try and win this fight in their favor. And has lived with the dominance active. He just can't find anybody to attack. He's max rage, but what can he do with it? He's forced to run back to his turret. I'm looking at the situation now where Cupcake jumps in, ult expires, and he falls on down 2.
Yeah, that is a 1-for-2 trade in the end, but looking at the health bars from the Chiefs, there is still a lot of blinking health, and Shock is alive. They haven't cleared the control ward just to the right of him, however. It'll be very important for him to clear that if you want to start hitting some bubbles. So perhaps their undoing is the amount of vision that the Chiefs did have after that skirmish was successful. They're able to actually keep Direwolves away. That's really important, right? We can acknowledge that that was Soul Point. That could have been a Mountain Soul. It is only the Mountain Soul in comparison to a lot of the other more influential ones we've had today, but still they're able to buy time.
Huge in the context of this game, given that Direwolves have a slightly beefier composition compared to their counterpart, would have allowed them to really continue to find those aggressive angles where they are surrounding themselves with multiple members and buying up all their time and resources, being a sponge to allow their damage amplifiers to do what they can best. Out goes another rocket. I mean, this seems to be Gunkrab to a T right now. Not only is it used to try and steal away objectives, it's used to try and guarantee that recall timers are just completely scuffed.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely is something that has been buying tempo. Think about the fact that that recall was delayed by a bit of time, and now look at the fact that they're pushing mid lane. So things like that. Now, I'm not going to say that was the best Jinx ult usage, but buying that time and that tempo can create opportunities, and it has been working quite successfully for Gunkrab so far. You know, that vision of the entire map has been definitely a positive, but now the Baron is on the cards, right? We have 3 minutes until the next drag, and Baron going to be played around. No Jinx ult for the moment does mean that Chiefs may feel a little bit more confident in their pushing forwards.
Slight difference between both AD carries, and Boma going for the Phantom Dancer, looking to take on those 1v1s, whereas Gunkrab this time around has opted to go for the Runans, expecting that the opposition are going to stay clumped up, get max value, and exasperate the reset potential, so the likes of someone, say Shock, can just take them out afterwards.
Yeah, it's a tough game to be an AD carry in this one, isn't it? Like Gunkrab in particular is going to just have a Renekton running at his face, has to save the cleanse maybe for a Lilia's Sleep if there's a flash available for that. There's just so many threats for a Jinx to deal with, and I feel like we're saying that every game, but I mean, that's just true. If you play well, then you can navigate those threats. If your team helps you get a kill and you get excited, Renekton's never going to catch you. So there is still a lot of positives there that the Jinx can work with. It's just, you know, at the start of the front, at the front-to-back situation, lots of threats to consider, needs to have summoner spells available. Thankfully for the Direwolves does have that, whereas I think Amboma on the other side of the coin here can see an Udyr slowly running at you, can see a Gragas throwing the cast that you could probably react to. The flash body slam is the only threat there. Easier time.
Flash pole worth noting as well. Out goes the Rocket, looking to basically just scan out information now. It'll be interesting to know what will Chiefs do with this information. Will they decide, all right, that's enough for us to guarantee that we just start this Baron?
Okay, he's just kicked it off by himself. Has a lot of lifesteal with the Bloodthirst, the second item. So not only 100% crit, but an absurd amount of lifesteal. Kraken Slayer means they blast through this quickly. 2 Kraken Slayers as well would accelerate it further if they had Amboma in the mix. They're going to get this in time.
Percentile Shred also of Sway. It's just gone. I don't think there's anything they can do to try and prevent this one. Shock tries to steal it from afar. That's the Baron going across right now. And that's going to be up and available for this next Soul Point contest.
If that was Kisei's call, that was exceptional from the rookie mid laner here of the Chiefs. He kicks that off so early, looking to try and take down the mid lane outer turret is the Direwolves, but Dragku's fast, having the chem tank there. And so that's just a Baron. That is just a clean Baron take here, and a big move by Chiefs.
Huge move. As soon as they spot that ultimate has been stolen or been used against them, they're like, well, that's our time to shine. Even if it is the 50-50 flip where everybody's available, it was never going to be that case because it just fell down far too quickly. Direwolves now find themselves once again down 2k gold. And depending on how this next fight breaks out, could open up another avenue to taking the base as a result.
I always find it interesting to watch player cameras, just as a brief aside,
Yeah.
for where they're positioned. Like, Dragku's given us full-on what I would call E-Gym cam, if you're familiar with that, which means forehead camera only. Full-on leans into play League of Legends. Swathe tends to give us net camera. The angle of his camera is from the bottom up. Chiefs definitely have the most interesting cameras, I'll say that much.
I think we've seen that from their interviews more than anything, right? Between the flexing of the muscles to the Chad Alpha positioning to emphasize those muscles. We'll get to see what happens if they can flex the muscles once again, because that's a very deep TP from Liv. He doesn't have a flash, but he's got a Dominus active right now. Everybody's knocked up in place, but who's going to take down this team fight as a result? Everybody clumped up means that it's a very easy lullaby for Swift to land as a result, and it's going to be Chiefs and Boma that finds that first kill. That's going to be 1-for-1 as they take out the support too. Both junglers still alive, but both had to burn their flash to find those kills.
So many summoner spells used overall. Gunkrab actually gets hit by that Swell Seed, but will be okay. No life still really there, though, for the AD carry of Direwolves. And once again, no chance to contest the objective. Great teleport flank from Liv. That's the real hero in that situation, because it means that Gunkrab just doesn't really get to auto-attack. He has to run away the second that Renekton gets onto him. Survives, but at the end of the day, Chiefs get the Drake. They're pressuring mid lane outer turret. Ooh.
They're looking for more, but only may have been enough more than he can chew right now. Oh no, this is going to fall on down to the minion shots from afar. Kisei picks up the kill, picks up a turret, and just picks up so much with the Baron buff.
Yeah, that was just the E there from the Yone, I believe, as well, that was able to make sure that the execute was there. So well done from him with the Soul Unbound. Still pushing forward, so the bottom inner turret also dropping. Chiefs with this Baron. Team fight went even, 2 turrets, full Dragon going their way. It's a pretty big Baron play overall.
Yeah.
Putting themselves well and truly in the driver's seat. And remember, winning this game puts you on match point.
Certainly does, and that is a big talking point to discuss, because we thought this could have been a game where, you know, game one decides it, where momentum may have just been the overarching theme. What does it mean when match point is thrown into the equation? If that's in the back of your mind, does that change anything whatsoever? Regardless, that is the question we're going to be finding out from the play that we see on our screen, but that Baron buff does give them, well, it does double their gold lead as a result. And I want to mention also here, Rusty, it's worth noting that Shock has still managed to hang on to all these Magi stacks. He's not really overextended himself. Still got 14 stacks there, so looking to say, well, I'm not going to make anything crazy if we are taking these kind of, you know, 2v2 trades.
And
as long as I got 25
that's
stacks,
really important,
maybe.
Skimmy? The reason that that's so important is because lots of Zoes, and you kind of have to go defensive items as their second item and maybe the third. So if you have a Magi's and you're actually able to keep those stacks up, go full Lux spec in your playstyle, then not only do you have defensive items which help you survive, you have the extra bonus damage. So the ability to build a Magi's and do it successfully is a crucial part of a lot of Zoe's builds if they want to be ridiculously strong at the 2 to 3 item spike point. If you fall behind and you have to sell that Magi's or sell that Dark Seal and you have a Zonia's, that's when you often find that Zoe's just chip away at your health. They don't actually have one-hit potential.
Well, we'll see if that one-hit potential is still there, because Chiefs feeling very confident, continuing their aggression that really came about from the fact of winning the fight for the Dragon, claiming the Baron, and claiming an overall skirmish success. The next Dragon spawning in a couple of minutes. It's going to be the Baron. That's going to be up very shortly, which both of these teams will have their eyes set on. So for the most part, keep these lane states in as good a position as possible, get all the items in the world, and we might start to see some elixirs come out too.
We're well past the point of top laners killing each other. Super tanky. The only damage threat really between the top side of the map, top's jungles, is Swaith, who has gone for the Leandri Zonia's build, so his team fight ready. And I do think a lot of this game now, you know, while it is 4K, 5K, the gold may differ between those values. It's going to be stable at that point for the moment. And a team fight is most likely going to determine the winner, which you wouldn't have it any other way between Chiefs and Direwolves so far. Team fights do seem to be the determining factor. Looking at summoner spells is the game plan here, though. You have to have flash on your carry if you're Direwolves to win this fight, to have a chance. Shock, I would imagine, doesn't have flash ready. Needs to cycle that exhaust through, however, if he does, to have a chance in a team fight. And Gunkrab, about a minute off it, and Baron's up in 10. So, window of opportunity there for Chiefs.
Big question then is, what do they value more? Do they go for the Baron steal? Do they go for the Baron fight? Or do they just hold on out and wait to try and claim themselves that soul point instead? Because in terms of timings that you highlight, that could be a big talking point to go for right now, as Clear seems to be caught out of position, but he's tanky. There's the flash pole, and then they just explode them apart! And just like that, it means it's a double kill for Gunkrab. He gets excited and he's popping off.
Just absolutely tears Chiefs asunder. Cupcake comes up huge. Gragas ultimate, making sure the pick is secured, and the follow-up is there for the second. Outstanding team fight from Direwolves all around. And now they set their sights to the Baron. Chiefs, they were considering no more as they walk mid lane. And Direwolves back in this game, back in the driver's seat with the Baron.
What a beautiful play there, Rusty. The fact that it looked like Claire was not necessarily baiting, but caught, and then the flash pole out of nowhere, the explosive caster split apart the fight, and then Draku, his Magnet Storm, achieves absolutely nothing. There's the Baron, beautiful timing between top and mid to get themselves into the Dragon, and this time they might not have to sack.
Yeah, looking at what's ready to actually deal with. Oh, Liv. Yeah, they're done for. I mean, you've got Swaith on a flank right now. If Swellseek connects, it's possible that he can still have the Lilting Lullaby. It's just come back off cooldown, I believe. Chiefs are clearly looking to contest this one. 4 mountains into a soul is huge for them being tanky.
He's exhausted, cycling through it right now.
He's
There's
dead.
the ultimate, there's the execute. That's what you're after. 4v5, that's what we're looking at right now. Another explosive cast to split apart this fight. Draku jumping to the backline, trying to join them all together, but this is not enough damage to bring it through in the end. Kisei, he tries to add his own input into the fight, but just does not mean enough. The damage numbers between these carries is out of this world. 24 stacks there, Rusty. Take the soul point.
And the team fighting has just suddenly out of nowhere improved from Direwolves. They look so much more clean. They're able to back-to-back win those team fights very cleanly. For one, it's the engage from Cupcake that starts it off. And the second time is that Claire actually comes into the fights pretty much even overall compared to Liv. And this Gragas pick may not necessarily be the solution, but it hasn't been kept down. And that has been more than enough for Direwolves to actually be able to come back in this game and look like the Direwolves that we've seen through the regular season, just a little bit more now.
So it does. It almost feels like we've had ourselves more of a traditional support, you know, technical pause, a timeout, a quick 30-second huddle around with the coach and say, what on earth are we doing? Because they've just come into those last team fights and just exploded, just completely shown up in a different way. And now they've got those buffs that they've been hunting for all game long. Just a little bit delayed, but they're not going to mind at the end of the day, as if this gives them the win. This is all they'll be playing for. Worth noting that Chiefs had a strong push only moments prior. It was now Direwolves looking to try and do the exact same as Draken. He's at the fight already.
Has to disengage. Hex Flash going to come in from Cupcake there as well. Chiefs probably going to have to be routed, completely disengaged. Jinx ultimate for good measure to try and really keep them at bay. Swayth gets chunked out. Overall, Chiefs, you know, they have a really strong mid laner. They have a very strong AD carry, and Boma's 4-2 with a shutdown still on his head. But it's really difficult for them to actually find entry into these team fights, particularly when Direwolves are engaging.
Certainly are. Looking to try and take that mid turret as a result. Gunkrab is so happy with the rocket launcher firing. He's already taken down Liv to half. Sterix is being popped. Out comes the TP. The fight ensuing. Swave looking for a flash angle. He has it, but he has no Zonias. Can't do anything in this fight. Lullaby has already been used. I don't know what I'm saying, Rusty, because it's all just happening right now. You just can't even contest what you're seeing in this fight. It feels like a bit of a lol because look at the fight in ways it works against him. Nobody dies.
Not even the Priest in Age of Empires could do enough to stop the Direwolves here, as they're going to break the inhibitor for certain. Nobody dying, though, does mean it'll just most likely be a disengage after the team fight.
I'm broken, Rusty.
You broke me.
It's happened. Game 3, we're in, and even I'm just thinking, just hit the switch, make it happen, put them to sleep and win the team fight as a result. As you say, no one falls on down. And we might just be playing for another all-important Baron or Elder.
We've got a lot of time till then as well, though, and it's only the mid lane inhibitor that does drop. So these resets will definitely be about getting your minions under control first, trimming the waves down, starting to establish vision control primarily around the Baron, as you've got a minute extra of that being alive before the Elder Dragon is worth considering. For the Chiefs, it is about trying to keep mid priority as forward positioned as possible, as close to the middle of the map as you can, so that you still give yourself a fighting chance for the vision battles. Because you have to remember, 2 minutes of fighting for vision battles with a super minion pushing down mid can make it really hard to keep mid priority.
Yeah, it really can. We saw it already in game number 2, where Chiefs called their bluff, right, when they were dancing for the Elder. So are you going to respond to that? Are you going to take the team fight here? So with time in our favor, could be looking at a very similar situation once again. And it's just curious to me, because we talk about gold leads starting to become a little bit insignificant as we start to reach this point in the game where items are, for the most part, pretty even. Just seems to be a case, like most of the time, you know, who has summoners, who has the engage angle to be protected and outplay.
Yeah, engage angle is the words that I would use, right? You've actually, so looking and contrasting both of the engage tools for each respective team. You've got Draku 1 and 6 on his rel, has missed his opportunities when he has tried to engage. There's been a couple that have been really good. The one to the bottom of mid in the river is the one that stands out to me. But at the same time, it just feels like they're able to walk away from Draku. The follow-up isn't scary. The teleport flank from Liv has been nice, but he's been aiming for his target of Gunkrab, where Draku's looking at the rest of the team. And when you see the Direwolves engage, you have been seeing a higher degree of success in the person that they pick. Maybe not a full 5v5 engage wombo or anything, but the person they find dies is the stark difference that we've been seeing here. They're pushing for mid inhibitor, actually. The Chiefs have committed
They're just trying to trade. Hey, aren't
Gauntlet thrown.
Explosive cast used. Yeah, Direwolves now pushing. They've got a bit of a split defense. Their inhibitor is going to fall on down, but doesn't mean that Direwolves can pick up a second for free. Question now is, can Direwolves stop their recalls? There's the second inhibitor down. Are they just looking to try and end the game right now? The rest of the members of Direwolves looking to try and disengage. Out goes the Super Mega Death Rocket from the base of their own, looking to try and cancel out as many recalls as possible. The TP's onto their own Nexus turrets. The second one's fallen on down. We're looking at a bit of an XPK moment. It's the Nexus exposed. Oh, he just falls on down. It's a shutdown here for Kisei as Gunkrab is exposed, but their Nexus is exposed more than anything.
The stopwatch difference just proves to be way too powerful for them there. The ability to survive, prevent the resets as they're also engaging Draku.
Oh no, Shock in trouble. Shock has 25 stacks. He's got the stopwatch, needs protection. He's shut down. And Boma gets the kill. The explosive cost just too little, too late.
Oh no.
Claire's been surrounded 1v3. What can he do? Only forget his own team. Only wants to run it straight down and end the game on his own.
You've got 20 seconds on the next respawn from the side of Direwolves. They have a wave with a super crashing right now. They do have to kill a super minion themselves. So this could take a little bit of time still. Cupcake will respawn in time. And so I believe Only has said it is not worth taking the gauntlet. We're not guaranteed to lose here. And they're going to delay the game. Fantastic in the end for Only as his decision-making in a clutch environment. But there's an Elder alive in 8 seconds. There is a Baron currently alive. And the Chiefs just got so many shutdowns, and Boma is having the game of all games on this Kai'Sa. Working with Draku, they're back in it and ahead.
Certainly are. That's a very early Jinx rocket. That Elder is gone. That's been picked up by Chiefs. They have got to play so carefully, so calculated now because their base is exposed. It can be backdoored. There are TPs that can be used by these members, but I don't believe there's a warder in the base that they can use to get clean access towards it. Chiefs just might say, we'll give ourselves as much team fight potential as possible. Elder into Baron, team fight win.
Teleport wards are there, but against the Elder Dragon, it's really difficult to do. No Jinx ultimate, so no crazy attempts at a steal this time around. It's just going to be secured. Direwolves are just looking to trim some waves once again. They just now need to buy time. If Direwolves want to win this game, they've got 2 minutes to just deal with it. Chiefs have 2 minutes to actually just win. They can actually afford to play 2 lanes at once with how much time they have. And with an exposed Nexus, they do have to show some respect. So I am wondering exactly what will happen from this Elder and Baron. It may just be a case of they don't feel safe enough, Chiefs, to play more than 1 lane. Just respecting what could be there in a backdoor until Dire will show themselves.
But that's what I'm curious about more than anything right now, is you've got all this power, but you're then almost too terrified to use it, knowing what could happen as a result. Sure, that top inhibitor probably still available for another couple of minutes before it can come back and prevent that potential backdoor.
Can't believe this is how we got here, Skibby.
Both teams might just go for a bit of a stalemate as they wait things out.
They just straight up gave 1,000 gold at the open Nexus. Like, we almost base raced a decisive win. And now Chiefs are knocking on the door.
You just couldn't write this stuff right now. Game 3, both teams looking to do whatever they can to try and end this game. Chiefs still have all the power in the world. They've opened up another lane of pressure. They've taken down another inhibitor to use. 2 in their favor. Their own soon to respawn. They are knocking on the Nexus front door.
Rel has flash. Draku has the tools to find and engage right now. Minions hitting the first turret. It is on.
It certainly is on. Explosive cast is already being used. Only hits the stun to Swaith. It just doesn't mean anything. 1 Nexus turret remains. The rest of the Chiefs are still here. The Baron buff is still there for another whole minute. It's do or die. Lift is asleep. He's gone gold, and the second turret is out. It's a beautiful Magnet Storm. The Magnet Storm is clutch, but the pulverize isn't enough. That's going to be the Chiefs taking the game, and that's them on now match point.
In a losing game, 2 back-to-back team fights in 2 minutes that go the way of Direwolves. The Chiefs, they see the attempt to split push. You know, we had 2 minutes till any objective was up. We had 2 minutes till any team needed to fight. And the Chiefs say, we see you pushing top lane. Why would we leave mid? It's faster. And they end up getting the inhibitor for it. And the chaos that follows that inhibitor take, you just, macro goes out the window. Decision making just gets intense. Everyone's yelling at each other. What are we doing? They gave over 17 shutdowns. Chiefs win. What?
Far
What
out,
on
man.
earth?
You just couldn't write it. It really is a situation that is so on limbo, so crazy. And Mac, I mean, even I beasted on that game because I'm so confused as to what's going on. What did you make of that one?
I think we could all tell that you were confused. I actually wrote it down. I didn't write enough lulls initially, but the lullaby was certainly one of the best calls I've ever heard.
Probably
you
my
guys
best
make.
stutter of my life. I'm just so into it. What is going on? Then I was like, I'm just going to have to play it off, surely. So, yeah, hey. It happens. I broke Krusty in the process.
Yeah, no,
I'm
you did.
sweating profusely, mate. That was a crazy game.
Look, the follow-up to that was, sounds like Skimmy's brain also needs a rest there as well, similar to the lullaby. But look, that was crazy. From the 37-minute mark, it looked like it was about to be a base race, and then all of a sudden it was split decision-making. Teleport diff going back to defend the blue side's base there for Chiefs as well. And then off the back of that, only almost deciding to run it down and try to go for another base race, decided to defend in the end, and then after that, it was yet another base race when Chiefs were like, you know what, let's just do it, going straight in, taking a couple of inhibs, and then winning that fight at the end. And I also thought at that point, it still could have gone any way. It was just such a hard engage. I think it was Cupcake jumping into the middle of things right at the end, almost turning the fight, but inevitably, Chiefs got it over the line. And what a damn entertaining match that was. Another 41-minute thriller.
I mean, for what it's worth, I think the gold was almost dead even at the point of the Chiefs hitting the Nexus. That's how close that game was. That's how close this series has felt overall as well. You know, Chiefs, they do put themselves at map point. Yeah, 4,000 gold difference, and it's over 70,000, basically nothing, right?
Yeah.
The difference here was the Elder and the Baron, and they've shown, realistically, that they're so good at team fighting when they're actually able to engage on their terms, and that's what a lot of this series has become, Mac. It's whoever engages is winning it.
Yeah, it was exactly as you said as well. You know, Dragku, just before all of these crazy matters happened, you were saying he didn't get any favorable engages up until, you know, from that point. All of a sudden, everything turned on its head, and Chiefs just go, you know what, let's just go as 5, start to fight this one together, and pretty much just demand to be in lead of the tempo. Because at that point, they're like, look, we're just going to make the decisions, and Direwolves, let's see how you react. And unfortunately for Direwolves, they just didn't react as well as we would have expected them to this time.
I'm just confused. I really am, Mac. I mean, I look at these games, and it looks to me that there's been multiple times now where Direwolves have had the victory in the palm of their hands, and then a fight goes awry or a situation goes pear-shaped, and it's like, oh, hang on a minute, we've actually just lost the game. Now we've got to deal with a team that has Baron and Elder. How do you ever beat a team 40 minutes in, mind you, when people are already, you know, 2 to 3 shotting you? How do you deal with that power on top of that already? So, I mean, I've seen situations now where it's like we can talk about draft adaptation, we can talk about, you know, weak side, strong side, priority for Herald, Dragon, whatever it might be, but it just comes down to the execution, I think, more than anything. And at the moment, Chiefs like, we are a team fighting team, and they're just winning more team fights.
Look, I just need you all to quickly shuffle over a bit, make sure there's a little bit of space. We're going to bring Stats Nat back in, because Nat has a couple of stats for us here. Nat, how you doing down on the sidelines?
I'm doing well. I mean, the games are absolutely back and forth. I still can't even get my head around the game that we just watched. It felt like the game of Mammoth and Gravitas again, and it just kind of makes me worried that whatever team is going to win this best of 5, like, they have to come up against Peace next. And you're just kind of like not really putting on a show that makes it look like you're going to be able to compete with Peace. But I'll jump into the stats looking at this game. It's probably the closest matchup we've ever had. You know, you thought Pentanet and Peace was a close matchup, but we've got 45 to 50 kills favoring Chiefs. Chiefs having 50 kills. Towers are 24 to 27, and Dragons are 10 to 7, and them going 1 Elder each.
Okay,
so
that's
it's
getting pretty
really
close.
They're pretty much bang on.
Yeah. They're just 1-for-1ing each other in almost everything.
Yeah, it's been a few times where it looks like the Soul could have gone either way, and look, even though the Soul did go Direwolf's way that time, it didn't really change how things ended. Quickly, I know production probably doesn't have it there as well, but Pabu's put a spicy tweet out. I don't know if you guys have been, you probably haven't had the time to look at Twitter.
What's he done?
Biggest takeaway from this best of 5 so far is that we're versing Peace in the finals. So, he's keeping it spicy on social media. And I guess we'll see once we get there. But look, before we get there, we've got to go to a break. Before Game 4, will Direwolves bring this one back? Or can Chiefs close it out 3-1? I guess we'll see very shortly. Don't go too far. Game 4 coming up after the break.
down to 10% before this fight starts. The dragon gets stolen. Add insult to injury. Your jungle has no presence. The explosive cast is beautiful. They get put to sleep. Certainly are looking to try and take down that mid turret as a result. Gunkrab is so happy with the rocket launcher firing. He's already taken down Liv to half. Sterix is being popped. Out comes the TP. The fight ensuing. Swave looking for a flash angle. He has it, but he has no Zonias. Can't do anything in this fight. Lullaby's already been used. I don't know what I'm saying, Rusty, because it's all just happening right now. You just can't even contest what you're seeing in this fight. Let's just in love. Let's just in love. Baby, we could catch a flight, go around the world, leave our troubles at the gate. We should have a life with some twists and turns, 'cause it keeps you wide awake. In the middle of the night, we can move. Just a little light, so we can see what we're doing. We got to live life. No, we cannot. You can't think twice. You gotta be certain, certain. Let's sit down and run away, run away. Don't tell anybody about where we go, and no one will know if we don't tell them. Let's be selfish. Let's just in love. Let's just in love. Let's just in love. You and I can hide away and whisper words, too much to say. Love is all we need to be so free, so free. Let's in love and run away, run away. Don't tell anybody about where we go, and no one will know if we don't tell them. Let's be selfish. Let's just in love. Let's just in love. Let's just in love.
Thousand miles per hour. Whoa, we need to slow down. 9 months, 6 days, and been 3 frowns. We've been up so highway, we can't see the ground. Love is so good in this small high town. Never too much, never quite enough. Never been this close, but it's still so hard to love. If I take this step, will it be far enough? Or will it come crashing down, crashing down, crashing all the way down? Lightning flash, the time has flown. 10 years later, now we're full grown, still high on the mountain, the peaks are ground. Loving you still good in this mile high town. Never too much, never quite enough. Never been this close, but it's still so hard to love. If I take this step, will it be far enough? Will it come crashing down, crashing down, crashing all the way down, crashing all the way down, crashing all the way down.
Never too much, never quite enough. Never been this close, but it's still so hard to love. If I take this step, will it be far enough? Will it come crashing down, crashing down, crashing all the way down?
Damn, I've had enough of this. I was arguing with Rusty about how great Pho was. He said ramen was great, and I said, no, noodles in Pho are way better than in ramen. And it just really tilted me. And you know what? That's what tilts me. What tilts you guys?
Pho being better than ramen as an opinion. Next question.
Well, what about you, Skimmy? Anything tilts you?
What tilts me? I hate people that eat with their mouth open. I
Like
hate
me.
that.
I
Just
hate
close
me
your
too.
mouth. Just be respectful. Otherwise, I'll be like, oh, not keen on that one there, champ. So that's me. It doesn't matter what you're eating. We're gonna take it from just particular items.
Yep.
And branch it all the way open. Bang.
Tell you what else tilts me? This bloody chair, because it just does that. Anyway, here's what tilts the pros. Let's have a look at this video.
thing that tilts me most in game is when I've got like 4 waves stacked against the enemy tower, and then the enemy is sitting under their tower with 200 HP, and I ping my jungler to come, and he doesn't come. And then they collect the entire wave, and then I'm sad, and then I cry.
I would just say junglers in general.
Probably toxic people. And Fizz.
On Pentanet, most of the time, it's good old Marky Boy. Whenever we'll be setting up to deploy, and then Mark will fly in, and I'll go like, help Mark, and he's like, nah boys, I'm injured. And it's just like, alright, we're chilling for a minute and a half and we're going again. we're just, it's one of those moments. There's definitely a tilter for sure.
People that int then start typing now when they just give up, it really gets to me. Normally when I play solo queue, I always try to focus on myself, but when someone just is completely inting, then they just want to give up and they start typing and they start bringing the team down. That really gets to me.
I guess when people like die to wooded ganks is like probably a big one for me. Like when there's like a really obvious play that the enemy is setting up and they just like refuse to respect it.
Echo and Shaco.
I get tilted by so many things. It's such a hard question to answer. When I'm destroying my lane opponent in solo queue, and the enemy jungler just comes and saves him. Like, he'll just be in an absolute dire lane state, and the enemy jungler will just come in like superhero and just save his lane. Like, either ganking me or pushing it out.
It's got to be when my laners don't come to crab. Especially when they have priority. I understand when a man's got to give up a crab. But when his laners have the priority and have the capability to give him the crab, and they don't want to deliver me the crab, oh, what's their problem? Honestly, what's their problem? That really, really tilts me. But
having a bad support is probably the most tilting thing.
What tilts me in game is when I don't get help on the Scuttle Crab. If people aren't rotating and helping me fight this Scuttle Crab, I will flash for the crab if I have to. I'm gonna battle the crab to the death, and if my laners aren't there to fight this out with me, I'm tilted.
AFKs or people that give up.
What tilts me in game probably, to be honest, like everything in game really tilts me when I'm queuing up for a game of solo queue.
Oh, there you go. Jungle man and only hunting for crabs all the time. Now, let's move forward. There was some pretty interesting stuff in there, actually. You know, there's you guys said junglers tilt you. What do you reckon? Is that a thing?
Amen. Amen. Junglers tilt me daily, Mac. Now, I'm not always saying it's their fault, but they're just so easy to blame.
It really is, you know, a bit of a punching bag sort of situation. And look, there's another bag that you guys at home can maybe pick up if you do enter this giveaway. It is going to be the swag bag. You know, got a bunch of LCO stuff in there, a bunch of LOL stuff. You know, you got your Zed statue, Rengar plushie. The list goes on. And I had it up here. Where did I put it? Oh, no, I've gone and lost it. I had the exact amount of entries you can get in total. I know if you use the secret code, which is on your screen right now, which is OS to Iceland, you get an extra 500 entries. I said you might get an extra one earlier. I said you might get an extra 3, but you get an extra bloody 500. That's a lot of entries. In total, you can get 568 entries. Sorry, I had to do quick maths in my head. I saw a lot of numbers over on this screen, and it worked out in there. But look, 568 entries in total. That's a lot of entries, and you know what that means. If there's only 68 entries on top of the secret code, if you're using the secret code, which was on your screen, which is LCO to Iceland, you got like, what, 8 times the amount of entries as anyone else that doesn't use it. So I think that's pretty damn good.
Yeah, that's a lot of entries, Mac. I think you'd be silly not to use the code. And Mac said the code 2 different ways, so if you didn't see it, too bad.
Did I? It's OS to Iceland.
Yeah, you said LCO to Iceland. It's OS to Iceland.
Well, LCO is going to Iceland no matter what. And, well, I guess OS is also going to
Everybody's
Iceland no matter what.
running back to this VOD, like, what does it mean? Like, is there like a secret, like, a hidden one that gives you like 1,000 entries that he's like hiding from us? Who knows?
Yeah, well, look, it was on your screens, and if you missed it, well, bad luck. You can probably go into the past broadcast, click on the thing, and, you know, scroll back, and you get the code. With very, very simple, honestly. But look, Champ Select is ready. Game 4 coming up. Let's see if it's going to be another crazy damn game, or if it's just going to be a stomp coming up now.
Match number 4, Mac. It's a situation where it's the Chiefs find themselves on match point to advance to take on Peace and keep their playoffs journey alive for one of those teams to take on Pentanet. But as for the Direwolves, lots of talking points here, Rusty. Lots of clear-cut situations as to which is their weak side, which is their strength, what their adaptations are, how they're playing around that. But overall, a lot of these games are consistently reaching 35 minutes and beyond, and it just becomes a clown fiesta of, you know, who can ultimately win that last team fight.
I mean, yeah, last game came down to a really chaotic and unnecessary set of decisions that were made that resulted in the Chiefs winning almost instantaneously. Throw that to the side to formulate an opinion on that game itself, and it was still Direwolves that took charge for the most part, and then in the mid-game, as Chiefs are wont to do, and they've proven already through this series, they're very good at it right now, they've brought it back. And then Direwolves brought it back again. We've seen this roller coaster in every single game. We've just never seen it come to a head with madness and a base race. So that was the first real unique time we've seen that one happen, and it's not something you'd expect to see again.
No, it was the cherry on the top for what has already been a very chaotic series. Once again, pretty much rinse and repeat from game after game. Small tweaks here and there, but overall the same champions are getting locked in consistently because, one, this is what they found success on. Two, this is what they want to build their identity around. But it continues to be the case of what do we see here on the side of Direwolves, who continue to go for red side. They themselves have actually locked in the Ezreal, so opting for mobility rather than continuing down this path of Jinx on repeat.
Yeah, Chiefs have even chosen blue side in their one defeat as well, so it does seem like we're not going to be seeing any changes in side select. Unless something gets really exposed in this game and we go to a fifth game, it's possible that we'll see some kind of change up, but nevertheless, that's really far in the future. We focus on the now. And again, our 4-5 bans for the side of Direwolves aren't deviating too much whatsoever. It did feel like it was a lot more beatable when there was a Renekton there for Liv, though the teleports were good and wasn't the tank that was able to have as big an impact.
Yeah.
And Shock, locking in the Ezreal for Gun Crab is the one big shift here. Alistar Ezreal, a very low priority lane, as mid laners have just declared war.
They have, right? That was our last game mid-lane matchup between Kisei and Shock, between the Yone and the Zoe, so removing that from the equation. It's been so interesting in the 4th and 5th bans, really, where Direwolves have gone with it. You know, one game has been the Sion, then it's been the Ornn, then it's been the Wukong. Continuing to cycle through these top lane champions and say, this is what we're going to remove. But Direwolves are going to lock themselves in with a classic pick here for Shock. They're going to go for the Syndra.
Yeah, Syndra, good pick here actually. Azir taken off the board. In terms of options into it, Kisei could play an assassin. He has a magic damage jungler already, so you know, if you feel like a Yasuo, it's not that bad. You can win wall the ult. But at the same time, this is much more in his wheelhouse. We've mentioned this a lot. Syndra with the mana changes survives lane fine still, but you can't just spam spells off cooldown and be fine. So if you have a lane opponent that can just relentlessly push you in, you have to spend more of your mana really just pushing. And range champions make it even harder to actually be able to hit those spells, as overall the Chiefs have not surprised me if this Renekton is locked in. And Direwolves looking at their last pick going for top lane, they know the matchup. The Gragas was pretty successful overall. It could be the route they choose to go, but they do want, some physical damage again.
Okay, they were thinking about the Darius, but we tend to see that going into the Sion. Now hovering over the GP, this would be a first here if it was for Clear to lock in. We'll give them some cross-map play. Would say that, hey, if I am going to be targeted, I can still assist elsewhere. At the last second, he's just going to troll us completely. He's not played it, and he's not going to just yet. Back on Gragas duty.
Yeah, so a lot of magic damage on the top side of the Direwolves here. There is one tank there from Lived. We're on a patch 11.6, so in terms of Verdant Barrier, it's not overpowered, but it's still a viable choice here in general for Swathe and for Kisei. Looking at the bottom side of the map, that is the one major point of adaptation here where you've gone for the Ezreal just to be safer. It doesn't seem like the choice is going to be to hard prioritize winning the bot lane 2v2. They just want to go neutral, and they want to unlock Cupcake even more this time, because the Jinx has been very unsafe. We can safely say that in 4 games into this best of 5 series, the Jinx has had a very rough time team fighting, where she's found success at moments sporadically. It hasn't been consistent enough perhaps for the Direwolves to be happy, and they've made the change here to play just neutral, poking bot lane, nothing doing, and unleash the Cuppers.
Yeah, I mean, how many times did we say in the series, right? Oh, I would not like to be the Jinx in this game, between the Kraken Slayer into the Immortal Shieldbow into a Tarm Kench, into cleanses, into TP. So many variations game upon game, but it's not changed the overall tune that unless Jinx gets that kill, still very tough to play, and the passive hasn't always been as clear-cut to execute and unwind. But in terms of the Ezreal, you talk about Mboma being one of the only players in the LCO that's played it so far. We've seen one game here, Fun Gun Crab. Actually, dating back to last year, it was the second most played after Aphelios. So definitely still going to be a degree of comfort. He knows the champion inside out, and it's going to be a case of, what does this mean? Will he be left 1v2 and able to continue to find these strong early games? Or will it be a case of, okay, maybe Mboma and Draku get a little bit more leeway, but when it comes to team fights, I can offer a whole bunch more now?
I mean, 100%, it's a contested pick between them both. The Kai'Sa priority is clear for Mboma, and Gunkrab is not out of his depth and definitely will be looking towards the 2-item spikes, hit the team fights, find their stride in the 5v5 if you are Direwolves. Compositionally, that's what they're after as well. They do need Shock to not fall behind to have a genuine fighting chance in this game. Chiefs, we have already noted and highlighted how good they are mid-game. Their comp excels in mid-game. So they could once again be looking to run away with this game post 10 minutes or post laning phase end.
It's game 4, Rusty. It's Chiefs. They're on the precipice of victory, of advancing through to tomorrow's round against Peace. As they got 2 wins on the board, and from what you can see there, we're looking to try and do a crazy level 1 as everybody roam towards bot side, looking to try and catch somebody out of position, but Direwolves respecting it, playing very safely, fanning out across the map to protect all areas of entry.
And they do place a ward down there to see if it's Direwolves starting in lane with Forced Prio, but they are in fact looking what seems to be a leash for only the blue buff at the start of this game. So they're going to be accelerating their jungler, which again is an act of self-sacrifice. And in terms of level 1 strength, I think that maybe the one advantage they have is that Cupcake with Headbutt can navigate Dragku's Rel, where normally an Ezreal and an Alistar are just hanging in there trying to hit level 2, you know, throwing Mystic Shots on cooldown just to try and get experience.
So let's talk about a couple of the adaptations first of all. The fact is that we've already seen Kisse be very strong on this one. Actually, hold that thought for a second, because level 1, once again, we see this happen time and time again, is Alistars get bullied out of the lane, forced to burn their flash. And what can you actually do as an Alistar at level 1?
We only got to see a glimpse of the last half of that, but I think Cupcake headbutted Mboma at the start of the lane and gave Dragku a free engage. That's my inkling, because we saw the Aftershock run out on that Alistar. Sweep are going to be used here as well by Dragku, so they get pushed, they get priority. Not too surprising overall. It was just a nice little health lead that they're able to forge for themselves. And they don't get that second ward. That would have just been money for the side of the Chiefs in a single sweep up, but there's still some vision there. So Direwolves still with something. We know that their jungler's pathing to the top side of the map. We know that he's going towards the Renekton. That's not something that I think the Chiefs are actively too aware of yet. But with a sweeper there on the Udyr, I wouldn't be surprised to see him do red buff into Krugs and then just sweep the Tri-Bush to give some respite to Claire.
As the action simmers down for a second again. Just want to return to that point. So we talk about the sort of adaptations made in this draw, very similar to the game prior, but you know, you look in mid lane, Kisse already proven how good he is on this Ahri. Shock, it's a staple for him to play the Syndra. That doesn't really change the tune too much of where these junglers are pathing towards. Do you think we'll see very much the same case of go top side, guarantee that Liv gets himself a lead, unlock the map and allow him to roam again?
Oh, hold that.
Hold that indeed. That's a charm connecting. Kisse down to 50%. The orbs keep coming on through. Both junglers with double buff and only cycling through those stances as quickly as he can. Swing the staff and ensure that both junglers very crippled returning to clear.
Yeah, looking for Scuttlecrab fights here as well. Lane difference is going to be huge on this one. No smites for either jungler. So we're going to play the battle on can Lilia's damage over time take that? The answer is no. And Liv needs to be careful.
He does need to be careful. He does have that flash, as do both parties involved in this. But nobody going to call each other's bluff just yet. Going to hold on. Both sitting on vision though, so the little dance around, looking to try and buy out time. It's just going to work against each other.
Only sees that ward die as he was recalling, presumably as well. So they know that the vision in top lane has died. Another ward still available for Liv to place, however. But with Direwolves having a ward in that bush in a river, they know that it wasn't placed yet. So they've got some pretty good information on top side. They do secure the Scuttlecrab on the top side of the map as well, as we saw. And overall, pretty calm start to this game. The one thing you always look at, right, is the 3-minute 30. are we looking at a Scuttle Crab? It's the level 4 for the junglers. Are we looking at a gank? But at the end of the day, our mid lane scuffle was just a reset and a teleport for both parties. And the junglers are just getting one Scuttle Crab apiece.
Certainly are. As you can see also from the secondary talent trees that are getting picked up, majority have gone for inspiration. Because, yeah, Flash Summoner cooldown is just insane. I think I saw one of the patch notes mentioning that in a patch soon to come on live. They're going to be nerfing that, so everybody can sing its praises and not realize that it's going to be incredibly hard to try and track summoners at the moment.
It is very hard to track summoners at the moment, especially with all the added runes that you can chuck in there to know. Like, it's not as simple as saying 5 minutes anymore for timing. It's a bit of a brain bender, actually, for supports who try and time for their team. The only person who's probably excelling is Doinby, who just does not stop thinking about timers. If you've seen him in chat before, he's legitimately out of control. Neither here nor there in this game, however. That's a completely different region.
He's got a world champion mindset, if you can think about that stuff on the fly. And we'll get to see which one of these teams will continue their journey to look to aim towards one of those world championships. As it's Lived continuing to put the pressure onto Claire, keep him locked up underneath that turret. Pick up as many of these minions as possible, allowing him to get some deep vision down, keep tabs as to where Only is, and play with aggressiveness, knowing that Swaith is just behind him.
Very similar overall pathing. Mid lane actually had an Ahri ult.
And he did. Shock's in trouble. Forced to burn that flash right now, but it's going to be the Foxtail darting around. It's going to be Swaith that burns his flash, but it's going to be the Chiefs that find first blood here.
Yeah, at the end of the day, the charm connects from Kisei, trying to route Shock towards Swaith as well. Still does force the flash, yes, but a really important first blood here for the side of Chiefs. Kisei has been on an absolute tear through this best of 5 so far. No exceptions at the moment. He does seem very comfortable on the Ahri, and we're seeing Shock fall behind on that Syndra, rushing the Merc Treads with his tier. So just looking to clear those waves is going to be the game plan. You can see the way the wave is currently positioned is favorable for the Ahri to set up 4 ganks. And 2 charges of the ultimate and an auto attack before the charm is thrown. It's one of the most impossible things to actually work around against a good Ahri player. Is when are they throwing that charm? You have no idea. The average Ahri player will just ult charm, so you juke at the very start. But you can see it's not that simple against Kisei.
And it's going to become even harder to try and juke and drive away from, as Kisei may just look to try and go for that Everfrost once again and guarantee that combo lands without a hitch. And continues to be the rookie that can do it quite all. As we've seen from the stats of the series, this is his first competitive season. He's definitely shown us a fair few champions that are out of the norm, that are more of a solo queue style about them. But to come into a situation like this, you've never beaten a Direwolves in a regular season, but you're giving a Shock a run for his money. It's definitely no small feat.
Yeah, 2 wins now for the Chiefs. Match point 1 step closer to going up against Peace tomorrow, I believe it is, for a chance in the final. They've well and truly done everything in their power in those 2 games that they won, even if it was chaotic. The Mboma mentality is just a little bit too strong at the moment for them as well. And he's gone even in his laning phase, Skimmy. You don't often get to celebrate that fact for the Chiefs 2v2, but they've been going even. And they're poised to have a really good mid-game team fight.
Good talking point, because if you look at the Chiefs as a whole, by the 15-minute mark, he is the lowest on the team with the goal difference, because he tends to be left to his own devices. But here he is today, and regardless of laning phase, he's making this Kaiser pick work. So many good killer instincts into the backline, sniping away key members, making sure that the fight is won before it even can properly start. Does beg the question though, what does Ezreal offer once those 2 item spikes are there for the taking? The first turret of the game, it's only looking to try and start things off with. He's going to flash away to the safety of top turret. He's put to sleep, Lift pouncing upon it, takes him out with the empowered swing of the Q. Cupcake now maybe be a second casualty of war. This is an objective that lives and breathes the side of Chiefs. It looks to be theirs once again.
It's a 2,000 gold lead roughly for the Chiefs with their Herald in tow. And the reason that that is theirs is because they keep Lived around. They do not reset. They have priority in mid. Shock, limited mana pool to work with and is stuck dealing with the wave as Kisei has freedom to move. At the end of the day, you look at the Direwolves macro movements and you say, okay, they've actually planted their bottom lane. They've deployed towards the top side of the map. They've deployed their players for the Rift Herald, but they've just lost the Rift Herald as the Chiefs have matched them and bested them. This is a really big swing.
Big swing so early on. The second time in a row now that it's happened. Chiefs certainly starting to ramp up in this series, and whilst a lot of this has been chaos around the 30-minute mark onwards and team fights going back and forth from one team that can ultimately take the victory as a result, this is now 2 times that the Chiefs have got a clear game plan as to how they want to play up against the Direwolves and able to find those avenues of big win conditions so early on.
We're really starting to see the Chiefs' mentality just come through strong in this best of 5. They said they're a playoffs team through the regular season. Oh, Shock gets hit.
Shock's in so much trouble right now. This is going to be a full combo collapsing here from Draku, locking him in place just long enough to guarantee that Kisei, unscratched, picks up another kill.
Just so aggressive, Draku hovering in the area. Because they will throw the ultimate, will use the Spirit Rush, will actually connect the charm. He's just that good. Shock nothing doing. We mentioned this already with his item choices, but he's gone Merc Treads with the tier start. So he isn't looking to win his lane. He is just looking to clear the wave. And he's not even allowed to do that right now. Draku unleashed.
And there isn't going to be that mid-game protection that we've seen him so many times before, sneak away objectives and cheat recalls with the Super Mega Death Rocket. Sure, the True Shot Barrage connect in a similar way, but definitely not in terms of executing those major buffs. So you really start to ask the question towards the Direwolves. So early on, already at a major deficit like this of 3K, you feel yourself starting to fall out of this one. We've hyped you up as this best of 5 team. 1,100 games between all 5 of you compared to what, 300 on the side of Chiefs? It's almost like the master and the student coming up against one another.
It definitely does feel like, though, that the Direwolves have dropped off in this game. Momentum does belong in its entirety to the Chiefs. Kisei with no ultimate in this situation, so it's not going to be as simple as hitting a charm. But Swayth is hovering, Only is hovering. And we're looking at a lot of movements from support. So you can see 100 pings following. Oh, he's put to sleep.
He's just in trouble right now. He's going to get himself into the brush. Surprise! Here's an Udyr looking to try and lock in place Kisei right now. Where's Flash? But he doesn't have ults. Most importantly, down to 50% before this fight starts. TP's connect, TP's flying. A Flash pole trying to take out Swayth. And Cupcake, he has to pop that ultimate anytime soon if he wants to try and soak up this turret. But it's going to be clear that dies to the turret. It's going to be 2 kills in favor here for the Chiefs. It's Gunkrab, most importantly, that picks up a shutdown. He needs that to try and keep himself in a snowballing position. But everybody comes to mid lane, and it's still the Chiefs that come out ahead.
And when the re-engage happens, Kisei does get that ultimate up finally off cooldown. So that's a major factor in the rest of that fight. Lived definitely having a massive influence across the entire map so far. And we'll see this fight one more time. Cupcake comes in. This is after the teleports have come across. Claire gets charmed, stunned by Rel, and just dies to the turret. Ezreal ultimate will secure the Lilia, so the Gragas ultimate doesn't even hit anything. Claire, really tragic situation for him. Nice little sidestep from Cupcake ensures that he is not at risk of falling down. But still the Chiefs just driving force in this game. One step forwards every single fight that they take, no matter what Direwolves get.
Shock has no summoners, and he's going to start this fight at 60%. The Herald is being used, and there's nobody in mid lane there to protect it. Direwolves really looking to try and play for the soul point once again. It has been that strength in this best of 5, but it just don't have the health to sustain. They're going to lose on 2 separate fronts right now. They're not going to take the dragon. They're not going to defend this mid turret. They're sacrificing so much here, Rusty.
And this is just good League of Legends from the side of the Chiefs. You cannot fault the way that they're playing in this one so far. It's really good standard laning phase. They win level 1. Draku takes the Gromp away from Only. Swayth also hovering.
He'll still be in trouble. Out comes the Repel. And the Drowsy afterwards. More so than anything, just trying to zone them away. As once again, both junglers down low.
Look at where it's keeping them, Skimmy. They're so far back. Only's fighting for his Gromp. Kisei and Shock share ultimate trades in mid as well. Oh god.
Shock might just die to the Ignite right now. Draku get a flash and fall, but just a style more than anything. Doesn't need to do much more than that. Hit a summoner and guarantee another kill. And it does feel like Direwolves, the mentality is starting to feel a little bit doomed.
Yeah, they're feeling quite deflated in this one. You've got a 0-3 mid lane, a 0-2 jungler. Chiefs playing very well still, credit to them. Starting to definitely accelerate this one. But I'm not feeling the defiance, I'm not feeling the comeback just yet from the Wolves at all. Just resignation.
So realistically, what are we looking at if we were to try and go the way of Direwolves right now? We're just banking on the success of a 2-item power spike and have a team fight based around that with summoners available? Or is it just a case of Chiefs, you know, they've achieved such a strong early 15-minute game that they can just continue to be as aggressive as we saw in that previous play?
Well, you can afford to give 2 dragons, definitely, as you've been able to take the first one in the mountains. So you've bought yourself about 10 minutes. You really do just need first mythic item completions before you can even consider anything right now, as that is a very sad blue buff reset. Looking at current item completions, there is nothing Direwolves can or should do for 5 to 10 minutes, really. They're just so far behind. So you have to play around your item spikes, hope your opponents are just at the component pieces, and then maybe you can have a fighting chance in a front-to-back style of gameplay, because you ultimately have a Gragas, Udyr, and an Alistar, and you need to be able to play front-to-back, or your Syndra will just constantly die on cooldown. Ezreal may be the bastion of hope. Gunkrab may be the hero that is needed. He's so hard to actually stick onto and take down. He's 1-0 so far, and will be doing a lot of damage with his item build.
Yeah, getting his way that much closer to the blue Ezreal of old, where just tanky, sniping from afar, keeping everybody locked on down, and making it very difficult to try and deal with him. We'll get to see if he can get to a point in the game where he can offer that protection. Mid turret, whilst it hasn't fallen down, is rather deflated. You talk about Shock being 0-3 already. It definitely wants the protection, given the amount of success Kissy and Soph have found of just hitting the charm, locking him in place, and zoning him away. That turret falling on down just opens up the floodgates for the likes of Lived and Draku to continue to influence from top and bot.
So I don't know if you've noticed this, Ezreal feeling a little bit bugged at the moment with some auto attacks after throwing Qs. They can be quite invisible, I believe, when it's a crit. Just to keep that in mind, Ezreal has some sleeper damage at the moment, because you just can't see it.
It's just a skin gap.
It's not even a skin thing, I don't think.
Bit of a biff here in the top side of the map as both top laners showcasing what they can do. Claire just hits him with a body slam, says let me just farm this wave and force you to go away. You're going to see from the pressure when it comes to acquiring these jungle camps that, well, Swaith is feeling very confident because he's not gone for Boots of Lucidity, no. He's actually gone for Sulk Boots. He wants to be a carry.
Yeah, I noticed Swaith's Sork boots earlier. Instead of the Lucidity boots, they're a bit more expensive, and yes, you get a bit more immediate damage from them. I just wonder if it's ever worth it when it's just so efficient, especially as a jungler, to have Boots of Lucidity on that first reset. But, I mean, he's made it work. He's 2-1-3, so I really wasn't going to fault it too much. I just think Boots of Lucidity are good. Either way, right now, it is this Swaith and Kisei show. Lived obviously is doing a lot of work up in top lane, but he's not going to be able to deal with Claire. They're just going to butt heads and walk away from each other slightly bruised. So for now, until we get those teleports, you know, we've got a dragon in 30. It is an Ocean Soul, so while we said we could maybe sacrifice 2 dragons, the third one you just don't want to give an Ocean Soul.
Yeah, we saw how strong that was when Chiefs had Soraka. It was nigh impossible to try and take anybody down, especially when they were toying with them. Pushing multiple waves at once. Almost doing a bit of a standoff with a 5v5, saying, well, we're going to take your inhibitor eventually, so you might as well force the fire on us.
Also, one thing you'll see from Shock, this is actually something that I want to commend from him also, is when you're playing Syndra, you'll often get caught up trying to use your Scatter the Weak, your E, to clear minions instantly. If you do that, you're actually exposing yourself to potential ganks. Rel can now just like use W on you, you can't push her away. Being able to clear waves while holding that E is pretty important, because it means that you actually have tools to survive, and it makes it harder for your opponents to actually consider going on you. He has been running out of mana as a result of it, yes, but going the tier build, he can do this. I don't think I've seen him use his E once, maybe once, to clear a wave, just because it's super unsafe to do so. Not making the mistake of all of the others. I mean, Liv just says hello.
Gungrab cops a turret shot as well, so he's now low. Multiple turret shots going awry. 3 members saying hello in mid lane. It's just going to be Shock bullied again. Cross map plays Rusty.
I mean,
The
I don't know what
Chiefs-
Direwolves were doing, Skibby, in top
Just
lane.
Chiefs continue to show up and find success. Once again, Magnet Storm locks them all in place. Draku topped up and healthy, but Swaith may fall on down. He has a Herald. He survives, 10% to his name. Kise finds the kill. Greg is gone. Chiefs all topped up and happy to play. I don't even need to summon it mids. They can just add insult to injury because that turret's gone.
Yeah, I mean, it was a fight that you want to avoid if you're Direwolves, but it was a dive in mid lane, so there is no such thing as playing safe in that situation.
Oh!
Nice Zonya's usage. Swaith has once again navigated the globals of the world and has come out okay.
Twice
He's
now.
immune. Bomar.
These Mystic shots are really starting to hurt.
Yeah, they definitely are. And that's the thing, like, we're at a point now where the Mythics are online. You've got 2 full items for Gunkrab, though none of them are a Mythic, it doesn't matter. Ezreal loves this build.
Yeah.
This is the point where you want to play around your Ezreal to try and maybe get something back. It's hard to do, obviously, but you want to try, and moments prior to that reset from Gunkrab, they're able to successfully dive in mid lane as top just... I feel like they were just walking through the turret because it was safer, and they sacrificed Shock for it.
It was a conflicting play, to say the least, right? No minion wave there. Nothing really to really force the aggression on towards Liv. Yes, he was low, but by the time they've actually postured in a position that they might have looked at trying to take him down, both Udyr as the Ezreal were quite low. Definitely a 1v3 angle for Liv to try and play around if he found success. 7k gold lead, or soon to be 6. It's massive margins so early on to this one. We can talk about momentum. It's been 2 game wins on the trot here so far for the Chiefs. Claire looking for a nice all-in. That's going to bait out the Dominus. In comes the TP. Direwolves are here. Numbers advantages might just favor them. Kise hits the charm. He's just going to delete Gragas first and foremost. He buys a little bit more time. Flashes away, but it doesn't change the outcome. Now Draku hits the ultimate, locks in place the Alistair. He gets charmed again. He just can't play the game. Pulverized to the ground because he's angry. He's angry with how this series is going, Rusty. 10 kills to 1.
And Gunkrab doesn't get the kill. Charm connects onto Shock as well. Or Kai'Sa.
Kai'Sa's just going to find it all. The missiles find their moment to shine. One by one, they're falling on down, chipping away at the health bars of the Chiefs, but nothing sticks! Oh! Great scat of the week there. Shock very clean. Nearly got hit there by the Void Seeker and nearly died to the Flash Ward.
I mean, we're 22 minutes into this 9,000 gold difference. You could basically put a bow on this one if you are a Chiefs fan. Direwolves desperate. They didn't even get the kill, unfortunately, for Gunkrab looking bot lane. Rel, 0 health to the name. The Q misses. And that's really it. That was an opportunity where maybe Direwolves could have got some money. And ultimately, they get none. And Chiefs are the ones who come away with the kills. They get some extra gold in their pockets like that was needed. Now we're looking at a 3-1 possibility here for the Chiefs squad. And a chance to play another best of 5 tomorrow. So we're going to have to pause to think about that reality.
It seems to be the case. No doubt we'll get word from production as to what the pause is about in just a second, but it might be a tactical pause of anything, right, given the current state of this game. It's a bit of a blowout here in game number 4. You can see the stress from the cameras on the side of Direwolves, also respecting what the gravity of the situation really means. So we'll just adjust that there. Hello. Oh, hi. There we are. Yeah, scary situation, Rusty.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely is. This is one of those pauses that's quite hard to talk through just because we can all acknowledge the state of the game right now, right? We know it's so early in the game for a goal difference to be this significant. The Mercy Rule doesn't apply in League of Legends. We're not going to get any surrenders. Direwolves obviously don't want to give up their opportunity in the first split, but you have to look at what can they do? You know, what do they actually have that will let them win against the Chiefs comp right now? And the answer is I can't think of anything, truthfully, besides the Chiefs making a mistake. So we are at a point only 22 minutes into this one where you're banking on Chiefs messing up probably twice. That's it, probably maybe once in a Baron from it or twice, and then you have a chance.
I mean, we'd seen it happen in the past, right? I date my mind back to a classic moment during the regular split where it was Chiefs game against Order. Then it came to the Baron. Order jump in, played a fight so superbly, take the game as a result. Potentially there's another situation here as we load back in for game number 4. Potentially there's a chance for Direwolves to find a moment to execute cleanly, but those moments have been far and few between. We've seen glimmers, but the redundant word, the word that everybody hates to hear, it continues to be about consistency.
Yeah, there's definitely no consistency in this series so far. A lot of chaos that has happened. Baron is definitely on the cards now. You've got 50 seconds until the second Ocean Drake, the third dragon of the game for the side of the Chiefs. In terms of contesting that one, Skimmy, I would say that is unrealistic.
Yep.
You're probably looking towards the completion of a Cyrilda's Grudge for the Ezreal before he starts to become a serial nuisance, just an absolute pest. Until such a point, you're just going to see him throw in Mystic shots, just Hail Marys left, right, and center. No Zhonya's Hourglass for the Ahri. Of course, it is the Cosmic Drive build, so he's killable. No Guardian Angel yet, clearly, as you wouldn't expect it for Mboma, so can be killed. I'm just naming members that have shutdowns. So that's the avenue of entry, if there is any, is find the shutdowns, put them on your carries, give yourself something.
It's been flawless otherwise, as you say. You know, only one kill has been found so far, and that was onto Swathe. There's a lot of bounty, a lot of gold to claim from those bounties, I should say, that could try and give them that get-back condition. True Shot Barrage reveals, noting that Direwolves have a lot of members towards the top side of the map, posturing for potential Baron, more so than anything. Looks to me like they're trying to place down some vision, so they have an idea as to if they can contest and if they can invest time and resources towards that part of the map. But Liv still has his eyes set on pushing bot side. He has TP, trying to open up some inhibs.
Kisei definitely being looked at right now. There is only two members here. They may even want to wait for Only to get into the area. Cupcake says, let's do it.
Instantly flash pole, block him in place, hacking of TPs, but Chiefs get there first. Kisei running and gunning and hoping he can survive, but the shutdown goes clear his way. Out comes the Magnet Storm, locking in place two people so far. Cupcake hits the ultimate, he's just going to fall on down. Doesn't matter how much mitigation you have, because Mboma is huge. Double, triple, Mboma the man, 5-0 and 2.
Yeah, and I mean, you have to raise the question of, was that worth it for the Direwolves? I feel like you'd be pretty hard-pressed to say no, because they weren't getting anything else. It was clear they got the kill, though Baron's just going to be taken here, and at the end of the day, Chiefs doing what we would expect to see from them. They had vision priority through mid, working into the enemy red side. Ezreal Ultimate's not going to be stealing any Barons today. It's not a jinx, and it was a little bit late to the mark, and we'll see this fight one more time. Because the game plan was kill Kisei, get a shutdown, and then Liv says, I have something to say about that. Dragu says, I was already here, and you've got Mboma able to use that killer instinct, get himself into the fray. Swathe already here. So in terms of the person that they targeted, fine from Direwolves. In terms of the timing of that fight, I think Shock wanted to recall, and Cupcake said, too bad, I can't think of a better situation.
Some moment to strike. We're going in right now. We're going to find that kill, and sure, they find it, but the cost continues to work against them. The trade-off just does not seem like a net positive, and it is really the desperation that the Direwolves find themselves in. Chiefs now in full control. They pick up the Baron for free, no contest. 3 minutes to play for that Ocean Soul. 3 Ocean Drakes already acquired. That would be free in combination with that one, but you know, that's a lot of power under their belt that would continue to say, we've been in situations like this before. You know, we're not looking to try and dominate and end this game in 25 minutes. We're looking to take it late. We're looking to try and be cool, calm, collected, and welcome you guys into us to say, what's your move? Because we're quite content being the aggressors.
Yeah, most definitely. Just the way it is. See if you can force Direwolves to make those errors. You don't need to force anything crazy yourself. Even if they do force, though, 11,000 gold difference, they'd probably be successful. But there's just no point in giving anything to your opponents right now. Staring down the barrel of a loaded gun is Direwolves in Game 4 of this series. This mid lane inner turret is destined to drop. The top lane turret is probably going to fall as well, maybe in about 30 seconds, depending on how Chiefs play their vision. And one positive. We'll give the Direwolves one positive. Cyrilda's Grudge is online for Gun Crab.
Yeah, it's huge. I mean, that really is the staple of this Blue Israel build, where you can fight from afar. Might not be as tanky as the Season 10 with a Death Stance, but or the Iceborne Gauntlet as well, but certainly can still pack a punch from afar. Direwolves looking to mount themselves up the base defense. Mboma's being caught, he can flash, hits the blast cone as clear flashes too, but gets knocked straight back. It's disaster. The rest of the members of their sights set on top side. One member gets put to sleep. Shock in trouble. Shock dead. Kisei's dead. The Magnet Storm connects. Dragu smurfing. Dragu locking them all in place. Cupcake down as well now. Mboma finds another kill. Swathe finds the second. It's all things Chiefs. Blue side every game. Blue is their color. And that might be the ace of all aces. that sends the Chiefs through to take on Peace.
Nothing left for the Direwolves but to watch as their Nexus falls. Only's just going to have to stay in the fountain here, Skimmy. Really clean last game here from the Chiefs. Really clean victory for them overall. The whole series may not have been, but this is the Chiefs that we'll see against Peace.
The playoff buff is activated. They'd never beaten the Direwolves before today, but they take 3 games on the go. And they have shown us that they are the team, the dark horse really, of this competition.
Just raw, unfiltered emotions coming out of the Chiefs boys as they get the win. It's business as usual for them with the 3-1 win. They know they've got a best-of-5 series tomorrow, so you can't blame them for having the somber looks on their faces. Easy last game. It's hard to really get excited about winning a game like that because that really was just so one-sided.
Yeah, from the very get-go, the fact that we're talking about gold leads in the 5K margin around, what, 10, 15 minutes, then to suddenly say, well, it's 9K now. What are you talking about? You're talking about, you know, maybe break points with items, maybe moments of magic where they can try and find a fight. Too many opportunities passed them by, and the trade-off just never seemed to work in their favor. And Mac, you know, you look at a series like that, it seems to be that the final nail in the coffin is when you get to a series like that, they tend to become a little bit of a blowout.
Can I just say, those player cams had to be pre-recorded. The fact that we didn't get a flex from Dragku at the end is completely ridiculous. You know, after a series like that, a 3-1 win over Direwolves, Chiefs starting to make a lower bracket run a reality. And he's looking at his second monitor. That's all I could see there. He's straight into the prep for tomorrow. That's all I can think about. You know, and going up against Peace, it's going to be dangerous. But again, that game, you know, so one-sided. It just seemed like Direwolves were trying to find a way back in, but every time Chiefs just had the answer to what they were trying to do.
Yeah, every single moment. And this last game definitely was the biggest blowout that we had of the best-of-5. And ultimately, it was a case of mid hitting level 6. Kisei with his Aria showing that he's just so proficient on the champion, but he's always had support from Swait. The teleports have always been pretty fast as well from Liv. And I think overall, this is an improved Chiefs. Yeah. And we should definitely credit them for how much they have improved. But at the same time, I do want to just take that small moment to say, while we can celebrate how good the Chiefs look in this playoffs run, this wasn't the same feeling of the Direwolves that we got from the regular seasons by any means.
I actually noticed the Chiefs, they were spieling this yarn in the banter channel, which I'll read it out for you guys as well. It is time to take back what is mine. I will not live my life as your second. That time is over. Every breath you take is an assault of my honor. But no more Kakarot. By my hands, you'll be cut down inch by inch, just like the way you've cut down my pride. So it seems they were really channeling their inner Super Saiyans for this match today.
Yeah, Vegeta taking on Goku, definitely getting it done there. You know, you talk about biceps, you talk about anime hairstyles. Draku might just need to grow that hair out a little bit longer before he decides to shave it all off again. But he's definitely got the biceps to boot, so clearly drawing inspiration from anime and becoming the anime boss that was able to get the dub here today.
Yeah, so thoughts on Direwolves going for that Ezreal? Was it more, I don't know, just to change it up from the Jinx, because the Jinx obviously didn't work the 2 previous games?
Yeah, I think the idea is they just started to decide the Jinx wasn't worth it. In my opinion, the Jinx was probably better here anyway. At the end of the day, they lost lane at level 1. I think Cupcake might have headbutted Kai'Sa. We didn't get to see it on camera, but I still think I would have preferred the Jinx, so I've got to be honest with you. The Ezreal was fine, but the issue was the rest of the map.
Certainly was. Now, guess what? We got Nat down on the side lanes, and she has 2 handsome individuals, or 1 handsome individual rather, to have a chat to. Because it's the post-game, it's not the pre-game. Look, it's early. It's really early here. It's a crisp and bright 9:47 p.m. currently, and I'm still waking up.
When you said 2, I was so confused. I was like, am I joined by someone I don't even know about?
Yeah.
But I am only going to be joined by Mboma for the post-game interview. Mboma, congratulations on that win. I want to say it was just an absolutely divisive win for that game 4, but you guys, you know, you seemed really kind of cool, calm, collected, not too much emotion at the end of it. So how is the team feeling, and why were you guys so, like, reserved?
We're feeling pretty great, but I think that because we're playing Peace tomorrow, we didn't want to celebrate too much, I guess, because, you know, like, playing a best of 5 and then another one like tomorrow is like we want to go to Iceland, so we pretty much are keeping focus on the Peace series as well, without taking the celebration too much, I guess.
I don't blame you at all. I do want to ask a few questions about the draft, especially from yourself. You picked Kai'Sa and played Kai'Sa all 4 of those games. Is that a champion that you've been working really hard on, or like turned into a comfort pick, or is it just something that's what your team comp is now being built around?
I just think Kai'Sa's strong, and our team plays well with Kai'Sa, so yeah, they didn't really target ban it or anything like that, so we just picked it every single game. I just think the champ is pretty good and competitive, so yeah, there's nothing much more to it really. I want to play other stuff, but I think Kai'Sa seems like winning at the moment, so we're just picking it.
I mean, it definitely is winning for you guys. Do you have any thoughts about Direwolves' pick? You know, they were picking Jinx 3 out of 4 of those games, and then they picked Udyr 4 out of 4 of those games. So do you have any opinions on that, or was it just your comp was so much stronger, like you didn't really care what they were picking?
Honestly, I think those champs are pretty strong. I just think that they didn't execute it that well. Like, I felt like in one of the games the Jinx built too defensively, and then I think game 3 they had a good chance to close the game out, and then they didn't. So I don't actually think their picks were bad. I actually didn't mind their draft at all. I just think that they didn't play the setup as well as they would have liked. So yeah, I don't think we necessarily like smoked them in draft or anything in any of the games, but I feel like we were in our comfort zone, and I felt like I think that made a big difference this series.
What changes did you guys make between game 1 and game 2? Because game 1, it felt quite aggressive, or like a fast-paced game, whereas game 2 and 3 were very slow, very methodical, and played to your champ picks.
I think in game 1, maybe it was the first game jitters or something, but I think everyone except for maybe Ron had like pretty bad individual blunders. And even though they got the soul, it felt like we could still win the game. So even though we lost game 1, our spirits were pretty high because we felt like they weren't playing that cleanly, and I don't think they were. So going into game 2, we sort of just thought, okay, we'll sort of run it back, and we don't think they're playing that cleanly, so we will just, you know, do what we've been doing. And you know, if we were winning a game like at about like 45 minutes and they have soul, I think if they don't have soul and we make slightly better decisions, I think we'd win. So we didn't really feel like we were panicked or anything going from game 1 to game 2, honestly.
Who was a lot of the shot calling for you guys and the communication for team fights and objectives? Because you guys were coming back even though you were down on dragons for most of these games.
Yeah. I think usually it's Sway Draku do it a lot, but on our team everyone likes to be a hero, so like everyone wants to talk. So I don't think we have like a designated shot caller. It's like everyone kind of talks when they're supposed to, which can be a good thing and a bad thing. But I think in general it's probably Sway and Draku in those situations.
Before you guys come up against Peace tomorrow, what are you guys going to be looking at doing? What's going to be your main focus coming into that matchup?
I think the main thing is like out of game stuff, like taking a break, you know, like playing. I think people underestimate how like taxing best of fives can be, but I think we've definitely got the momentum coming from winning 2 series, and practice has been going really well, and I think that if we can keep doing what we're doing, we're going to make it to finals.
I think you guys have a very good chance. My last question that I want to ask you is, it has been requested by almost everyone that I ask this question. What flavor gum are you choosing, and how many pieces did you go through in that series? Because you were chewing gum the whole time.
Okay. So it's a bit of a story. She flew me out to the Sydney house, because when I play on Perth, like during regular split, my ping's a bit high. So they flew me out to Sydney, and I'm playing on low ping. So I'm in the house with the COD boys, and they gave me some advice. They said that, you know, to get rid of the nerves, just chew some gum. So I've been chewing like peppermint gum. I think I've chewed like probably like 10 pieces looking at my desk. Yeah, and I feel like it helps calm down the nerves a lot, honestly. So you can thank the COD boys for that. I never used to do that before, but I think I've been playing better, so hopefully it helps.
There you go. The insider secrets to the esports world is chew gums for the nerves. But congratulations again on the win, and I look forward to seeing you boys playing tomorrow.
Yeah, see you now.
See ya.
It's all about coming down the nerds at the end of the day, making sure no one gets a little too
It's
ahead
a
of
play on
himself.
words, Max. Surely, hey.
Has to
calm
be.
down, calm down, chat, and calm down himself. Yeah.
That's it. Now, that was an interesting little interview. Good to see that he was flown out to get lower ping for the finals. So, you know, props to Chiefs. They're trying to get every advantage possible. And it seems to be working for them. You know, logistically speaking, that was great. Now, Nat, you're here as well quickly. So there was someone on the production team, and they got me to write this out. I think it's like the way you pronounce it is guacamole. Is that correct?
I think so. I think it's actually guacamole.
Guacamole.
Okay.
Is that one of those arcade
The
games with the hammer?
Yeah.
The E actually has an infliction. Yeah. You
Yeah,
just spelled
okay,
it wrong,
cool.
Mac, but yeah, you were close.
Yeah, pretty close. Is it supposed
What
to be
is
an A
going
at the
on?
end? Anyway.
Have we missed an inside joke here?
What is
Zach?
going
Like,
on?
what
Probably. You
is
guys
happening?
were busy. You guys were working. You know,
You're really triggering me. What is
fiending
happening?
to get towards the end of the broadcast so I can chew on my tortillas. Now, I think it's time for the play of the day. Do you guys have any thoughts on what was the play of the day? Let's go down the desk as always. Rusty, you first.
Skimmy's la 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 la. Has to be.
Oh yeah, okay,
There's
sure.
No better moment.
My moment aside, if I'm looking at a play, I'm trying to think of one at the moment. Nah, that's just stuck in my head and I'm tilted off the face of the earth. Let's just go with Jinx Ultimate Steals because it's always comical.
All right, Nat, you have any thoughts?
Not really. I mean, the only big play I can think of is the end of Game 4 there. But I wouldn't really say it was a play of the day. I think that game was just a little bit of a stomping on poor old Direwolves. So I actually don't have a guess. This is probably the first time I don't have a guess. I hope it is not the Jinx steal.
Game
Please
3,
don't be the Jinx steal.
mid-game, mid-lane team fight.
No,
Mid-lane
I'll
team
guess
fight?
Game 2.
Game 2? Well,
Yeah.
I think Rusty's closest with at least Game 3, but it was the TP diff. Chiefs saving their base during the almost not quite base race before chaos ensued, and we are going to see the two TPs going back to make sure that the game was not won yet by Direwolves. So there you go. Look at that. Very clutch with the TPs just at the right moment, and from this point, what do you know? Turned around. Chiefs managed to bring it back and get another game on the board. So you want any... We don't have Jubes here, so...
Can we play it again and can we get Rusty to do a Jubes
I'm not
impersonation?
doing it. Nah.
Darn it.
I have no throat left.
No throat left. Well, I think
He's
you've got
just gone.
tomorrow off anyway, so you can give your throat a rest, can't you?
Look at that. Gun crab 50% and just, tapped. See you, mate.
Absolutely tapped. But look, there you go. So big play coming out from the Chiefs there to make sure the game wasn't lost then and there. And, you know, moving forward, let's have a quick look at the bracket where it currently stands after this lower bracket match today. We have to say goodbye to Direwolves, who only managed to get one game on the board in both of their matches here in the playoffs, which I find is a little bit saddening because we saw them firing up so much on the way to the end of the split, and then as soon as it came to playoffs, they're just dropping the ball. Chiefs, though, different story, only dropping that one game to Direwolves at the moment. I don't know if that trend's going to continue going up against Peace tomorrow.
The run is on.
Yeah, it's happening.
I said this last week that, you know, I didn't think it was possible, but I really wanted Chiefs to do the Cinderella story, and it's kind of coming to fruition. I mean, sure, they're coming up against Peas, who have been looking pretty neck and neck with Pentanet, but it's still possible.
I'm just, I can't wait for the grand final. We've got only 2 days left now, or 2.1% days left, because we're at the end of today. Not quite all the way towards the end. We're still here. We still can say some words, you know, share some thoughts with you all at home. But that's exactly how it happened. And we got one player in particular who played very well today. Do you want to guess it? Because you didn't seem to want to guess the play of the day today.
Kisei.
I reckon Kisei.
Nat?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I already know, but yeah, Kisei. I would have said Kisei or Swaith, but you guys, everyone seemed quite unanimous in who they wanted. I thought Swaith still played really well. I think he initiated a lot of things. He enabled Kisei to kind of get ahead, but ultimately Kisei was doing the plays, and that's where my guess is going to be for this.
Well, there you go. It was, in fact, Kisei who was the player of the series, doing bloody work over all the 4 games, you know, maybe a bit of a slower start in game 1, but after getting through that, having a pretty spectacular performance in game 2, 3, and 4, Rusty.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, overall, he had a very solid best of 5 series, and he was the person that we were really looking at. Because remember, he nullified Shock.
Yeah.
Shock is, working with Swaith, I will say, he nullified Shock. But Shock's the person on Direwolves that can get them over the line. So he wasn't able to actually play League of Legends. Suddenly, Chiefs are able to win the series. Coincidence that Kisei plays well and it happens? I don't think so. I think he played very well.
I just think the sky's the limit, right? If you're looking at this as a situation of he's 17, this is rookie split, he's got 200 less games compared to Shock. He's just able to come in there, no nerves, no drama, say, look, pick me this matchup, I'll show him how to play it. Able to really, bully in a best of 5 when you've never beaten this team before. I think it's just kudos that this is a player to keep your eyes on because he's going to go straight to the top.
Well, that's it.
I would
really
also like to quickly jump in just while we're still talking about stats.
Yep.
But Chiefs won every game that they got first blood on, and Kisei actually got 2 out of the 3 first bloods. So again, another reason why he is player of the day. He just enabled it, got them on the early roll, and the game was theirs.
There you are. Huge impact getting things off, kicking things off nicely there for Chiefs. And speaking of Chiefs, I think they've been creating some memes for us on Twitter. So let's bring up what memes they've made. Dracoash runs it down your lane, what you do. That's a good question. Rusty, what are you doing?
I mean, losing, right? It's the only
Hitting
thing
that
you're doing.
surrender. Putting out the vote for the surrender. That's what I'm
Slapping
doing.
that /FF, yeah. It's terrifying if he's running down at your lane.
He's got a bit of a main going on there. Did you guys saw Drag Coup the other day as well, didn't you? He's now, looks like, I think I saw an emote there somewhere in chat.
It's the best sub emote I've ever used. Yeah, that was an instant sub right there. That is just success. That's just pure money. That's branding gone wild. So yeah, Drag Coup or Drag Coup. Yeah, 2 different beasts, but both insanely handsome.
That's it, Drag Queen. That man is doing work so far for the Chiefs. And again, big impact in the support role. Finally getting some engages towards the end of those games. But look, speaking of, that's bringing us towards the end of the day. So, one more day. You two, in particular, won't be here tomorrow. So any thoughts on this matchup? Because you won't be here to share them.
Oh, I mean, I look forward to Peace versus Pentanet in the finals, definitely, after this best of 5. That last game from the Chiefs actually did give me a lot of hope, though. So, it wasn't like a chaotic win. It was a real solid stomping. So I actually do have a lot more faith in them. I worry that Peace is still too good.
Yeah, well, let's see how Peace feel tomorrow. Skimmy, any final words?
Yeah, I think for me, if Kisei and Swaith can play like they did today, they could definitely do battle. I feel like that was the area of focus for this particular game, this series. I feel like if they can bring that same level of success tomorrow against Peace, definitely another area that they can exploit. I think just in terms of bot lane, Mboma going up against Gunkrab, now going up against Violet, it's a completely different beast. So Violet, arguably in the same category as Praetor for the best bot lane in the region. So I think it's going to be a far, far tougher ask this time around.
Well, let's see where we end up. That is going to be the end of day 3. Day 4 coming up again, 6 p.m. tomorrow. Peace and Chiefs. You don't want to miss it. We'll see you then.
Literally anywhere, and you die. So scary.
Alright, because Tempered Fate actually locks Shock in place of all people probably hoping that wasn't the case. Gunkrab takes out Mboma. Both Eddie carries looking to do whatever they can, but it's going to be the Direwolves that have the damage just a little bit more so far. Kisei takes out Shock. Mid lane is flexing their power, and it's Gunkrab that removes Swaith. He gets himself a shutdown, hits the zap, trying to kite this, all running, protecting, hoping that Cupcake can hit a stun, can hit for the fights, whereas Direwolves much more keen to not get caught out of position. Once again, look to try and take that team fight as a result right now. Draku jumps in, unprotected, nothing to offer, and falls on down. Gunkrab is unstoppable. He's getting excited. He's looking to run them all down, but he's actually zoned away in the backline. Unprotected. Swaith to take him out the fight straight away. The killer instinct in. He's gone golden, but he'll fall on down. A shutdown goes the way of Mboma. The rest of the Chiefs are fighting a second fight in the middle of the mid lane. And as Direwolves, forgetting that their AD carry is dead, still being aggressive, still charging forward, and still hunting for the first 8.
Just insulted, I guess.
Yeah. Like I said, once again, Kisei looking to charge on through first of all. It's Mboma to fix the kill instead, because in terms of timings that you highlight, be a big talking point to go for right now. As Claire seems to be put out of position, but he's tanky. There's the flash pole, and then they just explode them apart. And just just like that, it means it's a double kill for Buff is still there for another whole minute. It's do or die. Lift is asleep. He's gone gold, and the second turret is out. It's a beautiful Magnet Storm. The Magnet Storm is clutch, but the Pole Riser is asleep. He's gone gold, and the second turret is out. It's a beautiful Magnet Storm. They flash Pole, block him in place, acting TPs, but Chiefs get there first. Kisei running and gunning and hoping he can survive, but the shotgun goes clear his way. Out comes the Magnet Storm, locking in place two people so far. Cupcake hits the ultimate. He's just going to fall on down. Doesn't matter how much mitigation you have because Mboma is huge. Ashes 2 gets knocked straight back. It's disaster. The rest of the members of the site set on top side. One member gets put to sleep. Shock and trouble. Shock dead. Kisei's dead. The Magnet Storm connects. Draku smurfing. Draku locking all in place. Cupcake down as well now. Mboma finds another kill. Sway finds the second. It's all things Chiefs. Blue side every game. Blue is their colour.
When you're gone, time goes so slow. I don't even know